Futures back in positive territory this morning as we await year-over-year PPI numbers just coming out here. 6.7 it looks like versus 7.2. So the downside once again, U.S. core PPI year-over-year 6.7 versus 7.2. The core number 8 versus 8.3. So 2 in a row. Obviously PPI not as closely monitored, not as closely watched as CPI. But another indication there that inflation heading in the right direction. 6.7 again versus 7.2. Big spike here. Back to the upside, 2.5% now for the NASDAQ in positive territory, coming off of that number, coming off of what was a bit of a choppy session on Monday. If you remember, the initial sell-off was bought back up. We end the day right back at session lows in negative territory. But with this data this morning, looks like we are going to try to at least extend some of these gains. Chinese ADRs, speaking of extending some recent gains back to the upside this morning. More positive talk coming out of China on reopening, more positive developments possibly between the U.S. and China relations. So we'll have a look at all the ADRs this morning. Huge move to the upside for TSM, Taiwan Semi. Warren Buffett in there buying up more than $4 billion. 1.2% stake now in Taiwan Semiconductor. A ton to get to this morning. It's Wednesday. It's Tuesday. It's not Wednesday. What am I talking about? It's Tuesday, November 15th, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. Yeah, big move for everything here back to the upside. Again, if you missed it, PPI numbers just out there again, 6.7 versus a 7.2 reading expected. And again, that's wholesale inflation. So to the downside, which is what we want to see, obviously, when it comes to anything inflation related. That's how things look right now. 2.44 for the NASDAQ. It's even higher right now. 1.65 for the S&P, about 0.64. The Dow, both Bitcoin and Ethereum moving on that as well. 3.5, 3.6 there for Ethereum back to the upside. Here we go. Another day, another rally, guys. Good morning. We are very positive. Sean's already very busy with big winners because of this number, guys. Good luck. 2 inflation readings, count them, in a row in the right direction.
Yes, sir, absolutely. And look, that's what we're looking for. Obviously, the market taking it pretty well. 3% on the NASDAQ already. I just watched Tesla go like 3.5%, but a couple of names I just stuck to what I was looking for yesterday. Intel 31 was a breakout I had in mind. SoFi. Yeah, I mean, I liked the SoFi break yesterday at $6, but 605 was the top. I ended up taking this one here today when it was breaking. I did miss on Roblox. That was setting up at 37 as well. I should be double checking Rivian because that was yet another one that was Rivian breaking 35. I don't want to chase anything too badly right now, but going to take some profits out. The market absolutely booming off of this number, so it's going to be an interesting start to the day because it's not often that you're that 3% on a PPI. Like CPI, we're used to seeing things like this, but the market definitely loving this. We'll talk about some of the ADRs, but right now it's all about that PPI reading coming in lighter than expected and taking the markets with it. And this is on the back of a great report. We were already rallying off the great report from Walmart, and this is just leading to that, and this is just building on that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, no surprise here as we got a great number last week with CPI. So here goes PPI. We are $1.20 right now in the money for AMD. As soon as it came out, I just punched long. Like Neil, I knew exactly what stock I wanted to get into. It's all over the sticky note. I said, if the market rallies, this is the name that we want, AMD. So there it is, man. We're long at 76 still as we approach 77.15 right now. We've done really well on these last couple numbers, man. CPI, PPI right now again. So we're ready to rock and roll. We're going to hit it one more time. That was an absolutely great number, 0.2 versus 0.4 there on producer prices, final demand. So, yeah, coming in better than expected. And up goes the rally, man. The jump is now on, Brendo.
All right, I was just noticing here, guys, they've also revised the prior. I was drinking some coffee. They've also revised the prior months to the downside. I can show you as well. So the last one, if you remember, 7.2%. They've revised that now to 7.1%. So this move in the right direction could have actually possibly started back in September. But here we go, 6.7 versus an expected 7.2. Up here as well in the core number, 8 versus 8.3. Again, on the wholesale inflation reading, if you're just joining us, better than expected. Couple in a row here in the right direction as far as inflation readings are concerned. We were coming into the morning kind of wondering whether or not this was even going to move the market, because in the past, PPI typically has not been that significant as far as overall market moves. But in this environment, obviously something that's going to be paid close attention to. So here we go, back to the upside to kick things off, guys, in a big way, right across the board.
Yeah, and like there was, I'm not calling anything shady, but if you saw some of the way that the market was selling off yesterday, there was a lot being taken off the table in some of the strongest names. And I'm looking no further than something like a Netflix here, because that had pulled back over $10 all afternoon. I mean, I was surprised by it. Certainly, I had the top short, took a couple bucks, and it was a $10 move. It's ridiculous. So a lot of people looks like a lot of people taking some risk off of the table, which does give you a better chance to get a breakout when that number comes in. So I think that might have leaned into it a little bit here, but what an impressive rally just now. I mean, Tesla, just going over some of the names here. Tesla got almost to $200 there on that bounce to the upside. So it's just across the board showing a lot of signs of strength. I mean, the aforementioned Walmart that I was mentioning here. Actually, I took another leg out in SoFi, 6.25. I think that's a move that can get to 650 ultimately. Been looking for that break for a while, but I want to pay out on the way to the upside here. Walmart did not quite get to 150. I'm going to go ahead and cancel my dip buy. I was kind of locked and loaded. I didn't want to break out in Walmart because I don't want to be chasing it, and it's not that liquid pre-market, but I was locked and loaded. If this had come the other way, there was only one stock that I was pretty sure I was going to be buying on a dip if this had come the other way, that print, and it was Walmart. So thankfully, don't have to do that, because it looks like this one's continuing to go. Maybe not as big of a rally off the number as most, but that's because it was already up 7.5. It was already up 7% going into this. Their buyback being strong. And the other thing worth mentioning is a bunch of stocks went up because Warren Buffett told people that he bought them. It must be nice to be able to do that. It's like, yeah, how do you get an extra 10%? Just disclose a 13F and then 10% overnight.
Yep. We tweeted out earlier this morning, SoFi, TBLT, new breakout highs. So stuff to look at here this morning was going to be SoFi and Tough Built. Brendan brought us Tough Built yesterday. We're bringing you SoFi today. So there's the break here on the daily chart for SoFi, breaking above that $6 right here. And it was really like $5.80, $6 right there. Starting to break out, now starting to go. You have that 650 level there on SoFi. We also put it out, of course, on the Twitter machine, that we wanted AMD today, right? So AMD, huge run, continues, market rallies. This is the one. So for me, it was a pretty easy call here for AMD. As you know, the moves that this is up here. NVIDIA's up 52% from its October bottoms, 52%. So, I mean, the accounts are feeling a little bit better. Look at AMD, $55 up to, it's the same thing, up to 75, that's 50%, right? So $25 on 50, boom to the upside. There it goes, AMD, and we're just enjoying the ride right now on this name. So AMD, we punched long there, right at 76 as soon as the number came out. Hit it to the upside. There it goes. We're out of 60% of it as it continues to go up, 77 and change right now. But like we just mentioned again, man, AMD, huge run. We tweeted it out this morning. AMD's the one to trade for me anyways. When the market goes, it seems to not want to stop. So I like AMD here this morning.
5% already for AMD. Some of the other semiconductors we'll talk about as well. Here's this Chinese headline once again, 2 days in a row. Positive momentum, positive discussions, it seems anyways, between President Biden and President Xi that were yesterday, but continued momentum in the right direction anyways. We've seen 4 or 5 days in a row now, these Chinese ADRs gapping all over the place. Keep in mind, there's individual catalysts on individual names as well. So Tencent Music, for example, up on earnings this morning. We had that note on Alibaba on the Singles Day side of things. Remember, they didn't even release any numbers from Singles Day, which is very odd and not expected for Alibaba. There was also JD.com with its own news story as well. So yes, there's the general overview of what's happening with these Chinese ADRs, but some specific news as well, guys.
Well, I was a little skeptical on, look, Alibaba it supported 72 yesterday, but it really only gave you, it gave you some decent shots off that level. But respective of what we thought it could have done, certainly I'm not that pleased it was only giving you like a buck on some bounce plays at best off of some support. So support held, they just didn't do much of anything with it. Okay, so they didn't give us the singles day numbers, but they gapped up with the overall sentiment. But you're not really, you're not participating. You did have a bit of a bounce here in Alibaba, but it was already gapped up 11%. And it's not really getting through this 80 high. So if I'm asking myself, all right, well, as a day trader, what ideas do I want in both directions? Look, if we're not breaking 80 on BABA, I'm probably going to be looking for some shorts up here. And just not really participating with this. But there's a lot of time. Like a lot of times that's a setup I'm looking for at the open. Heck, it's 8:40, right? Just got to remind ourselves here that yes, we've just had a big move in the market and we're already up a bunch. But it is very early. So a setup that I would have reserved for the open, failing the top at the open and a rollover, that's not one that I want to put on light volume here at 8:40. I think there'll be time for that. But it's interesting to see that when everything started going back up again here, not necessarily participating maybe because of how far it was up was Alibaba. JD, similar gap, showing some strength and pressing through. And I think you have to put these in their own buckets. When I look at NEO, I'm going to be both examining it from the standpoint of, okay, it's an ADR like everybody else, but not nearly as strong yesterday, not nearly as strong today. I think the EV names might be in their own bucket. NEO as well does not get through this $12 level, which it failed miserably at the open. So NEO and Alibaba, they're feeling like they're in that same bucket to me. I actually was looking for a NEO break at 12. And interestingly enough, the fact that you wouldn't do it, the fact that it did not break just then, I think is a bit of a stain on the stock. I am watching that PEGI, but obviously for the time being, you're watching the overall market a little bit more than some of these smaller caps.
Yeah, I wrote down, first of all, we just got out another piece there of AMD. We only have 20% left. We took a 77.21 there for $1.20 on that. So we're already half our daily goal here, so it's been a good morning there. All right, I like Alibaba. So Alibaba's written on the sticky note again here today. Anytime you come up with a key level like 80, I think you got to watch it. But what I also mentioned was you got to be very careful off the open. This name could fly around pretty crazily off open. This is what it did yesterday, just for example, if we zoom in a little bit here to what we did yesterday off open. So here comes the market. We open up. This is 927. It's 72.75. It goes all the way to 74. So that's about $1.50 before stopping, and then pulling all the way back, taking out the pre-market there, and then making a move all the way down to 71, 72 bucks, stopping at 71.80. So just in the first 3 minutes yesterday, you went up $1.50, then dropped $2. So, very, very violent here off the open for Alibaba. And then we found a base, and then it supported it pretty much all day before taking off. And then we saw what happened at the close yesterday, where the market went down and somebody was taking a wrong bet on PPI today, whoever did that. But yeah, so I expect sort of the same thing here. Let's see what happens off the open. We're going to be very, very careful with it, but we are going to watch 80 if the market's strong, which it looks like it's going to be. Hey, man, the NASDAQ was up, what? 7% last week. Add another 3% right now. It was down 2% yesterday, so we're making some moves here. Again, this could be another one of those big-time mover days, and if it is, then I want to have Alibaba long. It's just a matter of where. So up at this $80 mark should be a good breakout price on the daily. It's above the 50 period. I like that. We're getting rid of all that. Get that garbage out of here. So we're getting rid of all that, and then we'll see about some of these highs, 82.50. I think if you break 80, you get to 82. So it's not a huge move, but wow, there we go. Why even get out of AMD? This name is beasting right now to the upside. So good trade here for AMD. Good thing we still have a piece on, man. This PPI is sending this market and this stock to the moon.
All right, I want to show you this real quick because we're getting some decent-sized moves here in the treasuries on this number as well. So this is the 10-year on this side. This is an hourly chart I just went to just to show that 380 has broken to the downside. This is I'll go back out to a daily chart, get a better idea. This is the 2-year back to the downside. Not a huge move, but back to the downside this morning as well. Here's what's happening to the US dollar right now. This huge move that we've seen over the past couple of days for the DXY continuing. This is a daily chart, so we're all the way back now to some of these levels around this 106, 105 area. You got to go back to the summer to see the last time we were down here, guys. I just heard as well Canadian dollar at an 8-week high coming off this number. All currencies obviously going to be higher today.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's going to be a big move. But the other thing to keep in mind with treasuries, I think like it would have been the 10-year that hit like the 50 broke. Sorry, it hit the 50 period on the daily, but then broke it. I was just actually pulling up TLT because this is what I usually watch to check treasuries and yields. I think I have to go back and maybe change. If I go to like a 60, I'll show you the next line that's going to be in there because it's this 98 that we're breaking away from. This is what Brendan was sort of talking about, the equivalent. So that's going to be like this line of support. If it draws back far enough, which it doesn't want to seem to paint, this gets to 101. That's the next level up that I'll be looking for. So the way I'm kind of figuring is, you know, if on any kind of a dip we're holding this line, like let's say we reverse this move, that's where I expect, you know, there could be a reason for the market to turn around. So if there's some dip buy opportunities that I'm going to be liking and we start pulling back, like treasuries, yields start to go back to the upside, let's just say, so like treasuries will come down here, then I'm looking to this 98 on TLT specifically. That's the indicator I happen to like. Haven't really looked at the VIX today. I think I'm going to be focused a little bit more on TLT. And as I said, it was breaking through some major levels to said downside. I was just answering in the chat a question about Moderna, and I think this is going to bode well. Just to maybe talk about this. Yes, Moderna, I think, has gotten a little top heavy. It's got a ridiculous run since earnings. Super, but what hasn't? Like so many things have run so far. Am I looking for, like the last time it did a big move up when it rejected 60s, you got like a $12 pullback. Am I starting to look for a big pullback day on Moderna? Absolutely. But when you're looking to short today, you've got to be very careful, very patient, and particular about both your entries and your exits. So while this is definitely on my radar, and it hasn't broken the highs yet, yesterday's highs, it's definitely on my radar. This is not something you rush into, right? Like this is, obviously the market is going to have pullbacks at some point, and there's going to be some opportunities as a day trader to go short, but this has been a super strong stock. I'm not rushing into anything. I do like this setup. Currently, if it doesn't take out that 184, 185, but I said this in yesterday's trade. I thought Snowflake was doing a similar thing as well, you know. And then Snowflake goes right out and breaks out that first level. I'm like, okay, throw that out the window. It's not going to fail that price. PPI came strong, so then I'm looking up to the 170. So it's a matter of having it set up. Is there a setup for a pullback in there? Snowflake's another name that's up, I think, like 35 to 40% from its lows, and that was like 3 days ago. So there are a couple of names out there that I still believe can give you these pullback trades. Just no need to be rushing into them.
I was just checking my account right now, and it's a crazy, like we just bought, I won't tell you how many shares, but we tweeted this out on October 31st. We bought Microsoft, and actually the price that I got was $217.60. Like Microsoft's at $248 right now. This was, what day did I just say that was? October, and we tweeted this out too. So, and what I'm getting at is just to kind of run October 31st. So 2 weeks ago, we're now up 10, 15% or so in 2 weeks here on Microsoft. And I think it's going to continue to be the same. So we don't have the best price. We have $217.50 right down here for Softy. That's a decent price, I think. But what I'm getting at is like, just like we trimmed some Netflix at $288, which seems to be wrong. You know, Microsoft, again, huge moves to the upside. So, you know, I think we just continue to enjoy this tech ride right now. Buy the best companies on dips if we can do that. I was trying to find the Google, but I just realized I did that on the Canadian CDR, so I'll have to double check what price we got on that one. But again, the same date, October 31st. So big movements to the upside here. Good retracements for a lot of these big names. Microsoft, I mean, stocks like Square. We just talked about AMD up 51%. I just found out that I sent my father the message October 10th that we need to buy AMD and NVIDIA. Up 60% from those days. I mean, look at Square as well. 50, it's the same thing. 50 up to 75. I mean, some of the moves that these names have been happened are absolutely unreal. It's the same as SoFi. Some of these beat up names are just ripping to the upside. We've seen Goldman Sachs. I mean, the thing is, the breadth of this rally really exists all over the place. Eli Lilly, 52-week highs, although they pulled back. McDonald's, same way. You see a nice move today in Walmart. Look at PayPal's bottom, 70 up to $95 PayPal. I mean, some of these names just continue to march on, man, including the big one today, which I probably won't be trading, but Walmart today, big big report, better than expected there today, up 7%. Look at the rally in this name that's happened, right? So it's definitely a market-wide rally, let alone, I mean, we haven't even looked at, we rarely look at it, but energy here on the show. XOM, 114. Like, some of these moves here that have been happening are absolutely unreal. We focus a lot of the time on tech names, but just look at the breadth of this market. I've just called up financials, tech names, energy names.
Look at travel.
Look at is travel's got it's great as well, right?
CCL since the beginning of October is almost a double up.
There we go.
And and my guess is NCLH might even be better than that, to be honest with you.
Absolutely huge moves, man, and just congratulations to everybody who's been part of this. It's been a great run up, but many of us are just making the money back, right? You had to be in some cash to take advantage of these dips. So, you know, hopefully you're in it, and let's just see where we go. It feels like it's going to get exhausted, but hey, better economic numbers ahead, it seems like. We talked about this a while ago, so there it is, man. It's finally coming through. Nice little recovery here in the market.
It's 13G and 13D season, which is typically when large hedge funds disclose large positions, so 5+% or somewhere in that neighborhood of individual holdings that they've accumulated in the past given period. A few of these to get through this morning, but I want to mention a couple right now, guys. This one, first off, Pinterest. It was the activist note that we got a couple months ago. Elliott, lost my mind there for a second. Elliott Management increasing its stake in Pinterest. So we're up here 4.2% in pins. And then this one as well, Paramount. Berkshire was very busy, by the way. Not only did he increase his stake in NU, we'll also talk about a few others here coming up, but Paramount, so P-A-R-A higher here, Berkshire in there buying that one as well.
Yeah, I mean, Paramount, Texas Instruments is the big one that'll be on watch for me today. It's not just because it's a semi, but part of it probably has to do with that. But interestingly enough, I was looking over and I'm like, oh, that's actually not as crazy. I thought it was a little bit further away than it is right now, because it's just up 23 bucks from the bottom. I'm about to say it's just up 40% from the lows. What am I even talking about? That's very impressive. What I'm sort of getting at is I thought it would be a little bit closer to the 200 period after breaking out and maybe getting to the next level of resistance. So it's weird to me. Yeah, it actually has 85. That I don't really love the idea of going short this thing, but there's a few names that might just get overextended here that might look for some resistance. And I was looking TSM at 85, half expecting it to be a little closer to the 200 when I pulled it up there. So it's not a huge shock, but it's at least a little bit of one. I know we talked about Walmart there, and I want to pivot to, if I can, Home Depot, because just to be balanced a little bit. Home Depot's actually down on the day because their earnings didn't quite boom as well as Walmart. Everyone can understand with mortgage rates going to the upside, the home builder's under a different kind of pressure than Walmart, which is a bit more defensive. So that being said, it is attempting to bounce off its 200 period moving average, which is about 305. That's my line. That's what I'm looking for at the open. This thing holds 305. I think there's a chance for a bit of a relief rally. Again, relative weakness though. If we're beneath that, I want some ideas that I can be going in the other direction. And for now, I mean, anything that's red on the day after a number like that, it's hard to be overly bullish, and I will be looking for short setups. I'm putting Home Depot into that bucket. Could always recover that 05 level. But at this point, you know, it's hard to like anything that sees a rally like that and can't go green.
Yeah, I mean, we've always talked about shorting Amazon a little bit if you want some short ideas, but honestly, man, you're up 5% and just ripping here again. Amazon, oh yeah, we don't have the chart going for that. You know, just an absolute monster move here for Amazon, but this 105 level could be something. I mean, $86 to 104. I mean, I was just sort of bigging up Microsoft and stuff like that, but this name is just, I mean, this is a little bit different because you got so hit on earnings, but Amazon continues to want to work here. I just got to clean up these charts. So I'm initially, honestly, guys, I don't have any short ideas today. That was just such a big number that let the market settle down, and then if we have to short it afterwards, we'll do that. So for right now, I'm going to stay away from any sort of a short idea, but Amazon has just ripped up right here on the 1 minute chart, and I mean, it's really took out some levels there. I mean, before that PPI number, we were at 101.50. So, I mean, I'm happy with AMD being up $1.50. This name, 101.50, 250, 350. So you're almost up $2 at the high here for Amazon. So definitely some nice moves here. And I think I would look to fade this short side. We were only really long yesterday, which is kind of funny that I'd be looking short today. But, you know, a nice pullback down yesterday, closing at 98 bucks, 98.50. So up to 104 today. Seems a little generous for Amazon. So I know that there's some talk there in the chat, so you're welcome, Momo and everybody else asking for it. But that's sort of my thoughts there. A little bit high up, but again, I do not want to get. I'm already up today. I'm already happy with what we've been doing. So let's just let the market settle down. We'll find tops, we'll find bottoms, we'll find names with the proper momentum, scans and stuff like that. So I'm excited to trade today as per every day. So let's just keep this party moving. And you won't see us blowing our hands today. It's
a little different
freaking Bahamas up in here. Shout out to Sharif.
Why's it got to be Bahamas? FTX, I know.
FTX, yeah. That's why I said shout out to Sharif. Maybe some little Egyptian flair here today because this is pretty hot here. I guess they got the furnace working finally.
Not only did they, it's back to where it was a couple weeks ago. A couple more on the filing fronts this morning. VERU, there was a 13G. We'll get to that in a sec, but Veru not really doing anything. Also, Getty. Remember, there was a big move in Getty yesterday about midday on that Coke headline, Coke Industries. This was it over here. Big move up it was about 12:30, 1 o'clock, all the way to 760. There was also a 13G on them, so down this morning, but two names worth a note at least. That is a look at some analyst moves this morning for you. Upgrades and downgrades. There's nothing really significant. ATVI, obviously, the Microsoft connection there on an upgrade, not sure why. I actually, in fact, don't recognize any of these names on the downgrade side this morning. There are a few names that we'll talk about. AMD, for one, with another upgrade this morning as well. Just a few examples there, though, of analyst moves. Here is your social sentiment board for the morning. A little bit of a mixed picture once again, even with this positive number out this morning, we're still red for the SPY. Mullen on here, downside again. There's the Qs downside again. Walmart downside, red on the sentiment side, but obviously not in the pre-market. Tesla as well, negative sentiment this morning. There's DWAC. Yeah, it looks like former President Trump will make this announcement later on today. I mean, he was posting on Truth regarding this being the most important day or potentially for the U.S., but we don't need to get into that. MMAT, Zila on here, positive, Amazon, amongst others, guys. Bit of a mixed story as far as sentiment goes. Tough to see, but that's actually Meta up there this morning in the green as well.
I mean, I'm mildly surprised that DWAC isn't bigger, to be honest with you, given what could happen and what could eventually move the stock. We'll keep our ear to the ground for that. Rum is to the downside here pretty heavily. It actually broke $10 already this morning and is trying to recover. I'm very curious about that 13G. Who was it that was disclosing the stake in Veru? Kind of curious about that. We'll see. That one got crushed yesterday. Or crushed earlier. I don't think it was yesterday. Crushed a couple of days ago. But Rumble got to watch this. It's holding this $10 for now. But anytime I see something that, you know, it's stacky or whatever, and that $10 level just usually is a pretty good magnet. So when I see it bounce off there, I'm usually pretty inclined to want to play some kind of a dead cat bounce. I understand if it does not hold this, I mean, you got a ways toward the bottom, but yet another name which is going to be on the radar in here today, almost unavoidable that I'm going to be watching some Rumble. But DWAC, it's not doing anything right now, but look, there's no getting around it. If there is an announcement, I do want to be sort of ready. And the obvious thing that stands out, yesterday's high was just shy of 29. The pre-market high was about 29. If this just starts going, there could be a pretty clean breakout trade if there is an announcement. And I kind of just want to be ready for it whenever it does, right? So I don't know any timing or anything along those lines. If and when, would it be during market, would it be after market? Certainly there's a good chance it won't be during the market hours, but I'll be ready to go if there is a positive or negative, just looking for that breakout once the open does happen. So, you know, DWAC's going to be on the radar to be sure, but the story really is the market moving like this. But yeah, you saw Home Depot a little bit to the downside. You can't, I know the market's looking great right now, but you can't ignore Rumble getting crushed today.
Yeah, I mean, I'm the same way. We put it on our sticky note. We just put DWAC at the bottom here at Trader TV, Sean. It just said, watch out for any Trump news. I mean, it's that simple. I feel like he's not going to run. And the reason why I say that is like, isn't it kind of, it's just so obvious. Like, he tweeted that out, get ready for what was it, the best day in U.S. history or something like that?
The biggest day in U.S. history.
Right. So it's like, I mean, I don't know. That to me means he's running, right? And sometimes I just want to think a little bit counter to that, but who knows, man? Is he going to announce DTG Jr. or whatever? Is Donald Trump Jr. going to be running? Like, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen here. So, hey, I kind of, just hope for action in the stock, right? And so I've already paid for shorts. We have to do that here. So make sure that your broker, if you're looking to trade DWAC, you want to pay for shorts in that name. I still feel like, I think all these levels will get taken out if someone gets word of anything that he's running. I mean, this is why you're in the stock. He's already tweeting. We say tweeting, but I don't know what's it called, truthing. If you're going to put something on the truth, but that doesn't seem right either because, who knows what people put on social media. But, he's out there talking about it. So let's just wait to see what happens. If any of you, happen to see a tweet or anything like that, definitely let us know. Brendan's going to be all over it. But for me, I really like DWAC just to watch today. No positions for me in it, but, we'll see if we can get into one. And then we've already talked about Rumble and how dangerous this name's going to be, breaking through $10. I was really worried about it this time when it broke the first time there. We actually talked about that when it was up here. Be careful of that break. And it did break and it went to 650. So, you have that $10 bottom when it was a SPAC, but for right now, I am a little bit nervous about this name as AMD, guys, continuing its march. Even though, this is what I was saying, even though the market's pulled back, AMD is at its high here in the pre-market. So, I mean, I think we got this name right. Again, we tweeted it out. We actually tweeted it, not truthed it, out there, that we wanted AMD.
It's called truthing, apparently.
Truthing?
Yeah, that's what people are saying. So
that would make sense. That makes sense. But it's just like, that's the whole point about social media. And you can put anything you want on there, whether or not it be the truth or not. But truthing, okay, so I did not truth this out. I tweeted this out. But AMD is the name I want to continue to look for long. So DWAC on any news today, keep it on your radar, guys.
Let's get Arun in here, get a look at the overall market as we head towards the open here. What a move already, Arun. I mean, 2.85 here as we stand for the NASDAQ. What do we need to know today?
Well, patience, right? At this point, it's kind of blown through any sort of top-end resistance levels that we were working with for the last few days. This is the PPI number that comes in, blows everything up. So now you only have one possible move. At least I'm looking at the chart going dip buy if you get the trade. And for me, it's got to fall into the 20s, into the mid to low 20s, even into the teens for that dip buy to make sense, because my stop placement is going to be underneath the evens, underneath the 90s. It's going to be at 80. So 39.80 is going to be my stop placement. So I need to make sense of the risk here. If I'm going to go for the upside, I do need it to fall a little bit more than where it is right now. So we're going to be a little patient with that, see if we can get the dip. Let's just say we don't get that kind of a dip and we actually just take off to the upside. Let the market develop the new levels and then work from there. Because in a market like this, when it's reacting this aggressively to a number and it continues after the fact, and let's just say after the open, it's going to be a little bit more aggressive if this does continue after the open. So I would just be patient with this if this goes straight to the upside. If it goes to the downside, you have some options, potential dip buys if they set up for you. I think that's it for me. In terms of levels, 39.80 is the only level I can possibly work with on a potential dip to the bottom.
There we go. Now you can hear me. If you haven't done so, that was the link I was mentioning to the watch list. Make sure you grab that every single day. Hit the QR code just to enter your email address. Absolutely free for you every single day. Let's get into Chinese ADRs once again. Back to the upside this morning in a big way, right across the entire board. As we get further, I guess, positive momentum on relations between the U.S. and China. Positive reopening comments coming out of China overnight once again. I was just noticing, though, here's NIO. I mean, if you look at some of the e-commerce stocks, they're already through the highs here. Here's NIO kind of struggling. I mean, it's up huge anyway, 6.8%. But kind of struggling here, guys, to get back to day highs.
We've already talked about my opinion there for Alibaba. What's up, Rob? You like Alibaba?
Not to buy from.
Not to buy from. NVIDIA or AMD? AMD, okay, good. Yeah, I want to stay in his wheelhouse, right? So with that Corsair? Totally. Oh, okay, he likes Corsair. All right. EVG. Okay, this guy's got it. Maybe we have a segment over with Rob coming up here. New in technology. All right, let's just quickly go to NI electric cars. Electric cars? Not yet. Not yet. Okay, not until the proper infrastructure is in place for fast charging. Okay, so there you go. Infrastructure talk. I like that. Right now, I tend to agree with that. Neil, you might lose your job there, man. So
I also almost got like smoked going back to get a coffee.
Yeah, that always happens.
The door almost took me out, and Randy almost. Well, it is what it is.
Well, you almost got murdered by a car.
We need a window on that door.
And then you almost got murdered by someone over here. Well, I guess the car was more serious that one day. But
yeah, that was actually pretty bad.
Yeah, that was actually pretty bad. I'm glad you didn't get smoked by that car, that's for sure. Okay, so $12 there. Looks like it's a jump spot there for an NIO. You know, the ADRs are strong today. It seems like tensions easing in China. So we'll look at NEO. The thing is, it just ripped up to the top right there on that PPI number and stopped at 12. So sometimes, you know, just like we were talking about before with Alibaba not really going through that 80, NEO right here has 12 bucks. So again, what a move up, man. 9 to 12, great move. Very similar to a lot of the other names that have had this little jaunt. I still like the name. I think EV's strong, and you know, if China worries and tensions and all that sort of, you know, has abated a little bit, then I like the name. Nothing wrong with NEO up here. Let's just, again, I keep saying the same thing about these Chinese names, and I don't know what's up with how they act on the open, but like yesterday, you know, 1170 up to 1215, and then as soon as the stock opened up, there was just monster wave of selling. Like it went from 12.11 all the way down to 11.25. That's down $1, like almost straight down $1. So like when first of all, AMD right now. Still working, man. $1.50 now in the money and going. So I don't know if this dips down $1. I think we could do the same thing again here today. Look to see what happens on that dip down. So if you give it back, even if you give it back to 11, I think you can buy this name. So we'll watch NEO. We'll give it a little go here. But look what happened yesterday. It dipped down, gave us lots of opportunities to get long. Then the market exploded, and so did NIO. Then at the end of the day, the market gave up, and so did NIO. So hi ho, it's off to NIO, I go. So we'll wait to see what it does here at that $12 mark. When and if it takes it out, I definitely like that long, but it's got to do it in the first place. So let's wait to see there. It might just be a fade similar to, and we've already gone over this, Alibaba, not NEO chart. Alibaba is the same, almost the exact same chart here this morning, right? Pretend that's 12 for NIO. Well, it's virtually 80 for Alibaba. Look, here's the chart. You see, there's NIO topping out there a couple times at 12, and there's Alibaba. So, I mean, they both look similar. They're both coming off here with the NASDAQ or with the market. So let's just wait to see. Hey, by the way, the S&P solidly right now above 4,000, 4,034 on the ES.
Yeah, I don't wonder if the new pullback on we'll see what happens with the S&P, but those highs from the last 2 days were 40.10 and then 40.20. Maybe one of those ends up being a dip by support, which would be great, be better than that 4,000 coming right back into play. JD.com is the only one that is holding up and above a resistance level, like so 55 after it gapped up. You have that level on the daily chart, but you know, I said this one yesterday that NEO has sold off like 6 or 7 days in a row, or 6 or 7 out of the last 7 or 8 days off of the open, and it's just been, you know, gaps all over the place, but the only consistent thing has been a lot of times that initial dip buy. So if you think that's the case, I'm more than willing. Like I said, I like that 12, I like that 80 on Alibaba, but if you don't break those at the open, I got to look for fades off of those levels. I just want to point out one thing happening on NVIDIA here, is AMD holding highs and continuing to go. Intel's holding a breakout price. Well, that stock was already in the 30s. I wanted 30s on Intel. I'm not going to lie. We're not going to see that today. If we do, there's other problems. But there's a bit of resistance happening here on NVIDIA at 170. So it continues to try to battle amongst that high. This could set up pretty nicely. If there's a deep pullback in the market that bounces off support and NVIDIA is holding the top of the channel, then there would be a break off the top that's available to you on NVIDIA. I don't think we're there just yet. And I don't know if we're going to talk chips there just because I saw this happening. But I wanted to go quickly. I had said Marvell 43. What do I have to hit enter twice? Would be a short if the stock was holding weak. It is now really broken out from this, so you're now above that 50 period. It hasn't rejected the 50 at all. This one has a ton of space to the upside to about 50 bucks. So on any dips, I'm going to be liking some Marvell on dips here today. That was that linchpin. I just need to see it break away from the 50 period one direction or the other. Obviously, you can see that's to the upside, so I'll be looking longs on Marvell today.
Let's go on to some chip news, guys. Here's TSMC, Taiwan Semiconductor, up huge, I just noticed, taking out the highs, in fact, as we speak on this news. 4.1 billion position disclosed by Warren Buffett's Berkshire. It's about 1.2% of the entire company, so not an insignificant stake. Look at this daily chart. Huge move, obviously. This is 60. That ended up being that last support. We're at 82 this morning in the matter of a week and change.
But the truth of the matter is, I was actually a little bit surprised, not entirely, but a little surprised it wasn't just a tad higher, just in terms of where it was on the chart. Because you look at the rally that's happened, sure, 40% off the bottom, but we've just talked about NVIDIA and some of these other names that have made all of these ridiculous gains off the lows. And it's going to be easy to say, okay, you're starting to get approaching like a little bit overbought, and what's going to be the next step here? I mean, all we know is that Berkshire came in and bought. Well, I mean, there were other few 13 filings where you found some people getting out of some names as well. So, I saw some exits coming out of something like a Micron. But it does it bodes well for the entire space, both the number and that you have some fund managers getting in there. I just look at that 85 and say if it gets up to that price on TSM, I might be looking for a little bit of a fade action for some kind of resistance. I don't think there's a ton of a trade here outside of, I was always like, patience at 80 was sort of my first look, and that's the first thing I wrote down when I came in and was sort of assessing this. If we're above that 80 level and you're close enough to it, then you look for that to be support, and it would probably have to break down that price for me to like to have a short at the open that isn't waiting for that 85. This is, to me, diddling in the middle of an absolute no man's land, so I wouldn't be chasing this move up here on TSM. If you like the long, I'd be waiting for a dip back into that 80 level, which I'm likely to be doing at the open. But if it can't hold this pre-market bottom, I don't want any part of this filling in the gap on me. Not when I think it's a little bit overextended there on TSM. I just want to keep an eye on this Peggy Pineapple Energy. It's starting to gravitate higher. I know it's set up that you'd be looking at like a 325, 330 break at the top, but I want to get this out of the way. Pointing out on the daily, we'll call it the 15-minute here. 340 on this stock. That's the level I'm watching for it to need to make a top-end break. I think if it dips down and can hold at 275, that's a reasonable area if you're long beneath that $3. So I'd be looking for a dip there. They actually reported earnings today. It is your low flow kind of interest, I think, at this point. But it's really not the pre-market high that I'm looking at for the stock. It is this 340 level. It needs to clear that. Every time it's gotten close, it's rejected it, and rejected it with violence. Coming back into the downside. So it needs to clear 340 before I like any break to the top on PEGY.
Go to the retail group, as we mentioned yesterday, both Home Depot and Walmart, the first to report. In this group, we'll also get October retail sales data coming out this week as well. Here's the note on Walmart, Home Depot with a similar one, but not really doing a lot of volume here. But Walmart up big time on raising their annual forecast and this share buyback program that was announced as well. It's $20 billion in a new share buyback program for Walmart.
And who's going to say no to $20 billion? Same store sales were pretty fantastic. Like the guide forward was definitely a solid one as well. So a lot to like off the Walmart report, but it's really, I mean, the chart looks just as good too. If you can sustain this breakout, that's a caveat. 144. I was on the bid pre-market before the number came out, looking to buy the dip at that price. I basically canceled it when it looked like we were breaking 150, but you know what? I'm going right back to that well. It's pulled back with the market coming in here, so that's the level I want to defend. Go up to that 144. You've got a previous 43 to 44 top, so I'm looking for this breakout to now hold support in front of that resistance on Walmart. Home Depot, as I was already saying, this one for me, it's that 305 level. If it's above it, I think I want to stay awake. Maybe this is not the one I want to the long side today. Maybe not the best numbers. Home builders under a little bit more pressure. So if we're beneath 305, then I might look at some short ideas on Home Depot. But it's now solidly away from that level. you're trading at like 303.40. So it's kind of a risk off for me, and then wait 10, 15 minutes to see where we are at the open and if I can actually make a play there. But I am on the bid of Walmart. That one I have no issues catching the bottom of.
All right. I just remember the reason why I'm not even looking at Walmart today is I remember last time I didn't really like the way it traded there off earnings. So I don't know. I'm just a little bit skeptical about trading this name. It's already up 6%. Sure, the quarter was great. I like it. It's just I'm more looking for a short, if anything, up here to 150. I don't really want to catch dips. I don't really want to do anything with Walmart here. I'm just not convinced on where it's going to go. So I could see it definitely pulling back in, people capturing that profit. I was showing you the daily chart there, and all I was going to say is that it's, again, a really nice move there for Walmart. So I don't know if traders are caught offside, long, short, what the situation is here with it. It has pulled back pretty dramatically there this morning. So to me, the short is the right play. It's just a matter of finding what levels, and then, we'll be on this name, but honestly, with today, with the NASDAQ now pulling back, some of those ideas that we had with Amazon and things like that, look, we talked about shorting this one. What's up to Momo? You asked me about Amazon earlier, and I was like, I'm just waiting, but I think this name's going to be a short, and there it is, man. It's pulled back about $1.20 from those highs as well. So, yeah, market's pulling back a little bit here. Walmart definitely not on my radar when there's so many other things that I have a little bit of a better feel for. But yeah, let's keep Walmart on, man. I mean, if it gets up to that 150, I'm a looker. I don't know if I'm a buyer or a seller, but I'm a looker for Walmart up here at 150. But we got to wait for that to happen.
To Amazon, another one that's been quite the mover the past couple of days. Amazon finally launching this telehealth, if you want to, or web service health this morning, which rolls out right across North America, in fact. So you're going to have access to, I guess, common problems that you can hit up doctors on or through Amazon Prime or through your actual Amazon Prime subscription. There was another couple of positive notes from analysts this morning as well on Amazon, guys. So what do we do with this one today?
Yeah, at this price, I'm not doing much of anything with Amazon. Yesterday, I have exactly the same look that I had yesterday in Amazon, which was 101 and 105. If we pull back, like the last time we're making significant moves to the downside, let's just say, is who's rejecting 105 here on the 15-minute. You can see we're now back to breaking out. That was just that 101 top from Friday that we're looking to test. I waited pretty much. I did have some, I had a couple of scalp shorts that worked out for me on Amazon, but it didn't really move much at the open, so it didn't give you the test of that 100. You're already breaking past it, so I got to look to that 101 for a chance at support. If we see 105, that's the level I like to the short side. So I'm just kind of sticking to those two levels on Amazon. Clearly, you're going to get at least some benefit here. Amazon is from Walmart's good earnings. Yeah, but it's just I'm not going to be messing with this one in the middle. That break would have been nice at 101, but that actually happened before the number came out. It took, if it wasn't for the 830 number, I would have probably had this one, but when it breaks the key level at 730 and you have a number coming out at 830, I don't know that I'd ever take a breakout under those circumstances. So 101 and 105 for me on Amazon. Otherwise, I'm probably sitting it out today.
All right. You would think that this would sort of be negative news for Teladoc, but I think it's already sort of baked in. I think we all sort of thought that this stuff was happening. So Teladoc, I just want to flip over to it. Not much happening. This is another one of those names that is well off its bottom. I mean, this bottom was $20-25. Now, it's not even well off. I guess there's better names than this, up to 35. So this is a name to watch here today. We've already talked about Amazon. I'll probably be trading this thing a lot. It's one of my #1 stocks over the last little while for me in trading. So we just continue. It's too bad that all my trades yesterday aren't showing up here. But yeah, that high of $100, we definitely traded that yesterday. That was a great little level to short off of. Now today you're well above it. I think we could still fall back into that level. If we do, then we're going long there. That 101 is fine as well. But I just, yesterday the only losing trade I had on all day was that AMD long that we had right off the open, right? So I'm not I'm going to wait for all these levels to sort of develop. We only have 10 minutes now. We could do a quick check. We don't have the NASDAQ imbalances, but of course, there's Taiwan Semi off Berkshire. So that's starting to go to the upside. NEO upside as well, looking at that $12. We talked about that. XPeng, CCL, BABA. There's that new bank, or new holdings, which I'm ready to short. This name is the only orders I have out right now are short on NU. And then that's about it for now until we get the market on open imbalances for the NASDAQ at 925. So, hey, I like all these names, but I don't know if we're going to get to new eventually, but
it's next.
I do like it. There it is. It's on the board soon. So we'll go to Brett, and then I'll come back and talk a little bit about it.
Let's get into it. Here's what you need to know. 171% surge in revenue to 1.3 billion. And that's on an FX neutral basis. Again, it's a Brazilian-based company. Backed by Warren Buffett as well. But from the surface anyways, guys, it appears decent quarter here for NU.
Yeah, so NU, we just talked about it a little bit. I'm just not convinced. There's been so many of these names like SoftBank, like SoFi, like DraftKings and things like that have come out with numbers that have been pretty good, but not great. And then they were just faded the rest of the day. So for me, I'm just going to rinse and repeat that. I'm going to go short up here, 520, 530. And then if we ever take 550, then I'll get out of that. But this is going to be a big position for me, especially if the market wants to take this name to the upside. I know it's a Warren Buffett backed, or I don't even know if he's still in it. I have no idea. And I don't really care. 530 right there. We're going to go short around that price. We're going to start it at 520. And then we're going to wait to see what happens at 550. So, hey, man. We're going to be here for this. If it breaks us, it breaks us and continues to go to the upside. But I just don't, I'm going to give it to 550 or so. If it wants to rip, it rips. And for me, I'm going short on NU just because, hey, muscle memory.
Yeah, we've seen SoFi do this like 2 times. I want to say 2 times in a row. It could be 3 times in a row on earnings. It's for sure at least 2 times in a row where it gapped up over 10%, had 0 follow through, and then fell over. If memory serves, it did trap longs in both circumstances. The only thing I have different on NU today is I don't know, like, what I usually like for this play is a pop and fade at the open price, like trapping the initial longs. I feel like if it's getting to that 530, I might have to see it actually pump through and then trap longs at that price level. But if it traps at the open, which is essentially 5 to 505 right in here, then I kind of like that notion. You make a break of the high, don't get through 10s, and then you're shorting 5 to 505 inside of the range. And that way it doesn't actually have to break the low before you can take some profit out on it. Obviously, I'm going to be in SoFi right now. Like, you know, SoFi does its thing where it gaps initially and then just essentially just sells off. Finally, when you get the move, it's always like that second or third kind of day, and it's like just like yesterday too. It breaks $6 initially. I was on that break a couple days ago. On Friday, I said I want the break at 6 when it happens on SoFi next week. It did not work. We lost, I think, 7 or 8 cents on that trade, and then we're getting the breakout here now today off of that 6 level. If it can't hold that 95, I'm getting out of it just like I did yesterday. I am on the bid for a dip buy here, and I'll have to watch NU because if NU absolutely tanks, I think SoFi is going to probably put a bit of a reversal on there. It's not to say that they're correlated or anything, but if I see NU dropping to like 450 or something, I doubt SoFi is sustaining this move. But I'm looking at that pop and fade off the pre-market levels initially if the longs get trapped.
We haven't touched on yet. I just noticed here, guys, 200 coming into play off that number for Tesla. Still up 3 1/4, but banged its head off that 200 level once again for this one. This out this morning for Tesla, guys. They've once again, I think this is about the 2nd or 3rd time this year they've done this, but the wait time in China for both the Model 3 and Model Y cars down to 1 week. So you can now get a Model Y or a Model 3 in a week in China.
Yeah, you know what's interesting is I was sort of saying Tesla got to 200 and then reversed, but that was actually a very clean trade in the pre-market. Not the first place I was looking, to be honest, Tesla today, but it got to 199. I think it was 199.90. For those of you that were, if you're looking at this one, I think it's pretty obvious the first level that we're watching today, 200 has stood out like an absolute sore thumb. Obviously, it's had some trouble at like the 96, 97 level where it's sitting right now. So outside chance that previous sort of lower high off 200 could turn into support for a base on a breakout. So it's been a pretty solid run back up for Tesla, but a lot of things have gone a little bit further than this, obviously. So I think it's got some room to go if it can clear that 200. if it does dip through 96, it's probably $10 lower. Like it's those mid 180s where, you know, sort of looking for some scalp trades yesterday that I got out of too early, quite frankly. I get it. I didn't really hold on for the high. Now my trades just showed up all, okay, there we go. Yeah, I was looking at the same levels, 185, 186. That's where the longs were for me yesterday. We did hold it to like 91, but I probably gave up on like $4 or $5 worth of profit by not really digging into this one too far. So if it does break 95s, I'm looking right back into those mid 80s for the longs on Tesla. It's pretty much either that or we're actually taking out that 200 to the upside. I'll probably sit out the middle here on Tesla. We've already talked NIO a little bit here, but only because we have 5 minutes to go and I think we're done. I'm going to go to Rivian just very quickly here. Rivian broke that 35 and whoa. Okay, so Rivian broke 35. I was about to say it's coming back beneath that 35, but now it's really coming back beneath that 35 level. So that just got taken out with a little bit of violence there on Rivian, down $1 off the high. So Rivian 35 is right back to resistance. I'm assuming something probably just dropped here. Just want to see. I haven't seen anything hit on Rivian just now, but Rivian just tanked down $1. What in the heck is going on there, Rivian?
Yeah, I mean, the market's downside there. We can check out on Lucid quickly here as we go.
I think it ran some stops at 35 maybe?
What just hit, of course, was the imbalances, and Rivian has 1 million sells. So right there. So that's why as soon as Neil said, what the hell is going on with Rivian, we instantly called up this. So there is a big sell imbalance here for Rivian, creating said move down there. But that's, you said $1? Did my chart didn't update? That's not really.
From this break?
From where?
From the tops.
Oh, from the,
It hit 34.
Oh, it's all the way down there. Oh, mine didn't load. I was like, what are you talking about?
Okay.
We're still up there. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So, yeah, correct, man. Big move to the downside.
These charts.
Yeah, mine was like right there. And I was like, what? Because it does take a minute to fill. So, right down there. Yep. So there it is, right at 926. We just got that update. So, yeah, big move down for Rivian there. Now back to 0. And again, I would buy this name right now. Because it's just getting hit because of that imbalance. So that would be an indicator for me to buy the name. So let's just wait to see what happens now with Rivian. Big move down. I would buy it on that move down. But again, I don't, you know, that's what's causing it. Now, whether or not you like Rivian at these levels is a different story. If you were looking Rivian long, I believe we'll just falsify down based on that market on open and balance orders. So take that for what it's worth. Quickly here before we get going, let's just take a quick look on some of the names that are on the sticky note because I'm trying to follow those. We're still watching Baba at 80. We do know this is a violent name, so I'm going to have Baba up on my side here just to make sure we watch that as it goes. We're already in AMD. Because I'm already in it, it'll be easy for me to track. So we're going to leave AMD alone. If we get back down to 76, we all know what's going to happen there. NU, we're going to buy more. NU, we're looking for the short. We already have those orders out. If we get filled, we get filled. And then the last but not least, well, we'll see. I mean, it might be the least name today. If no movement today, no trade DWAC. But right now, 281,000 shares and looking to move around again. DWAC, the last name on my order board here on my sticky note. What's up, Rendo?
Quickly, guys, this was out after the close yesterday. Soros Fund actually cut their stake in Rivian, amongst others. So DR Horton also mentioned, but Rivian in here. So Soros Fund cutting their stake in Rivian.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like you said, that was kind of last night where we got all those filings. So I'm not sure that's what moved it, but always good to be able to see that, what the news might be. Just going to go back over to TSM here because this one, I got updated my quote board because I have it on NASDAQ when it's a New York stock. Still holding around that high. I do like that initial defense of the 80 level, so we are getting close enough to the open. I'm going to get that one out there. That's not an order that I would have just sort of sitting in the ether on the number when it's going to come out, especially when it's gapped so far, but I think I can solidly throw that one in there. We have about a minute and a half to go, so we can be a little bit calm, collected as we get these moves. I said JD.com is on my radar in addition to BABA and NIO. It's still holding right at that 55 level. So I need to see him make a decision in either direction off of said level. I've already talked to Moderna. I didn't mention Snowflake. We talked about Snowflake in the afternoon in yesterday's trade. I felt like this was probably due for a bit of a reversal day. So it just hit the 50 period at 169, 170 here on the daily. That's that line I'm looking for. Like if I'm going to take a shot at Snowflake shorts, the first one, it's not going to be anything but that 170 area. If I can't get it off that level, I don't want to take that risk. I was able to just get the first reload on SoFi and then a bit out here as it got back up into those teens. as I said, if this cannot hold the top of this channel, I want to get out of Dodge because it's likely heading back down into at least that 575 level back into the downside. So Tesla, we're waiting for 185 and then 200. And then last one for you guys here, Roblox. 37 was a big level for Roblox. It was a good short yesterday off the break at the high. It was a double top. I think if it can hold 37, it's got a lot of room to fill in the gap, but that's the key level at the open. If you start getting below there, I wouldn't hold that to the pre-market low, so tight stop for me if I can get the long.
All right, Randy, you're ringing the bell? Who's ringing the bell here?
I think
we only have 10
on
seconds.
The bell.
Let's go. Right now, 10 seconds before the bell, so we need to find some ringers for the bell. With only 5 seconds to go, let's go, Randy. Here we go. 3, 2, and 1. All right, now we're open, so let's go here. Let's just keep on watching some of these names. We did want to watch NIO off the open. We know that one can dip, dive, dip, dodge, duck, all that kind of stuff. So let's wait to see what happens with NIO as the market's open to relatively light avail right now. Not much happening as far as I can see, but hey, we're going to be on a lot of these names. AMD still the name that we're on, watching this float around a bit. We do not want to step in too early to some of these names.
Yeah, absolutely. And just watching, I mean, Intel just popped to the upside a little bit there. Of course, Tesla's going to be on the radar. It is making a bit of a slight move to the downside. Really not a heck of a lot happening there as it tries to get back up to that 200. Remember, Rivian, of course, made that big move down. I was looking to see if it had any kind of a bounce to reestablish 35, but nowhere close to it. And then Lucid. No move in Lucid off that Rivian news, but now it's starting to come back in to said downside. NIO was the other name in the EV space that I'm going to be watching. No break of $12 just yet, but it's close enough. Like this could be one of the first ones to come in.
All right, yeah, just watching here. AMD is starting to go to the downside and watching out for Apple right down here at 152 flat. So Apple, again, a name that's following the market. We already know all about this name. So let's go. Let's try a little long here through 152. You know, if it comes down 150, 150, something like that, we'll get out of Apple. But right now we're going to go long into Apple. See if we can stay strong long in AAPL right now as the market is just kind of dancing here. Apple up 2.5. Market up 2.6, so it's kind of just a play here on the market. So we'll take a little piece out here at 15.16. There it is, and see if we can run to the high side right now with Apple. Right now, 25 cents in the money.
Yeah, a bit of a bounce there. We're back above 6 on that SoFi. Didn't quite get to fill. Walmart did pull back into 144. It got to 145 and maybe change. So it gets close enough to my order that I got to drop it back here because if I either catch that bid at the open or I wait to see if it breaks down there and then wait for a bit of a turn. So I'm going to be a little bit more patient with it. Here comes the move on NU. So it's testing that high. I was looking for the pop and fade. It just got to, I see it got to 5.010 here, but I didn't see it make that move on my level 2. So let's see it test that high of the day again because I didn't actually see that break when I'm watching level 2. That could have just been a dark pool print. So as far as I'm concerned, I don't know if we've broken that top just yet on NU. And that's the move I'm looking for, the fail break of said high of the day. BABA, 50 cents away from that $80 level. So BABA and NIO both setting up to break. Brendo?
As SEC Limited up on a Q3 revenue beat right across the board. Pretty good report, it would appear, for this one. SE, huge volume here at the open, straight to the upside.
We're doing it again right now. Let's go. Let's hit it. Nice little trade here for AAPL as that name continues to fly higher here. Higher, higher, higher. Apple right now taking out 153. We went long at 152. I mean, we were not going to get in too early, but on Apple, we saw some key levels there. We bought it, and now it's upside for Apple. Nice little run now. $1.07 now in the money. Just a recent trade that, guys, we just put this on. So there it is. A couple good outs. We're still in 40% of this. Let's see if Apple wants to continue its march higher here. Good trade on that. AMD has fallen back down. So Apple upside, AMD temporarily downside right now. So again, another opportunity here to take a little bit of profit on AMD, which we did, but we did not get anything upside on AMD. So watch out here. This is going to be an interesting name to see where we go. AMD upside now, halted on that, but Apple as well trying to go. Yeah, go ahead. Yep.
No. You halted like it's slowing down.
Yeah.
For a second there, I heard the word halt, and I was levels.
Yeah, nothing halted
there's
yet.
There's no chance. AMD does not halt. Not that stock. But Intel just got to the high of the day again, 325, and reversed on me. So I have scalped a bunch out in that first quarter. But if it cannot hold and break that 325, I do have to respect the fact if 31 goes, I want to be a bit out of dodge there. And I can always take a 31.25 breakout. SoFi reloaded, took some back out, so it bounced off that $6 level, comes right back up to $6.15. So I'm going to reload some there. Tesla is headed down. Remember, it's 185 I want. If it's going to take out from this top, it's got to be that 200 level. It's 185 I want in any kind of a dip. Now Bank is making a move to that high of the day. So this is the actual move, I think, to the high. I don't think it really happened the first time. So it's about to try to take out that high.
If
it breaks that top and fails this break, I'm looking for the fail top break and then short it between 5 and 505. It's not there just yet. And then Baba, I'm staring at Alibaba for the 80. And Alibaba has now resisted 80 a couple of times. I'll have to clean up that wick because you can't even tell.
Yeah, we're kind of doing the same kind of dance here with all these names, looking to make a move here. Apple did fade out. We only have 30% left of Apple, so this is a name that we're still waiting on here to make that move higher. I mean, I still think it's going to, obviously, as it looks to make it. Still up 60 cents. That AMD did pull back a little bit. We are still waiting, guys, to look for something on Baba. So Alibaba is a name here that I have interest in, of course. Oops, NY. There it is, 79.50. So still waiting to see about our friend here, Alibaba, making that move through 80. So nothing happening there. Let's check out our other Chinese ADR. Again, bouncing off 12 as well here is NIO. So some more movements happening there. Let's just continue with sort of the tradition here. Hold some of these longs and look for a little bit more. What exactly is Meta doing? That's another story here. 117. Wow. Meta continues to march higher as well here.
Yeah, and another one here, just oh, come on, Alphabet. There we go. Load up. I just got some Peggy. Peggy just broke the high, but Alphabet just rejected 99 and pulled back $1. So wanted to quickly show that one to you guys. But Peggy just made that break of that $3.40 level on the daily chart. That was the entry point I was waiting for. The pre-market high has gone. Brendo?
Some of the casinos, guys, showing all kinds of strength here. LVS up 3.25%. Continued positive China headlines, obviously affecting these over the past couple of days, but a little bit stronger than the rest right now for LVS.
Yeah, we need to figure
do
out
something
this
about
heat.
The heat here, guys. It's
where's Randy? Randy's busy. Okay, yeah. All right, let's still looking at news, still looking at AMD, trying to find some more stuff here. What about Tesla? Tesla 197 right now, so that could be a name that we look at, approaching that 200 one more time. The heat and our charts a little slow here.
Well, that's awesome.
198 right there on Tesla for a possible short. So we're getting to 936 now. So these are some levels here that we can work with because now we've sort of let the market settle down a little bit. So let's see if we can't pick some tops and bottoms here on some of these names. We did want to look at Alibaba. We talked about that, but it's not really moving right now. Amazon's back to... Is it? Okay, so
Baba's at 79. It got to 79.75 just now. Sorry, right. I'm getting on the bid. I want some more Peggy if it does make a bit of a dip down here. But yeah, it did get up to 79.70. Look, it's like a triple top on the 3-minute in Alibaba. Look, that's a wick to 80. I didn't see it move there, but I think you're going to get this break in a timely fashion. Neo 12 is probably getting away. It doesn't look like it's going to make that move. Neo actually pulling away from that $12 level, so that's a bit of a fade. I did get into New. As I said, I wanted to make a test of that high, not be able to get past the pre-market top. So it just barely wicked it. So I got in at 3s here. 2.5 is actually my price. I got a midpoint fill there. So if it breaks below 5, I'm looking to get some out in front of the pre-market bottoms here on NU. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to sit here and stare at Alibaba forever. It's a little bit frustrating. Peggy was the new position we got into. And then Tesla, just wanted to quickly give you guys Tesla. Not really a heck of a lot happening. I'm not messing around with this in this range. It's either 200 or 185 for me. And then there goes Intel. So I said oh, give me a break. That was a bad wick on Intel. No, I'm just jumping right back into Intel. I got bad wick at that bottom. It did not break the pre-market breakout low, which was at 398. That's actually where I bought that dip. So I got a bad wick in there. I'll have to jump back on the bid. Either get it in front of this breakout price, or I'm still taking the break at 325 here on Intel. So Peggy, oddly enough, Peggy and SoFi, the small caps were in, then NU. The big caps have all come out, and just going over to one other one, NVIDIA has really rejected 170 now, coming down to 167. I think 65 could be a good buy zone.
Yeah, Yeah, you just sort of read my mind there. I was on AMD, thinking the same thing, that we're sort of trying to hold this. So maybe 76 down there, like where we are long, could be a decent buy zone as well. Apple's near the bottom here because of where the market is, obviously, as the market's now below the 50 period. So it wouldn't surprise me if Apple starts to move below the 50 period here. And of course, if and when that is the case, then we don't need to be in this name for too much longer. So we are just slowly getting some out of Apple right now as we go. So let's just continue with that sort of a move, see what happens here on Apple. We just took out another piece. We're only into 20% of AAPL right now. Just a quick check-in on new again, waiting to see, it's still 502. So I think this is probably it looks like it's going to be a nothing burger kind of trade for me here on that. So we'll wait to see if it does give us anything, but right now it's going to be a little bit of a hard pass. Alibaba has fallen down. Netflix, man, the champion of the world, apparently.
Yesterday.
Yeah, well, even today. Today, Netflix is up again. I just saw it on my board. Yeah, up another 5% today. Netflix continuing to work, guys. So, buyer beware, but Netflix right now is definitely ripping to the high side. So watch out for NFLX making some moves right here, guys.
Yeah, so I told you if it gets back below that 595, I'm just going to get out of SoFi. The breakout did give you that 25 area. I did take a reload right in front of $6. I'm going to get out of Dodge. I'm now in the short. We got the short in NU, and I kind of felt like if one of them was really going to work after the open, then there's no chance that both of them were going to work. So now I'm into the new short. Peggy has continued to go, but it just broke 350 and did a bit of a dance here when it broke. Actually got to 365, but a bit of a dance. It led me to take some shares out at 55 here. Some sellers jumping into this. I did try to get a dip buy. There wasn't one to be had at 330. I think there's some room here to get to $4 on Peggy. Ultimately, I want 375 and then 4 next for PEGY. That's Pineapple Energy. I just call it Peggy because it's PEGY, obviously.
I like that. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Pineapple Energy is a pretty cool name, to be honest with you, anyways. So
it is pretty cool.
Yeah, why not? You love pineapple. We all love pineapples.
Yeah,
it's not on pizza. Yeah. Okay. So that's Pineapple Energy. Let's just check out on XOM as well here. Another name. Yucky. Another name we won't be trading when I look at it like that. All right, so, we did want to talk about Amazon at the high side, but what about Google as well? Google's trying to trade there. Amazon's come right back in. I know you like that 101 level, so that's coming in as well here. So Neo's moving. Is that what you just said, sorry?
It's getting close again.
Oh,
it's
is
like,
it?
I'm just staring at this in Baba.
What did Baba do? Because I know
it just won't break yet.
Trader Prad. Prad was over here talking about it, that he sort of got punched into the long, breaking through 80, but it was only there temporarily. So, that was a little bit of a false top there. It goes to 80.09. That's why I didn't really want to play breakouts early on these names. It just seemed to be a little bit wild right there. But Meta also working out here. We'll look at that when we get back. What's up, Brenda?
Volume here, guys, on Walmart, trying to get back to pre-market levels. Anyways, 147 to 149 was that level, but just took out that high on a volume spike for Walmart off earnings.
Yeah, I see it getting close to that 150 level, to be sure. I didn't really get any fills down there on Amazon. It got close. I see 101.50. If it got closer than that, then I didn't see it happen, to be honest with you. Just getting back to Tesla, because it's getting real close up here, that 200 level. If Neo breaks, I'm on it. If Baba breaks, I like it. Tesla looks like it could be the next one coming in here. Bit of a dip just happened again in Peggy off that high. And I still do want to buy a bit of a dip, but you got to be very careful. I don't want it to dip into a halt, and then I'm just getting more shares long into it. I want to avoid any kind of a downward halt. So if it gets more than 10% up from my level, I'm going to get off of this. I want to see that 200 level on Tesla, obviously. NVIDIA, I just mentioned, catching a bit of a bid. I thought we'd get 165 in this downward trend. That hasn't happened. And then Roblox here. Roblox, it's now gonzo. I'm canceling my 37 dip. Roblox is pretty much gone. I'll have to play dips maybe into that 38 range. This one is definitely on one. It's just a monster level break from the last couple of days at 37. That's what I'm looking to play into. But the next dip will have to be at that 38.
Yeah, I'm just watching out. We did get out. I was going to say we just... I thought this market was turning around, so I was just going to say, we got out of Apple here, but it's not looking like a great call getting out of Apple, but we did do that. Oh, sorry, that's still Meta. Oh, yeah, Meta waiting for 116. I don't know if that's going to hit anytime soon. Maybe not, maybe, but we're going to wait to see if it does pull back. Meta right now, weaker than the market. We've seen this before, and we want to take advantage of that in case tides turn, right? I mean, what's weak right now doesn't mean it's weak later on. So let's wait to see if Meta can do that. AMD still dancing around. I wish there was more of a trade there for AMD for myself. Let's just check in on SoFi quickly as well. We still have only these two positions. I understand that, but again, waiting for some levels to try to develop up here. 585. There's SoFi dipping off that breakout high of 6, coming back in now. Maybe SoFi does have some juice here to pick up this bottom at 580. Let's try to do that. Let's go long here with a 580 out in case that does happen. We're going to call long SoFi now.
Just show you TSM here, getting close to that 80 level. So I am on the bid. This is another dip that I like off that pre-market bottom. It is holding the channel pretty nicely. I already talked about Roblox as one for you there. And I don't want to ignore some of the crypto space. Oh, Intel just broke the top. So I got that quarters to the long side. But I didn't want to ignore Square or Block, whatever you like to call it. Huge fail at 75 just now. So this is, there's your wick top. There's the daily chart giving you 76 even. So this could be finding a little bit of resistance. So if it comes back to 75 and we're still holding away from those highs, Square is set up for a decent short. I haven't looked at Coinbase to see if that looks better yet. Brendo, what's up, buddy?
MMAT, guys, Metamaterials, big mover recently over the past couple of weeks over here on the move once again today. Haven't seen any headlines on this, but just took out day highs there again for MMAT.
MMAT, yeah, that was a 180 break.
We talked about that. Yeah, we talked about that with Jeff Mendel. That was one of those sort of meta plays there as well. Okay, so we're into SoFi. We talked about doing that, so we're doing it right now. SoFi into the long. Sorry, just looking at this 580 level. More appropriately, maybe 570, the bottom there from yesterday. Let's see if it takes that out. So we're going to average into that. Into 570. It's not a big position yet. We're going to get a little bit more shares. I'm going to put my offer right now down near 575 to get a much bigger position on SoFi in case we do test that bottom level from yesterday. The market's pulling back. We did get a great PPI number, but PPI is not CPI. So again, producer prices instead of consumer. Yeah. So we are nervous about the consumer right now, right? So that would make sense on why we're focusing on CPI more than PPI, but still, the move is coming down. Quick little look here. I just saw in the chat, what's up with DWAC? Not much, down 3%. Again, this name is something that I'm going to leave alone. Wow, Shopify up 7 as well. Brendo.
Just seeing a note, guys, from CNBC here. It looks like they're talking about a potential or speculation of either Comcast or Netflix and the possibility of being interest in Paramount. So the only one actually doing anything right now of that group is this one, Netflix. Huge day yesterday in the past couple of days, but downside on that a little bit there for Netflix.
Yeah, okay. So, I mean, obviously, we saw Netflix fall off in the afternoon yesterday, like $10.
Yeah.
So, like, that level was at about 311. I kind of looked at that 311 level. I'll go back to that in a second, but I got the dip in Roblox. I'm going to get some out on the way to the high of the day, but I was kind of thinking that 311, where we're shorting it in the afternoon in yesterday's trade, would be the big level, but it blew it out off that number. Maybe it just gets reestablished. I kind of had felt that this had gone a little bit far. So this could be one for that short, but I might have missed it already. I need something other than NU. I'm going to go to CCL quickly here for you guys. CCL with a huge power move, just continues its ridiculous run to the tops, but this is finally here. It's finally at this 1140 level. So CCL, it's taken a while to get there since it broke the 50-period moving average, but it's right at this 11 or getting close to this 1140, about 15 cents away. This is a pretty big line in the sand. I usually always say here at a level like this, I'm shorting before I'm going long. So 1140 CCL, here we are.
Oh, CCL, good call. I want to thank, I don't know if you guys are still here from True Trading Group. There are some free gifts up there. I do want to thank True Trading Group again for sponsoring the opening show and for sponsoring memberships, right? It's $5. It's pretty cool to be a member, I guess. And we are debating, I can drop some stuff here. We are debating doing a Q&A. So Brad, you'd be good in a Q&A. Maybe do it on the midday show for members only. Huh? Got more what? Oh, more ideas. Yeah. Prad's the idea man here, but we talked about that yesterday. We do have a meeting coming up, so we'll discuss everything with Prad and everything. I think the midday show, Q&A would be kind of cool. Be kind of cool with us as well.
Yeah,
Neil and I can hop
done it
on.
in the past
Sharif,
and we've
Brad.
loved it. It's
Yeah,
fun.
exactly. So that was something that we're gonna do as well. That most likely will be for members only, but we're still deciding how to do that. YouTube has some funky things available there. So if we can do non-members, we'll do it. Whatever. We're gonna figure it out right now. But thank you for supporting the show, True Trading Group, and for everybody else out there. What's up? Okay. The market's falling down here right now. It really hasn't got going at all today. So all the longs that we have, Apple, we have 10% left, man. Not a big trade here for me on Apple today. So, well, it was a good trade for me. Sorry. We only have 10% left. That's the idea. Most of this got out for 153. The market's pulling down. We did need to look at something like Amazon. We talked about this for the short idea that we had, but it doesn't look like it was a great short idea because we don't actually have the short idea on. So right now, just kind of didn't really like to take that trade.
How do I have one short?
That's what I'm saying. So Neil and I, you didn't hear that, but well, maybe you did. It's like, why do we not have any shorts? Why do we only have one short? We need to get more short. Amazon was the key there at 102. Should have had that breaking lower. So now I think we kind of wait to see what happens here at 100. Looks like we're going to get there a little faster than we thought here on Amazon.
Yeah, like I said, the only thing I have short is new. It finally made a bit of a break toward that low of the day. So don't count me out of it. But I have taken some profit. Actually, I don't need this bid down here. I need to see it breaking 490 and then maybe getting down in that 80s before I take another leg out. I did pick up, I'm sitting here saying, why don't I have any other shorts? But then there goes Amazon bouncing off that 100 level. So I did pick that one up at quarters. As it goes higher, like 1-to-1, 101, if I'm long at 25, 1-to-1 is at half.
Yep.
So if it gets up to like 102, I'll definitely take another leg out in front of that. So we'll ring the registers, but it's another long trade. And I'm going to hit the spike, and I haven't commented it yet, but the NFL should be disgraced at the way that game ended last night. I'm not saying Washington didn't deserve to win. Absolutely, they played better than Philly, but Philly got absolutely jobbed by the refs. It's a complete disgrace what I think happened there. But whatever. The NFL seems to like to have the rules the way that they are. Next time you breathe on a quarterback, we'll see what happens. But Roblox got the dip at 38. I have not been able to get that first fill. So I'm going to do that thing where you don't have it at the actual round number and then just move it a couple of pennies away from that 38.30 and try and catch that dip buy. So Amazon, good dip buy there. Roblox working. Peggie's still holding its breakout. I don't think, this stock should not care what the market is doing. I say that with a grain of salt. It's still continuing to trend up. I'm going to cancel this dip buy here in the 30s because it's now seeming like it wants to bounce off that breakout from 340. So you got a bit of a 340 level forming here, and I think that's where I'd buy the dip, if anything. If it can't sustain this break, we do have to get the heck out of Dodge. But waiting on Alibaba and Neo to do something at that 80 and then $12 level was probably a waste of time. So I'm happy to be up today, but it's just like, should have just shorted that $12 level. Said until it breaks, it's a short till it's not. I didn't. And now you can see what's happening over there in Neo. I should have something other than just Nubank to the short side. Really.
Yeah. I still only have that. That's all that I have still. But I am watching Apple because Apple's breaking lower here. So I think that this could be a play that we just take to the low side right now. Will we bounce off? We did get, we did get a little tail there. Let's go a little longer here on it if we can. So there it is. We are back into the long for Apple. I don't want to give this too much room. That bottom there, I only want to give this to like 80, a break or so of 80. And I think on Apple, I'm just going to put that order in right now. 151, like 79 or so for the downside, and we're going to get out of that Apple trade. I don't know if it's going to go or not. I'm canceling my Meta as well. Let's have a look. So there's Apple. We just bought 09. We just bought 10s there on Apple. If we can get it back up into the 30s, maybe okay, there it is. We'll take a little piece out at 18 if we can get it. Hopefully we can. There it goes right now up to the upside. See if we can get it. Did we just get that fill? No, we didn't. So we're waiting there to see about that fill. There it is. Nice little out for us there on Apple as it starts to rip up. Another one coming into play right there for us on AAPL. Just took that. We're going to give it, again, 20 cents worth of risk to the downside. You just heard me call that level. And now we're going to go 20 cents the other way, right? So we just took out 20. Well, we only took out 10 cents there. But let's see if it rips up. We are going to, AMD cracking as well. We're at 76 long on AMD as I hear Prad yelling about that one. Good name there on AMD. Let's see if Apple can get it. That's that 50 period is is 1-to-1, 152.38. So here comes Apple. Let's get some more out on this one. Nice little run up. Yes, there's 27 right there. Bang it out on Apple.
Yeah, and here comes the high of the day on Roblox. So I did get that first bid out in front of quarters. The top is 38.50, so that'll be the next leg. And then I'm holding for a continual break here. So Roblox definitely making that power move to the upside. Here comes Netflix, right? So if I was thinking that this had gone a little bit far, and now you're getting that big bounce in, this is going to be 311. It's about $1.50 worth of risk if you get 11s here to this lower high. That's going to be that first leg that I take a shot on here for Netflix. Like I said, we're looking at Alibaba and Neo. Those might have gotten away from us a little bit. So I don't know if there's going to be a trade. I was watching JD.com as well. Beneath that 55, it broke 55. That could be a little something that's a little bit closer to the vest that I can play off a level that I like. So if we get back up to close to 55, there's a short that I can put on here in JD.com. But Alibaba, I might have to go to said wayside. I did get that fill in Roblox, but I want to move on to what's next, which is maybe looking for some short opportunities in these Chinese ADRs. CCL just came in. So be careful what you wish for, Neil. Because I'm like, oh, I need some more shorts. Well, yeah, I just got one. CCL is up 7%, churning into this level on the daily chart. Like I said, I'd be here for the short before it got to that level. So I'm shorted at 35s. If this takes out 40, I don't know that I need to be in front of this moving freight train. That is a pretty big level on the daily chart that if it goes through there, I don't need to be being very stubborn about it. So yet another, well, a counter trend trade, let's just say, because it is a short. I have only longs and then two shorts, NEW and CCL. I was looking for something. Would have preferred it in a weak name, but I was always looking for this level on CCL.
Downside right there. Apple, flushy. We just got flushed on that one on Apple. So again, out. We actually made money on it because we have five or six outs there. Actually, no, it was probably about flat, sorry, on that last Apple trade, as it did just dump down. So we are flat there on that last one for Apple. We got to still respect AMD. AMD is now below, so I'm feeling like this is a name here that maybe we just, I mean, it's so damn strong today that I want to get longer at 76. It's just, let's try 76.50. I don't know if it's going to get down to 76, so let's put an order around that 76.65 or so area there for AMD. If we're able to get long, let's just take it, and then we'll see. Because honestly, to sit here in such a strong name and not have anything seems, we already have it. I mean, it's my number. Well, Apple's actually this is my number one stock, but them and Apple very, very close to it. You know what's been relatively weak? Again, the big boy here, Microsoft. We talked about what a good price we had on Microsoft, and it's been weak here into the close, into yesterday's close right here, 243.50, 244 for Microsoft, and trying to bounce a little bit more right now on MSFT. So yeah, I don't mind this, man. 243. Yeah, it's still got to get down though. 243.60. Yeah, exactly. Right into there is where we like it. So that's 244. We could test along at 244 if it gets there for softies. So let's have a look at that one. That's a name we like long. We just talked about AMD and just missed that long. And then, by the way, we held it for a bit. Let's just do that. Maybe we get SoFi motivated there. We were looking to get longer at 575. For right now, we're just long at 588. Right now. So SoFi, a whopping 2 pennies in the money, but we are watching that.
It's a $6 stock. So yeah, by the way, I did get this one. I was able to ring the register in front of 102s on Amazon finally. So it bounces off 101, gets to that 102 area, but it's still downward trending. This is a top of the day, high of the day pre-market breakout that fails. So when I get support off a level like this, I always want to pay out in front of VWAP there. And I did get Netflix, but we got to go to Brennan. What's up, bud?
One from yesterday, guys. PDSB just popping back up at day highs here through day highs. 750 was that level that we took out from over here yesterday on this one. PDSB, another 7.6%.
Okay. I just wanted to say, there we go. I'm actually symbol linking right now symbol linking my trade ideas. You can actually wind up doing that. I just want to show you this mega cap race. It's going to be a little hard to see here, but shout out to Trade Ideas again. Tesla right now, the strongest name to the upside was Shopify. So I did want to look at Shopify. There it is. Tesla right there with the winner for the upside move. This is just a relative strength scanner, basically. I want to give a big shout out to Trade Ideas and Michael Noss. Thanks for all the support, brother, on all of that. So yeah, we're waiting for that. But I want to look at Shopify there again, just because. So let's do that. There's Shopify right here. Again, a pretty strong name coming through today for Shopify, up 7% as we indicated that. Some nice bottoms at still, darn it, we're still a little off of it. I wanted to look at this down here at 420, 440, but another name to look at here today, Shopify, looking decent. Yeah, the market now trying to get back upside. Look at that Apple, man. It broke us, and then it's right back upside. Let's go AMD, though, making me forget all about that last trade. AMD working upside.
Yeah, I mean, the long's starting to print off here. I do think if Roblox gets to 10%, that's kind of it's not a line in the sand, but it's a reasonable level. It'll be 39 even, almost. Actually, no, I got that. It's actually above 39 if it goes 10%, but it's around that 39 that I think I'm going to want to take that one off. I did get into Netflix, so the shorts that we put on, news fine, because that just seems to be going only to the downside. It actually broke a little bit lower, but Netflix just came on this pop. I don't want this getting past that 313, so I'm not going to add to it unless it gets up to this top, fails the top, and then I catch them on the way back down. So this and CCL are the ones that are going to be under some pressure. I don't want to ignore Tesla for you guys. It's real close to that 200. So here's the market pretty much off the highs. Tesla trying to break that 200 level. So I'm back over to, okay, one of these breaks. I know it never happened on BABA. I know it never actually happened on NEO. But Tesla 200 is getting close. So it's going to draw my attention for what is next. Peggy's pulling back to 340. I have taken half of it out. I'm looking for a dip buy off that 340. But if it can't hold that level, I might just have to get out of Dodge there. Brendo?
Big day for Piton, guys. Remember, this was yesterday. Tiger Global raising their stake by 20% in Peloton. So we're back to day highs here once again, up 6%.
Yeah, I know it was a nice dip buy on Apple, but what about a dip out? Because we dipped out of Apple when it took that level, and now it's all the way the freak to the upside right now. So nice move for Apple. We're still up on it, man. It's still a good stock for us. But what the hell is going on with the #1 name here on the sticky note today? Mr. AMD. We're long 76 flat. We're long under 76. What am I talking about? So a nice little move there for AMD. Upside right now as it continues to go, man. Let's go. New position alert. Roblox. We're into Roblox now. Enough is enough. I wanted to wait for dip buys. Didn't come through. So, hey, man, we are going to try to take some nice little opportunities here on Roblox. Let this run a little bit. If it gets back to 38, we're going to get out. But this is a name that I'm going to try to be in all day. It's Roblox. Let's see if this one continues to work now. Up to 38.60 and now moving higher. We're long at 54. Obviously, we want a lot more on that name. Neil mentioned that, hey, SoFi, don't forget that it's only a $6 name. So when we're in the money, 6 cents, that sounds like 10%, 1% to me. I wish 10%. So that's a good little move here. We'll see if we get some 94s right now on SoFi. So something to look out for here on that. Hopefully we can get a tick out on SoFi and be able to make a little bit of cash. So far, so good here. Let's just see if we can continue this with these names. Active names today in the market. Needless to say, Roblox now 10 cents, and there's SoFi right there. Oh my God, we just took 1% on SoFi. Let's hope for a lot more.
Yeah, and speaking of, we'll do this one. There's not a lot to be bearish about in the market today, but it's odd that a stock gets up 12%. It's going to be one of them. But NU, it rolls over. There's pop. Try to take out the highs. It just got to the low, at the pre-market low at least, at 487 level. So we're in just above that 5. If it does break here, it is worth, you can kind of look at yesterday's trade. Like, it got up to like a 470 level. I think that's where we could see definitely that 470 is going to be on my mind. I have no bids anymore, but if it gets down to 475 into 470, I'll definitely be looking to take some out in the bottom end of that range. Peggy, as I was saying, having a little bit of trouble here. Trying to hold on to some of these. Whoops, there you go. Trying to hold on to this 340 level on PGY. Load. If it doesn't load, I'll just give you the black chart. So Peggy trying to sustain this breakout. It's now bounced off this pre-market break price. So that's kind of where I would look for that reload. But if we get back underneath now, this 330, I do have to give this one up. Netflix as well. Watch out for that 313. I said I'd take a shot shorting Netflix. I did. We'll see if that one can actually hold up. The long's coming back into play. I just need to see Peggy hold some of these bottoms. I'm going to add to it now that it's bounced off 340. Already 10 o'clock. Time for Happening Now with Brendan.
Hey guys, yeah, brought to you by Chart Prime. They offer top-notch indicators that automatically find chart patterns, support and resistance zones, pivot points, and so much more. Hit the link at the bottom of the screen right now. Use that code TLIVE at checkout and get yourself 20% off. Here's a green board to show you to kick things off so far this morning. Nice moves right across the entire thing. Look at that, 2.5, 2.6 for the NASDAQ Composite and the 100 leading the way. All three, Russell, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. Nicely higher, 1.5, 1.3, 1.5 as well. S&P and the Dow as well. 1+ kind of a day, top to bottom here. A few things if you joined us in the pre-market. We mentioned Taiwan Semi up on that Berkshire stake. Walmart, nice report for them. And Getty Images, remember, big move to the upside on Monday on that Coke industry note. Back downside after earnings missed expectations. There's Walmart trying ever so desperately to get back to day highs. Want to mention this as well. Yeah, another nice day for AMC, guys, trying to hold on to key levels.
Yeah, you know what? Didn't even give that one a second look today.
Kind of ignored that one.
Yeah, it's been in play a couple of days there. The 200 break did happen on Tesla. The initial move was to about 50s. I got out some just in front of that breakout trade, pretty much always like that first leg. Going to see where it goes, jump out of it, and then look for some kind of a dip buy here. It does feel like 199, 199.50 could be in play, but that's Tesla. Netflix, I said I wouldn't add to this one until it failed. And then it got up to that 313, at least close enough to it, turned off that level. That's when I added to it. Get some out VWAP. I'm going to get some out in front of 309 and then hold for the bottom. So the one short that looks like it's going to hold up, at least for now, is going to be this Netflix. I have to show you guys the absolute freight train. I got to use a better. Oh man, I don't have a boat one here.
We need better graphics.
Yeah, I know, but anyway, so that it's not a freight train. It's a whatever you want to call it. But this train is gone. 1140 on CCL. That was my out. We'll lose the 6 pennies. I was going to take a shot at that level no matter what. But I am looking for this now long break on CCL. So I didn't reverse on my order. I'm going to go ahead and do that now. I'm going to take this break. It's a break on the daily. It looks random on the 5-minute or 3-minute, but this is what it looks like on that daily. Netflix now absolutely. Not really tanking, but starting to break down a little bit more. It just got to 310 there. So if it breaks through VWAP for good, 309 is my next out, and then low of the day for Netflix. I know it's been strong and it's up 4%, but after the top I saw yesterday that I wasn't willing to hold on to, I got to get more aggressive with that.
I like all that cash cow talk, guys, because what is cash cow right now? Let's go. If you're with your boy, you've got this one now in the money, 2% and more on SoFi. We just got that out at 601 right there. It did have a nice little move to the upside. It's too bad because we were waiting for more shares down there. Didn't get filled, but still. Run this one through the laundromat over and over again here, SoFi, as that's just printing cash now. AMD, let's go, man. We were on this bull early today. We talked about it. We knew we wanted AMD. It was like the #1 name for me today to go long. We punched in immediately on that PPI number. And yeah, since then, it's just been upside, upside, upside. We did, so I tried to, it's too bad because I put an offer at 63 when I saw that high wick, thought I was going to get it. We could have punched out of Roblox, but we didn't. So that's a mistake for me here on RBLX. We are waiting for, I thought I was waiting for, oh yeah, I'm at 22s right now. So I don't know, 38 is right there. I don't really know why I'm at 22, but it looks like we're going to get that fill anyways. So right now, Roblox, you know what? Just in case we don't get that, why do I have SoFi on 2 of my screens? We're going to go maybe buy some Roblox right now, just in case we miss out. We'll just punch right in there. So there it is. We got some more shares on RBLX. Let's see if that one now, we'll still bid. I was going to say we'll still bid 22 because we just got those. So now let's wait to see as it's pulling back. A break of 38 and we're gone on Roblox, guys. So this name doesn't look like it wants to work as the market's pulling back now. So good out for us on SoFi. Roblox seems to be a little bit more of an issue right now. I got to adjust my price or my shares because now I have a little bit more than I thought. So all right, let's go on Roblox. We're still going to give some love to it back down to 38 flat, but watch out for that break. Market pulling back, and so is this meta play. Brendo.
You guys, we mentioned briefly in the pre-market here, I just noticed back to 530 on a volume spike there. 20% almost now for 10 Cent Music having a big day off earnings.
So I was just about to say, like, I just got filled on my dip buy on Roblox, but here comes Tesla as well. So I'll get to Netflix in a second because the short's going to be obviously
and
back
there
on
goes
with
Roblox.
there. But here comes that 199 on Tesla. That just got taken out. So I'm out of Tesla. The breakout at that 200 does not work out. Netflix absolutely cratering now, obviously.
Is it?
Well, it just got down to 309, and it actually hit 308.5. I had gotten out at that 309 level. I'm going to continue to hold this for the rest of this at least until the pre-market lows. I think that's going to be in play for us here. If the market does want to sustain any kind of a move back down into the bottoms, I think Netflix is going to make a heck of a lot of sense. I feel like I'm about to pull up Moderna and be angry with myself, but I'm going to go ahead and do it anyway. So mRNA, oh no, I'm not mad at myself. Patience, Neil. If you're shorting Moderna, be patient. So it is going to the upside, and it hasn't really stalled out yet. So it did break the highs, got to 185. In the chat, I know Momo was asking about the 188 level. That is what I like next, like right in here, 87 to 88. But that's pretty darn close. If it gets back up to those tops, I would take a shot challenging that into said downside. But like you, I'm in that Roblox. We didn't get the break at 37, took that 38 dip, and now you're challenging back in here. If it cannot hold, this is 37.75. If it can't hold this, I'm out of Roblox. But I think this one's been relatively strong. I want it in at 38. I got to give it at least that 25 to 30 cents to see if it can get back up into those tops. This is a dip buy rather than like the breakout in Tesla. I'll have a quicker trigger to get into that one than this little bit of a dip buy. Intel's holding the highs, but I'm not really getting anything out of Intel till it breaks 31, 35. I know some people have been looking at that level. And then to come back to Amazon, I'm in kind of pure management mode here. Amazon, I was looking for the break of VWAP, didn't happen. So unless it gets back to 101, there's nothing for me to do here other than hold out for the highs or get back in at that 101 level. So being very, very patient with my Amazon trade.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. Okay, SoFi's upside. I was going to talk about Rivian right there, right now. We're short Roblox just to see, but we did lose on that trade. So you saw me lose about 20 cents there on that Roblox trade. So we'll try to make that back here, shorting it through 38. I mean, if the market, it's following the market. So if the market bounces, Roblox is going to get out about 38.20 or so. Otherwise, we're going to wait for that. We'll just go back and forth with it, see what happens there on Roblox. We lost on it, so not good for that one. Rivian, I just want to notice here that we are bouncing. You know what? I guess we got to pay for shorts. Obviously, we had to before, but we are bouncing off this 35. So it's 34.90. We've bounced off there a couple times. We've made that move to the downside. So again, watching out for some Roblox pressure here. Some Rivian pressure here on that 35 level. So if the market really starts to scream, you could get a nice little pop here in Rivian. So that's something that we're looking at right now. And here's my Roblox trade. It's just doing nothing. I actually thought I was getting short at 38.07 and then missed it. And then the next thing I knew, I was punching down at 38, just FOMOing the short on this one. So I don't know. It's dancing around here. I know Neil's got the long. I got the short. I don't. It's just not doing anything. It's going to follow the market. So I'm just going to leave that. If it pops, it pops. All good on that one. For that.
Check out New. New came back.
Oh, did New come back? Okay, I definitely want to look at that. And then I was just noticing this as well. Tesla, guys, got above 200, but only for 50 cents. And now you're back down below it. So this is another level here for Tesla, maybe up 4% here with the NASDAQ pulling back. There might be some love there for Tesla. But now that we're below the 50 period on the 1 minute, although we're not very below it, I am a little bit cautious here of AMD. AMD, a huge move up, watching that 78 level here, guys. Too bad we didn't get more at 76.50 right there. Should have punched it instead of bidding, but nice little aggressive move here for AMD. Continues to make that move to the upside. So I think this is a pretty safe one to hold on to long. And then just recapping 60 cents, 60% out, of our SoFi already. Let's see if this one continues to move. There goes AMD again.
Yeah, and I know a lot of people are putting like names into the chat. I get, like, trust me, we always try to get you everything that's moving and everything we can try to manage. But I'm sort of managing positions and also looking for a couple of opportunities that didn't come in that I might have to let go. But I don't want to ignore NU. It bounced off that pre-market low. And so I'm not really going to short it until it gets back up to those highs, because this could definitely take out the top, right? Like if it takes out this top, I think you can see 525, 530 up these highs on the 15 minutes. So I'm only getting back in tight to that 5-10 level, about 4s and 5s, and risking about 5 or 6 cents on it. It's all about risk to reward there. I flipped to the long on CCL, and I think when you're taking a break on a higher level, like I'll scalp that short. When you're going off 1140, I'll scalp that no problem. Like a 5-cent risk to try and make 15, 20 or something along those lines. But when it's a long trade on a breakout level like that, I'm looking for this trend continue. So if it can bounce off 20 to 25, I actually look to be able to add it. I think once you're through something like this, the upside potential gets pretty insane. If the market goes higher, this could be a 10% type of name just based on where it's going here. Amazon, not much to see, unfortunately. Roblox, for now, is holding up pretty nicely off that 38 level. Like I said, if it can't hold 37.75, I want to get out of Dodge. If it gets back up to those highs, I want to pay myself out on the way back into said upside. So going to hang on to some Roblox. Not much to do with Amazon either, as we're very patient in that game. And I don't know what you can say about Alibaba other than sometimes when there's a roof on a stock, you short in front of the roof. I sat there waiting for breaks on NEO and Baba at key levels. Yeah, it was a key level, but it was short off that level.
Yeah, I'm trying to do the same type of stuff here with Robinhood, giving this back to 994. I mean, this is a new position alert right now, so we'll do this because it's a new position. We are long. Am I on the right stock? Yeah, there it is, Robinhood. So again, a name that's been pretty strong today, up that 4.7%. As crypto's starting to rally a little bit, we can check out Coinbase as well. But we're going to take Robinhood here to see what happens. Just give it back to this like 995 area. That's 996. Again, if it wants to dip down, you know, some of these trades that we had earlier at Apple, the AMDs, things like that have been really printing out pretty well for us. So let's just see if we can hold fort here, go long on Robinhood and see if the move continues. We'll talk a little bit about Coinbase when we get back from Brendan.
Of more on the FTX fallout here, guys. Signature Bank out this morning with this statement. So they had a deposit with FTX, but it looks like it was very small. 0.1% of their overall deposits for this one. SBNY having a good day on that, up 8%.
Yeah, and we'll do the arrows up for the trend here on Roblox. Kind of like CCL. Like you could see 10% on the stock, and it wouldn't surprise me. I kind of threw that out there as being above 39. So the dip on VWAP there, it's held up. I took some out at the quarters, just like last time off 38s, quarters, 50s, and hold some for potentially a bigger move into the upside. Just being a little bit patient with that. Netflix over here, it didn't, like, it was looking like it was going to absolutely tank. The market's kind of going sideways at this range. So I'm not that eager to reload this trade. You have a failed breakdown here at about like 307 really early, and then a higher low getting put in. You could form a wedge and start to break out. So I'm not reloading Netflix as part of managing that one. Just going to have to hang out there. NU, which I always type NASDAQ for, but it's a New York stock. I was waiting for 05s. I wanted a better price if it was going to curl again. Looks like it's turning at $5. If it gets back to the low of the day, I will take some more out at that bottom. Obviously, it's respected it pretty well, so I want to respect that level. So we'll get some bids out there in the low 90s and then some in the mid 80s to try and grab some out on the way back into that downside. Amazon, I mean, obviously, it's kind of holding out here above that 101. So I want to hold on to fort here. The market's pulling back, and Amazon doesn't want to test 101. As long as we're above 101, I'm long Amazon into the high of the day, but no reason to add to this one just yet. My losing trade is going to be here on Tesla, as that one could not hold that 200 breakout or sustain that 200 breakout. It's back into VWAP now. You know what? I'm probably going to sit this one out. I got enough positions on that. I don't know if I want to jump back into this just mildly at VWAP. I was ignoring that price and looking for 200 or 185. I'll go back to that.
Yeah, good hold on Roblox. Shakes fist at Roblox because we were long under this number. So should have just held it and not really worried about it. Roblox trying to make that move back up to 38.60 again, right there where we were initially long. Averaged in, our average price was 25, whatever it was. So now you're getting a nice little move to the upside here on Roblox. But yeah, I'm going to leave that alone temporarily. It looks like Robinhood, in this market move, I don't know. I thought I wanted to get juicy to the upside there, breaking through $10. We've seen that happen before, obviously, on Robinhood, and it's been beat down a little bit. We know, the ties to FTX and things like that. Just thought that $10 might have got us a little bit going there. I'm still not out of it. Like, I'm still not too down on this position. But again, I always think that when you take a break, you like to see some acceleration early. We could have taken 03s. That would have been 2 cents, which still would have put some money in our pocket, obviously, but not enough. So we're going to wait for that one. We're getting out 95, so you at least need to make 5 cents, right? That was the thinking there on Robinhood, which would be 0.5%. We'll take that if we could. This is why I wanted to leave Walmart alone a little bit here today. We talked about that off the open. Look at this move down, bounces, and then rips up $3-4. So again, a little bit, not a confusing name, but I don't really like Walmart on earnings. We have Target coming, I think, tomorrow. We had Home Depot as well. But Walmart right now bouncing around the 50 period. There definitely could be some sort of an actionable trade in this area around 148. So possible for a breakout to the upside there on Walmart. I just want to check it on another chart here on a 3-minute to see 149 looks a little bit better. 147. Yeah, it's all about these lines right there at 147. So let's see if Walmart dips down into 147 and we can take it from there, man. What else do we want? I mean, AMD's up 7%. Oh, that's what I wanted to do. I'm getting out of, I think I maybe should just get out of AMD if we come up back up to this level. I think we'll do that. And the reason why I'm talking like that is I'm going to get out if we break 78. So we've just bounced around a couple times here. I just feel like that's enough for me. We are going to be giving up some cash on that. Let's put an offer at 78.60 or a 78 break. So either way, we're going to be here for AMD. Looks like it's going to be the latter. We might break 78, but that's going to be my out. Just don't need to be here if we don't need to be. So I'm going to offer about 60 there. If it rips up, fine. If not, we're going to get out on a 78 break. So far, so good on that trade. $2 in the money.
And speaking of, you said AMD, NVIDIA again actually rejects 170. I'll kick myself over that. It was battling 170 earlier as it came higher, and I'm looking over at Netflix trying to get some new bank for the shorts. I could have just gone over to this one and taken it at that 170 for shorts. So if it gets there, I got to go back over to it at some point. I don't know what's going on with Peggy, but give me a break, Peggy. So it tries to run stops. This is actually, see it not get beneath that 330 level. I do get wicked out. Thankfully not of everything, because I had 2 stops on this bad boy. But either way, it's now holding consolidation, which is good because I still have half of it, but not going anywhere. So I'm waiting for this to make a bit of a break. I have an offer at 75. I'm probably going to just throw something in here at the high of the day because if it does get to that top, I'll respect the fact that this thing is running out of steam, at least a tiny little bit, and doesn't seem to want to go. I just got the next fill on Roblox, and we'll cash some of that out. But as the market tries to creep higher here, when the market goes up, it's great. Long's obviously going to be okay, but it's the shorts that I got to watch out for. So I'm not reloading Netflix. I'm maintaining my stop here at that 313. I'm ignoring the high that you put in at 830 on the PPI number. And if it just takes out that 313, I'm going to be out of that one. Some small caps have been making some big moves. I know that PSNY is going crazy, but I want to acknowledge AMC. It wasn't on my radar this morning. It was obviously on our radars the last couple of days. You probably remember $8 was it was a mixed break because it gave you like 15, 20 cents and that was it. I think it could find some resistance back at that $8 level if it can get there. So I haven't paid for locates on it. I'll probably have to go ahead and do that if I want to be able to trade it. And then one last one for you here before I send it back to Sean. Rivian did just get back to 35 and put a wick top at that 35 level. So dumped at the open, dumped when the imbalances came out just before the open, recovers, and now giving you a rejection of the 35 level. So I'm liking those shorts at 35 once again on Rivian. I'm hoping I paid for the shorts like I thought I did. I did not.
Yeah, I was just, that's what I meant to do. I meant to look at that. Okay, before we go over to Brendan, just real quickly, let's hit the siren alert because all we had to do was talk a little bit of trash to Robinhood. We just got some out at 05s and 06s. We just missed some 07s there as well. So a nice little bump up there for Robinhood. Took advantage of that. Look, we're only out of a quarter of it. So it's not a little bit less than that, a little bit more than that, sorry. We have a little bit less than 75% on still. So this name will still lose on it if it takes 9.95, but there's a nice little bump up. We talked about taking that 0.5%. That's what that was right there. And then by the way, SoFi, definitely another one. Hit it again. That just ripped back up right there to 603. So nice little long on SoFi, nice little out there. So far, so far, so good. Let's just see if that makes that move back upside again. But hey, without any further ado, it's already 10:21, and it's time to go over to the big desk with the big guy. Is that a mauve shirt that he's got on over there? What's up, Brendo?
Huh?
Mauve. I like that. We'll go with that. Small cap, guys, brought to you by Trader's Edge. Thousands of traders finding an edge, backtesting using Trader's Edge. Stop using spreadsheets. Start backtesting 3 times faster. There's a free backtesting guide. You get a full strategy building course, a $470 value, free 7-day trial available right now. Hit that link right now on screen. Shout out to Trader's Edge. Let's talk about a few small caps and one mid cap, because I just realized this one is definitely not a small cap yet, but look at that daily chart. It might be soon. 5% still here for XPeng. Very simple. Through the pre-market low there, gave you an opportunity to the short side versus the high. Rest is history. We got down to 890, it looks like, at the bottom there. Trying to bounce for XPeng, trying to be patient, though. Still have a piece of that. DWAC gave you another opportunity on that bounce after the initial flush. Tried to get back to 2780, failed miserably. We're through 27 now. Continuing downside in a big way for DWAC. And then I was watching this Peggy, waiting for any sign of weakness to come in. But this thing has room, I was noticing, up to 4, even 420, 450 to the upside before we get into resistance. That long, probably a great idea this morning if anyone caught that. But huge move for Pineapple Energy, guys. Back to you.
Hey, it's Pineapple Energy
do more than that,
time.
Pineapple Energy.
And guess what just happened while you were gone? Bang Nation again here. As we go, man, I mean, there's Robinhood. Look where Robinhood is now, baby. We're at 09s, looking to get some more out here at 09er for a nice little rip upside here for Robinhood. And again, only a $10 stock, right? So there it is. Takes out some 9s. We do get a little bit of a fill there. Small amount of shares out at 9. Let's see now what Robinhood wants to do to the upside. Up 5%. If these names want to keep on going, man, I'm here for that move. So hopefully a nice little upside trend here for Robinhood, taking out 10s. Next stop, who knows? Let me just call up a 20-minute chart here real quick, because now we're starting to get going. We stopped out at 1030. I mean, I'm just going to keep doing it, man. I'm just going to keep scalping this name out, man, as we go. Let's take out some more right there. Another 10% out at 12. So there it goes, 13s. Great trade here for us. Hit the sirens again for Robinhood. Good trade on this one. Nice little upside move, breaking through 10. So far, so good on this one. And we did get out, which sucks, because AMD did break us again there at 78. It goes down to 77.80, and now it's right back to where we were going to get out initially on that move. So yeah, kind of sucky trade there for me by getting out of AMD, but that's fine. We got a nice little bump up. Also, by the way, in SoFi, so a couple of these little low floaters there, you guys wanted me to trade. And again, just taking advice, not advice, it's feedback from you guys saying that you wanted to see some more, sub $100 names. How about a $5 name and a $10 name that were absolutely, from percentage-wise, we've hit these better than Apple, AMD today, and Roblox. Well, Roblox we're down on, but percentage-wise, much bigger moves today for Robinhood and for SoFi. So it doesn't really matter the name, man. We're here to trade these ones, as is Neil. We're looking at them all. We were really surprised about DWAC there.
It's now starting to accelerate a bit to the downside.
Yeah, that was always the risk, man. It's like,
if nothing's happening till later. So
people could be de-risking. Like the point is that, yeah, there could be a little de-risk trade on there. Wow. Okay, so
a couple of things quickly here, guys.
Robinhood.
Peggy, first leg on the break, good. The second one, it did take out that 330. I stopped out there, so that's going to be the bad. We'll come back over to CCL. I know this is now turned into a trend trade. It bounced off VWAP. It's back to the high of the day. I can cancel this 26 bid, because if it comes back down, I might have to be a little bit more aggressive than that. So I'll go maybe like to 28 or 28, 29. I want VWAP again if it goes. But at this point, you could be hammering out this 1150 level and heading to 1175. So big move there on CCL as it goes right back into said high of the day. I'll be a little bit, not peeved.
I know, I got out too.
I'm a little disappointed in Amazon there, because
pissed.
Yeah, like so it got down to 101, like 30 or something, and I don't know. You have this crazy wick down there, but it didn't really. It's bouncing and now going back up, but I didn't get the reload on this. Obviously, as you can see, it continued to go back into the upside here. I need to see it break and hold above VWAP in this market to sustain that move. Roblox, no issues yet here. It did get back to the high of the day, but I'm now holding through a break on the day's high. I want this getting to, and I'll show you here. There's your 50 period. It's actually closer to $40, but if it goes 10% to the upside, that's about 39 and change. So somewhere in that range is where I'm looking for that target out, in that 39 range. New, first time short, good off this level. Now we get to see what happens the second time through. So I waited around for the 0405 refill. That's my price back into 3s here. If it takes out the high of the day, I'm out of dodge. I'll get some more. Now that I've added to it, I can get some more bids out if it does crack VWAP, but I've been waiting for the low of the day. We got it the first time. Can we get it the second time is going to be the question. And wow, DWAC, I did pay for the shorts, but I guess I wasn't, you know, I suppose if I'm being honest with myself, and we'll try to be honest with you guys, when I short DWAC, it's usually okay after it makes the break up, look for a ridiculous top and then short that high. I wasn't really looking for the breakdown here. Okay. Probably a mistake. Brendo, what's up?
Matterport, guys. MTTR just noticed having a pretty good day here, up 10%. On heavy volume, it's worth noting as well. Pretty good couple of days here for Matterport since earnings last week.
Yeah, Matterport, but
oh my God.
What's up, Sam Bankman? I don't know. You buying back into Hood, my guy? Nice little move there for Robinhood. Long at 10, up to 10.20. We talked about that earlier, that we liked that 10 break. We thought there was a good potential. It's a $10 name. So there it is, man. Now up 2%. On that. So nice little move to the upside now on this. So I don't know what kind of returns you guys are looking for. It's tough to talk about it because we don't show our share size, but there's a nice little move to the upside. $10 up to 10.22 right there. We still on this name, man. We have about half left on this. So that's how aggressive we are on this play. So we have about 40% left. Sorry, I forgot we added a little bit more to that position. So about 40% left on this name. So far so good here with Robinhood. Nice little upside move. We can keep taking some out though as it continues to rip. So let's hold out hope for, there we go, just got another 21 half there, 20 half. Let's see if it goes up to the upside now. Just took another piece out on Robinhood, but I might just punch them out here, 18s, 19s again. Don't need this name falling back. Well, maybe it won't. The market's trying to go higher here. What a mistake. I heard Prad say that he sort of switched his level to where I was, and my bad on that one, man. AMD, we took $2 on it. It's fine, but look where it ripped up to, right up to 79. Relative strength, man, always is so key.
So we just saw, one thing breaking the high, CCL breaking the high of the day, but I got to take you guys over to new because I'm long CCL. I'm short NU here as it gets right to this 510 level, and there's about 500,000 shares on this offer. Here you go. About 500,000 shares on the primary book. That's going to be the New York because it's a New York gateway, a New York stock. I think it can, look, it's not going to care about that 500,000. It's done 26 million shares worth of volume. But on the off chance that that actually means something, when you pull away from a level like that, a lot of times I'm just going to want to scalp it. If I wasn't short, I'd probably be looking to short 9s and risk 2 cents. So I always ask myself, if you were flat, what would you do? And the answer is, if I was flat, I would want to short at 9s, regardless of whether I'm in position or not. I mean, there's plenty of liquidity on the stock. I'm going to cancel my stop order first and then short some 9s in here. But I'd be scalping that 9 into like 5 to 505. That is a risk 2 cents to make 4 or 5, not a short it at 505 and hold for 486. Very different style trade there on NU, but I'm only doing it because I see that size up there already in the short, but looking to add to it. As I said, CCL is breaking the high of the day. I'm looking for 1150 for that next level into the upside on CCL. If it gets there, I don't know that I want to add to it at that 1150, but I'm certainly looking to take some out on the north end of that trade.
So Ashtok, thank you for asking about Microsoft and or Apple today. We've already been in Apple, and again, just like Advanced Micro, well, not just like Advanced Micro, we just got out of AMD, but Apple, once it took 152, so we went 152. Apple's actually, so I'm up more on AMD. I mean, I took a $2 winner on it, but it's not that much different than Apple because, again, we just really hit this pretty hard there at 52. Like, it came right in, was pretty clear for me to take that trade at 52. So when it ripped up, we got most of it out actually up here. So we got out like 30%, then we got out of much more than that up here at 153 because we weren't really expecting that kind of a move. Then we averaged it back in there, took some more out again, and then before losing about 20 cents on the last piece there. So that's what we did on Apple. We should still be in it for sure, but we're not, man. And I mean, that's part of trading. You're going to give up some time. And I know that's kind of like, you know, it's hard. It's hard to sometimes follow our trades, but I think in the main reason for all of this is you really just want to stay net whatever way you feel the market's going. take the stronger names. If Neil and I get into anything, definitely have a look at those prices, have a look at those names and see if you like the momentum to carry forward, right? We're scalpers, and if you guys are as well, that's great. I'm still trying to hold pieces like that AMD. I mean, we held it for $2, but look, initially scalping it out for about $1.50, and then holding that last piece. So trade your own book and trade your own style. It really just goes down to what you're comfortable doing.
And that's exactly the key. It has to be in your comfort zone. So like when I say I'm going to add to NU in front of that 510, if it breaks, I'm getting out. Like, you don't have to. You can just have one short trade and just kind of leave it at that. I want to go back over just quickly to show you guys Netflix, because when the market just bounced to the upside again, here's Netflix failing. I said I wouldn't add to this short. Okay, so that was probably a bad idea. If I added to it at 312, it's now back down to 309. But I'm not getting away from this 306. It's low of the day, or it's breaking that high. It's gotten binary for me at this point, kind of like the same thing Amazon did. Like, I'm only buying in front of 101, and if it can't hold the level, I mean, forget about it. Like, the market is trying to bounce higher here. Just going to accept that, okay, great, there's buy support on Amazon at 101, but that first move into VWAP, the $1.50, was about all we're able to get on the trade, and I'll have to start scalping it because if it breaks, this is now turning into a relatively weak stock. Time to go to Brendan for our crypto update.
Hey guys, 10:30 already. Let's have a look at a bit of a bounce underway in crypto land. First, I am super excited to announce that coming up in a few weeks, a week and a half or so, on the 30th, we're happy to tell you that Natalie Brunell is going to be on the show to talk a little bit about crypto world. She has not one, but two amazing crypto-focused podcasts, Coin Stories and The Hard Money Show. Go check her out wherever you get your podcast. Natalie Brunell coming up on November 30th on the show. This technical analysis from CoinDesk today talking about, could the next stop be 13.5 and then 12,500 under that? So yeah, the chart not looking great for Bitcoin at this point. We're still kind of chopping around here today at the bottom, right at 16,500 for BTC. Hey, it is positive, however, so we'll take it. Flirting with 17,000 even at this point, 2.5% here for ETH. Back to the upside. Huge bounce for Ripple today, 14%, 4, 3.5, 4, 3.2. A lot of green, guys, in crypto land today.
So I'm going to go stop orders for the window. I was just telling Sean, like this. So NU broke that 10, essentially went right to 14 on pretty much like one move. And I actually got the 11 out. So sometimes the stop orders are going to be fantastic. It's a penny stock. Well, sorry, it's a cheap stock, so it's only like penny spreads. So getting that 1 cent slippage is what you're looking for. You're not going to get 1 cent slippage on Tesla, but it's happy. I'm happy to see it here on NU. If it does fail this breakout, it's kind of similar to what we saw a bit earlier, where it failed that break of the high of the day and you're looking to jump back into it. But I'll let that one settle down. It's at that time of the day. Someone asked why I'm not doubling down on Peggy, because I'm still in like half a dozen positions and I don't need to be adding to them. Like if it's an A+ setup, fair enough, but I want to be at management point here or looking for some significant levels. We're right back to that 101. As I said on Amazon, we'll continue to ring the register here while acknowledging the fact this can't seem to go too far past VWAP. Why am I offering the same price? So if it gets up close to it, I'm definitely going to be taking some more profit up there. Continue to just say, if it's going to be arrows up anywhere off this 101, I got to grab it. This stock is in a downward trend. If anything, a 101 break could get pretty spicy to the downside. CCL got to 1150, 1148.5 is the actual top, and starting to reverse again. So I'm gonna get another leg out up here. I wanted this breaking this level and then maybe getting some out on the north side, but I'll acknowledge the fact it doesn't want to go there just yet. If it dips to VWAP, I'm continuing that trend in to set upside. So continue to hold that long on CCL. It's now a trend trade as far as I'm concerned. So I'm buying dips at VWAP. I'm taking it out if it can get close to those highs. I'm not there yet that I want an 1150 break, because I don't feel like the market's strong enough to sustain that just yet.
All right. By the way, as Neil was talking, I mean, the same thing with New Bank there, New Holdings, sorry. Look at what Robinhood just did. We just got out a chunk up there, like was not expecting that kind of a bump. And we just tweeted it out as well, that we were here for everybody. There was, like I said, there was talk about, me trading, names that were sub $10, sub 100. Stop trading big names, man. We don't have that kind of funding in set accounts. So that's exactly what I did. We went over here, traded Robinhood and SoFi. So let's give the show some love, man. Neil and I trading many different names under the sun today, whether or not it be earnings names, whether or not it be Apple, Robinhood, Roblox, SoFi, AMD. I mean, we're all over. Look what Neil's long right now. Amazon, CCL. I mean, pick your poison. Hit the damn like button if you can, and the subscribe, man. We're only at 1.5K. Let's get that right now, if we can, to 2K. Over 8,500 people watching. Come on, man. We have a lot of fills here today. I have over 50 fills, which isn't that much for me, but we're trying to be patient with it as well. Gave some monster winners if you guys are available for that. Not only that, man, but our call, or the call that I made on the Qs right now is just absolutely rocking. Whether or not you took weeklies, monthly, leaps, whatever, there's been a lot of great talk here. And I want to thank everybody for watching one more time, man. You guys are such a great... great audience, and thank you for putting a lot of love into the chat for us and for the positions that we have and for all the work that we're doing. Prad's over there in a nice white shirt today, so he's ready.
It's white shirt.
It's white shirt day. No, me and. What you've got kind of
it's white and blue and white and blue.
But you've sort of got the little.
Well, it's got these little.
I don't know, what is that called? Like a checker?
I don't know what the hell you call this. Man.
No, they're not polka dots.
My wife probably bought the shower.
Me and Sharif looking in our off blues here, so that should be really, really sharp. So
it's just blue. It's not off blue.
Mine's like maybe we're close to the same there. Remember when you had to borrow my shirt? That was hilarious that one day. Okay, back onto the market. Thanks again. Look at that.
Oh,
wow.
Yeah. What the?
2.1K. You guys showed up like the Washington Commanders. How about that, Sharif?
Oh, come on.
Remember yesterday on the show, I was like...
Officiating.
Oh, yeah, but that's the NFL, man.
That was a joke.
You cashed the ticket, man.
Look, it's if you got jobbed on that game, like the guy gets face masked and dragged down by the face mask to cause a fumble, and it's right in front of the referee. He doesn't call.
They have to review
It's right
more.
in front. Like the referee, there's a still shot of the referee staring at the face mask. No call.
No, but and for me, it was the sack at the end. That was
don't even get me started, man.
Like, I thought Heineke basically just fell down there.
He flopped it, and kudos to you for flopping.
If you're a 270-pound, like, lineman, or was it a linebacker? I think it was lineman.
Too? He sold that one, man.
It's hard. Well, yeah, good. And that's what happens in the NFL. It happens all the time, man. Wide receivers go up, fall down by themselves, PI. Like, it happens all the time.
That was like some Neymar stuff, or I shouldn't say
what
Neymar,
are they
but
supposed to do? I just don't know what these big guys are supposed to do. Running full speed, looking for the game-winning sack. You pull up, touch the guy.
You know what I think quarterbacks should start doing now? If you're smart and you're about to take a monster sack at the last second, plop to a knee, give yourself up. You know the guy can't stop himself.
Right, but
He's going to hit you, and until they change the rule, you got to do it. It's just like this dude on an onside kick in the college, smartest dude I've ever seen. He calls a fair catch on an onside kick. Yeah. So the defense has no choice, man. Like there's nothing they could do in that situation.
But they could recover if he fumbled it.
If he fumbled it, but you
couldn't touch him. They themselves.
You couldn't touch him. It was genius. And now they have to change the rules. But someone said, why don't I get back into Peggy? The only reason I'm not coming back into Peggy is because it violated the breakout level that I wanted, right? So it broke out. Got to top side, couldn't make that second move. I got the reload. I had an accidental stop out, but the real stop out was when it took out 330. So once it's done that, I'm looking for it to hold the next level. So it has bounced off 3. Now I would look for an opportunity to grab a long off that 3 level. But it's 10:40. You're getting closer to lunchtime. This is where I would calm down a little bit and say, let's just be a little bit more methodical with your entry points on some of these trades. As I say that, here comes Roblox back into the downside. So it's right back into VWAP. Much like CCL, I'm kind of looking for the trend side of the trade. I'm not really about VWAP at this one. Let's go to the 15-minute here. You can see the break that this is making, right? I just wanted sustaining this break off 38. So it's really all about this 38 level, giving it to 75, and a chance to reclaim that high of the day. If I don't get dip buys, I'm really unopposed to if the market takes out the top. I just had to change this back to a bull. I didn't realize we had it on the bear. Thank you guys for pointing that out. But if it bounces off this 38 and I don't get it, I have no issues with a top break on Roblox if the market continues to hold these highs. So lots of ways that we can work this trade. DWAC continues to head to the low. I see Tesla is back up at those highs. It did try to get through, that wick to 225. I'll have to clean that up. It did try to break 200 again, did not quite go. So they got to like 201 or so and rejected it a second time. It might just have to be a secondary break at that high of the day, or me waiting for my prices in the 80s. Brennan, it is time for Sector Watch. Not a heck of a lot of red, but I see something in there that isn't green.
Yeah, nice looking board to have a look at so far, guys. For the S&P 500, just noticing, just ticked over 1.5% for the S&P. Here we go. It's the banks, first of all, that are having a great day. This is that SBNY I mentioned earlier, 10% now to the upside. They disclosed their stake in FTX, or their deposit that they had in FTX was smaller than originally suspected. So just 0.1% of their overall deposits. But yeah, banks nicely strong. It's all about tech stocks, though. Semiconductors, software names, hardware equipment makers, all looks like there's one red. Gen Digital, the only one standing out red today. The rest of the entire sector positive on the day. CCL having quite the day here, 7.6%. RCL, 5.2%. Travel names back to the upside in a big way. So consumer discretionary names also nicely positive. This is that Paramount. There was that note on Netflix and or possibly Comcast having some interest in Paramount. ALB, downside earnings, Mosaic, same story, 4.7%. That's about it, though. Very nice board, guys. Very green right across the entire thing. Back to you.
It's very green, and Amazon's still green. Like, I'm not saying Amazon's not up on the day, but the bounces off that, what's been okay at 101. It's giving you moves. I actually didn't take anything that's better than the 50 to 75 pennies because I was holding for the high of the day. And then the next scalp, we were able to get back into those 50s, but it just broke 101. And I'm not putting it on my ish list, but I'm putting it on the look for short list. Right? Like after a support, like when the market is holding up higher and Amazon is just trending back into the bottoms, I will be looking for short opportunities in Amazon. First things first, will be at this 100 level. We can't reverse on a single order from short to long, or from long to short, sorry. But now I'm going to look to short starting at this 100 level on Amazon, 101 level on Amazon. Just can't seem to hold up its end of the bargain. Like I said, I want to dip on Roblox. CCL looking pretty solid here. But I want to go to, because CCL is now this. I showed you on Roblox. It's broken this level on the daily chart. And once you do that, I'm just looking for the bigger move, right? So it's either buying some dips at 1120, it still has a chance to break some more out at 1150, and then you're into some rarefied air. And it's a similar vein to Intel at this point. Like once I accept that, it's not much of a scalp trade, I want to be done scalping it and just accept that, okay, 31 here, you're breaking out in a big way. This is what it looks like on the daily chart. If it holds 31, the next level up is 32. So if the market gets back to the tops, I think there's a couple of names that I want to be giving a lot more room to try to be long all day. And it's just, I don't know what's going on with Netflix, but
what is it doing?
For all the volatility that this had in yesterday's trade, I'm a little surprised that if it rejects the high a couple of times, it's not pulling what Amazon was doing and back down at those lows. So obviously, it's in the money. It is sliding back in, but I would have expected this on dips to show a little bit more selling and maybe some profit taking as well. But it's holding up. So I have to respect the fact that it's holding up. I've already scalped out, so either I get more shares in front of 313 or it gets down to 306. But at some point, it needs to you-know-what or get off a dodge. I started out, there's two stocks that I started out looking at that I haven't even touched either one of them. And that happens. If you don't see a setup, you don't have to take it. But NEO, still below 12, still can't get to 12, but starting to get a bit of a bounce here. Now it's back up at the VWAP on my 3-minute chart. There's still a chance that this thing can make that breakout after all. Alibaba, same story, right? Like never actually got to 80, but you know what? Don't sleep on it. Both these got back into VWAP. If the market continues to go higher, both these breakouts still could set up. I know I wanted them at the open, but there's nothing wrong with getting that trade at 2 o'clock, 1:30, 11. Who knows when it's going to happen or if it's going to happen. But that's very much still set up. BABA and NEO, $80 and $12 for the break.
It's kind of funny you mentioned that because I was doing the same thing. I was just looking over at the sticky note to say hey, what names have we maybe not attended yet, and what is moving around. But on that note, DWAC making the move again. I think making a move again. We'll talk about DWAC in a minute. It's still now down 5%, but okay, DWAC making a move. All right, so just want to talk a little bit there. We got some more out of Robinhood at 10.25. It did dip down there into where we are sort of now, 10.18, 10.20. Move back up. We now have about 12.5% or so left of this trade for DWAC. So for DWAC, we don't have DWAC, for Robinhood. So just getting out of it, we took advantage of that move to the upside there. Whenever you see sort of an upside move like that, I think it is pretty prudent to get out, especially when you're not expecting that. We did talk about some of the highs coming in for Robinhood would be around this 10.30, 10.40 area. So when that happens, right there, that spike up, definitely worth getting out. Now, we obviously didn't get out of everything because you're seeing me get out of more here, but that's sort of the call. And then again, a reload back. Like if you told me we're long 10 and we can get out 10.25, I would take that. So, the fact that it went to 35, we take some out there. We got out about 20, 25% of our total position upside, and then we're just sort of dripping down. Like I said, we would get out all the way up, and it was actually good for us that we were able to hold most of this, so that's going to be a good trade. And then the only other trade that I have on right now is SoFi. This is a name that I want to kind of hold on. It's only 10.46 right now. Some movement possible here. The market, like Neil said about Netflix not doing anything, the market right now is at the 50 period. That is like the definition of not really doing anything. So that's why I have the 50 period up here to sort of, calm down with the trend and, not get too carried away there. So when we're at levels like this, all I kind of do is say, hey, are we making higher highs, lower lows? But for right now, it looks like we're trending a little bit southbound. So I feel like the best call would be to look for some more shorts, in which case AMD, unfortunately, I have to say this, we've already got out once it broke 78. We missed that 79 top, but now, of course, that I look back at this, how great of a top was that? Look at that top wick. So I'm working with Michael Noss, as we all are. Trade Idea has been fantastic, trying to find out, like, how can I catch that wick without being on the stock? So that's a tough one. You can't. I mean, I just think what you're looking for is just momentum. And then when the momentum dies, you want to look back at it. But right there, 79, it would have wicked up 15 cents against me. So I don't think we would have got out of that, but still, 79 top. Let's see if that comes back in. Double check all your orders right now, guys, because you don't want to get put off on a stop that might hit on the way back down. We don't have anything other than Robinhood selling it below 10. Wow. Okay, there's another move down. I'm going to get at another piece now. No point in sitting around on Robinhood, guys. So we just got out.
There's a long that I missed, and I'll acknowledge it because look, I like the dip buy on Walmart. I told you guys I liked the dip at the open. It got really close. I think it was within 40 cents of my order. I didn't pick up the fill. Instead of jumping up and just grabbing it off 45, I kind of went elsewhere. That was obviously a mistake. It's now at 150. And it's not to say that I'm not bullish on it. I was obviously bullish on it here today. But here's 150 on the daily chart. I'm pretty much always going to short a level like this at this time of day. Like the market pulling back, Walmart up 8% at a pretty big level where it has the gap fill from that last dunk into the downside, and then gets right to a 150 and starts turning around. Yeah, I'm shorting that level. I missed the long. It is what it is. You have to just slap the fail on that and then move to the next thing. And if the next one is a short setup and you happen to like the stock earlier for the long, well, you got to trade what's in front of you, not what you'd like to happen. I can't make the market do something it doesn't want to do. So looks like, and that would be give me that chance at 145 again. Maybe it does later. For now, I'm shorting off this 150 on Walmart. One of the strongest names in the market today, but I did miss out on that long. Now have to work with the short, which is where we're at. If we get to 4,000 on the ES and Walmart is still pressing up here, then I'll just kind of tip my cap and take my stop out at the high of the day.
Yep, exactly. And I think that's really all. It's 10:49 right now.
Yeah,
we are going to do money talks here, but just really quickly as we watch out for Robinhood, I just wanted to go over and have a quick look here to see what, why did this do this again? It keeps on refreshing this every time. I don't know why. I want to close all this so we only have the Bitcoin chart up right now, so I do apologize. But you can see right here, I'll have to fix this. I actually thought this was going to be a little bit better to see. Right there, Bitcoin did touch 17 and now dumping off a little bit. So there's there's correlations, man, between Robinhood, Bitcoin, Coinbase, all this stuff. I mean, you guys being on the show should know about that a little bit. There's the move up there in Coinbase, and that sort of was exactly the move up. Here's Robinhood's chart right here, right? That peaked at 1034. This peaked at 1040. So, again, pretty good correlation there. Here's the pullback in Robinhood. Here's the pullback in Bitcoin. So again, as this show matures, as I mature too as a trader, we look to see more correlations between, different stocks. That's SoFi now, but Robinhood, there's that, right? Upside move there in Ether probably as well. But I just looked at Bitcoin, upside move there, downside move coinciding. We just took another piece out. Now we only have 5% left as I just showed you out, right? I was like, oh, we're getting out now at 10:15. So it actually was 14. So we got that fill. Now we only have 5% left. All is well right now. SoFi pulling back. This is a big market move back down. I'm surprised they don't have better shorts or any shorts on right now. We are only looking long. I haven't had a short today, guys, other than Roblox, which didn't work. So, all right. Only 8 minutes until the big show. Let's pass it over to Brendan at the big desk with Money Talks.
And the move downside continuing, guys, for the dollar index coming off this inflation print again this morning. If you missed it, PPI wholesale inflation data out this morning at 8:30, also coming in lower than expected, similar to CPI last week. Here we go. This is a daily chart of the dollar index straight downside since that CPI print going back to last Wednesday, about 0.4 right now for the DXY, all the way back to 106.2. You got to go back to August to find the last time we were down here. Similar 6-week high for the Canadian dollar. Just went red on the day, however. 75 and change, really, for the CAD. Euro having a nice day, up 0.41% again today. 3 days in a row, 1+% to the upside for the pound. Back to 118.8. Remember, people were talking about parity possible for the pound by the end of the year. It doesn't look like that is going to happen. Japanese yen, Swiss franc going opposite directions today. They typically trade similar. Australia and New Zealand typically trade similar as they are today. 0.5%, 0.75. Nice positive numbers, though, top to bottom so far today, guys.
And then there were two longs. So Intel just came out there. I mean, I went from essentially went from 3 longs and 1 short, because obviously I have Netflix still, but now 2 and 2. We'll see about Walmart, because it's obviously still pretty strong. But Intel is going to come out for me. I just put Walmart on. I'm looking for a couple of other opportunities. I mean, I suppose if Alibaba, if it was a little tighter to $80, maybe I'd be putting that one on. And then same thing with Neo, right? Like if that was a little tighter to 12, I'd certainly be looking at that one. Roblox, CCL, I'm still looking for some dip buys there as long as they can hold. But Amazon, it should have just been this is me getting out, and this is me trying to go short at 101. I didn't get it. Now it goes all the way down to that 100 level. So the flip at 101 would have been fantastic, but I had to get out through a separate order to get short. I didn't actually catch it. Was not fast enough. Wasn't on that level 2 because I had it on Netflix. Brendo, news?
I was just checking DWAC. Not much of a reaction to this. Rumble, there was a volume spike, however. Rumble just posting, guys, that former President Trump will be making a special announcement tonight at 8 p.m. From his official, this is what it says, from his official Rumble account at 8 p.m. Eastern today.
DWAC run?
I don't.
So why didn't DWAC goes nowhere on that?
Well, I guess it's because it's a Rumble announcement.
But if he's making it
there, but we can look. Before I go over nothing's happening. Brendan just reviewed it, but thanks for the news on that. And I think you got to be ears to the ground as far as that is concerned. So thanks, Brendo, for that, and we'll have that. But look, there's really, actually, the more I think about this, there's nothing to do. It's going to hit when it hits tonight.
I wanted to break out on it, though.
And unless something leaks, which I guess has been known to happen before, you could get some action. But okay, here's Disney just quickly. This is a name here that's been weak, obviously with earnings. It's gotten going, though. It's up today, but still weaker than the market. Relatively weak, which is something that we look for. But you are trying to go below now. So you're below the 50, below the 200, below the VWAP right now, and looking to take down 95.70, which is that low that we already did at 9:30. So, this is a level here that I'm really, strongly debating going short on this break. So I think I'm going to do it. 95.70 break right now coming into play for me here on Disney. So 95.70, let's take that. If the market just continues to make a move down, we obviously want to be, we talked about this, we want to be short the weaker names, right? So that could be a good one. I'd rather it come up here, 96.20 to be able to short, but that's not a horrible little look there at 95.70 for Disney if you're looking for something else.
Yeah, I was just watching, looking at Meta here. Meta's still up 2%, and obviously everything Yeah, it doesn't matter what you
Whoa,
looked at.
new is
Strong
going
moves.
up.
But look at this big move that Meta did off of 116 earlier, right at the open, as a matter of fact. So bouncing off this again. So kind of like Amazon 101, you got a double bottom 116 here. So the market bouncing a little bit here. I'm going to like some Meta. This afternoon scalp trades off of this low. So it's about 115.85 to 90 would be that bottom. I'll be grabbing some longs on Meta here. Just going to be looking for some lunchtime sort of ideas in both directions. Like obviously I put on Walmart there at the high, risk to reward off that high of the day, but I want some exposure to the market bouncing as well. So Meta, I'm going to grab some bids down there. I don't like the Amazon at 100, quite frankly, unless if I see
all the way down there.
Here's the problem. Like now it doesn't want to load.
Oh wow!
So it already bounced off 100.
Wow!
So kind of like my approach to this is usually, if you're taking that bounce, you got to have this bounce. Because this is the first bounce off 100, it's giving you 50s. It's like if it gets there again, I don't know, I probably just want to take the short the second time through. So I'm not going to be, I should have been on this bid the first time through. I'm not there, so if it goes down there again, I'll just accept the fact it's going to be a potential break, and I'm not going to do that dip buy. It's been a little bit stronger Meta, that's why I don't mind that long. Just Amazon's too weak for me to jump on that bid the second time through. Unless it's, like a couple hours later, like later on in lunch when it's got a bit of a double bottom already formed. So you're going to have to stay away from that. There goes Walmart through the high of the day. So my biggest regret this morning is going to be not actually grabbing that bid when I like the dip buy. We'll risk the 50 pennies on that high of the day. I like the risk reward because I think it gave you at least $1 to $1.50 dollar worth of a move to the downside. But Walmart's been a moving freight train. Home Depot was the other one that reported earnings. Look at that one hold to the upside. It's now up 2.5%, and this was not as good a report as Walmart. As a matter of fact, I didn't think it was that good of a report at all at Home Depot. I'd be shocked if it gets to 320. Maybe that's going to be a level. We have some other earnings to get to here, Brendo. Oh, sorry.
Just a heads up on Lucid real quick. There was a note in Barron's that just came out, a very positive note on their latest model, apparently being the next Tesla killer. So heads up, Lucid volume coming in. Here's a look at what's to come, though, guys, for earnings coming up after market tonight and tomorrow morning.
Funny guy, Tesla killer. Yeah, I don't think so. Okay, so we'll look at that. We just got into new
Car of the year
holdings there. Advanced auto parts. I mean, that's going to be interesting there because we got to figure out the health of the automotive sector right now as well. We've seen Ford bump up a little bit, NGM, but I mean everything's going. And I think that although I know Neil was just in Walmart there. You haven't been in Home Depot, I don't think, but tomorrow's Target,
Lowe's,
TJX, Lowe's, yeah, so we're into the retail sort of swing
and
of
Macy's on
right
Thursday,
now.
Wednesday?
Yeah, Macy's is the most interesting name for me, a little bit lower value price stock there. Activism, that's right, in that name as well.
Activision got an upgrade.
Activision Blizzard there today.
That's $20 if you, that's like 20% if that deal closes, by the way.
Yeah, Lucid. That's funny. You guys are saying Lucid. What a joke. Okay, just because this is such a dramatic move, you're up 20% here. I said that I was going to hold this until 550. Nah, deny that. If this takes out one more penny, breaking above 525, we're going to be out of this name and just fly from there. So we are going to get out of New Bank here, or New Holdings, if we do rip it up. It's just such a strong move here. And I just honestly, just from sort of capturing some profit this morning, not really worth hanging out here, letting this one fade out for us and just keep drifting higher. So look, great move for New today. I was not expecting this, obviously, but since it broke that 5.0, like it was just hovering around, and then at about 10:30, we broke out of the range, then barcoded again. I wasn't even paying attention, then shot up, and all of a sudden, bang, into my account goes, you are now short. So now we're short into New, and again, we'll hold this for about 6 pennies against us, which I think is legit. I mean, if we fall back at least to 12s or 10s. So I think this is a decent spot here for me. Well worth the risk on just another name here, NU. So yeah, man, it's 5:38 right now, or 38. 10, we had 30, I was going to say we have 38 seconds on the board, but it's 10:59, 38. Yep.
I actually want to, because when you just said you are now short, P per weight can actually do that. So
they can make sounds.
Yeah, you can set up audio alerts. I've never used them.
There was a trader behind us that never kept going ding, ding,
yeah,
ding.
but
ding,
you don't
ding.
have to use a ding. you can actually set it up so you can create an audio file, record something, it just be your voice saying, you are now long, the door is now ajar, like whatever you want.
I just got long Amazon, by the way, Neil.
So like, you definitely can. Did you get the 100?
Yeah, well, not really. I got $100.24 right now.
Man.
So I did a little different strategy there. We'll see if it holds, like Neil just said. But hey, here we go.
It's a big level.
Yeah, we'll take out a little bit there at 36 if it goes back up to the upside there. Yeah, big level there at 100. Let's see if it holds for Amazon. If you can guess our out, or my out anyways, you win nothing because it's pretty obvious at this point. But let's go over to the big show with the big guys at the big desk.
85? No.
Prad and Shreve, thanks everybody. Thanks Bears vs. Bulls. Let's go.
Bye, guys.
That's there. It's the midday markets movers mayhem time with your boy Trader Prad, and obviously we got Sharif back in the hot seat today. I believe also we will have Ian later on at 12:30. So we're gonna have tomorrow. Today's Wednesday.
Today's Tuesday.
Oh, today's Tuesday. Sorry, then that's tomorrow. So we got Sharif for the whole time today, and we're gonna have a lot of fun. Sadly, the market is pulling back to the south side, and the couple positions that I have, which are all long based, are all going to be a little bit of a worrisome. So you guys have the positions updating over there for yourself. We got QQQ, TSM, we got the SPYs, Amazon, and AMD. Amazon, I was happy to listen to that. Sean had the exact same trade around 100.24. I'm at 100.25. But now with the market pulling back, I'm wondering if we can watch Amazon actually bounce off of the 100. Ooh, I'm showing the wrong trade here. There you go. I'm wondering if Amazon can actually bounce off of the 100. Can it be a fail break of 100? You know, maybe break 100 by a couple points, burn the stops, and then start pulling back up. Clearly, QQQ has been struggling today, and the SPY too. We've been on a downward descent ever since the 830 number. That 40-50 level that I was looking forward for yesterday came into play today off that PPI number, and then ever since then we've just been on a slope to the downside, lower lows and lower highs as the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ futures both pulled down to the 100-period EMA on the 5-minute chart. So got to be patient if you're looking for those dip buy opportunities to go long again. If you're bullish on the market, if you're bearish on the market, hopefully you have some shorts already to capitalize on it. Sadly, I was bullish, and now I'm paying the piper for it.
Yes, guys, not much into small caps today. I didn't actually get to trade this morning. I was training for a different position. So today, this is like my first foray into the market. I sat down. I see here SE, which has been something that I've been monitoring since this morning, since it reported earnings. SE up 31%. I've been doing battle with this one. I saw a little bit of a head and shoulders pattern possibly forming, which caused me to initiate some shorts here. Initially getting stopped out, then getting back in and averaging in on a couple of occasions. Yeah, now it's going my way. You'll see here we got in initially for the short at 60.64, averaged in twice further, one at 61 and one at 61.20. And then we got stuff out here right in the 60s and then all the way down into the 50s. So that one ended up being a positive trade for me, but I'm also doing battle with another stock. Looks like I'm not anymore. I got stopped out. Peggy tried to take possibly that flat bottom breakdown here. I knew that this was a double bottom and there possibly could be a rebound, especially bouncing off the 200 EMA. This one was a really small risk one. I got in short at 316 and I got out at 327. So I gave 11 pennies of risk. Yeah, looking at on hindsight, this one I do a little bit differently. I was just kind of trying to work off this downward momentum, but you know, at this point here, it was probably oversold, and hence the double bottom and the break of the neckline. So that's where I put my out, which was the break of this neckline. So Peggy and SE are the ones that I'm looking at today. I'm also keeping an eye on the futures, and then if any small cap crappers should come up on my scanner, I will be sure to notify you, and then we'll probably be trading them here, Prad.
Yeah, currently the market bouncing off the 50-period, so the 100-period EMA on the 5-minute chart, giving us opportunities to hold on to that Amazon long a little bit longer. Amazon now 25 cents, 30 cents in the money as we do pop right back to that 150, where I previously did take profits on that position over here. As you guys can see, let me just quickly zoom in. We're looking for a better pop than that, though. Let's see if this market can actually pop back above 40.20, currently trading at 40.15 for the S&P 500. People in the chat are killing me. They're like, Brad, going bullish is not something we've ever seen. That's hilarious. But you know, the market started off to the good to the green side today with that PPI numbers. So it's hard not to be bullish on a day like today. Any pullbacks, you're just looking to you know, buy dips on them and see if we can get a nice little pop on it. But maybe we're actually getting sell the news kind of action, buying the rumor afterwards. We'll play into later, depending on other factors for the inflation numbers that are due to come out still. I'm pretty sure there's other numbers still we're waiting for the rest of the week. Yeah, what's up?
I haven't seen a 50-point move off a PPI before, have you?
No.
No, that was, I knew it was kind of like cocked and ready to go, but holy man, the 50-point move off PPI. Usually we get like a 20-point spike, or I don't know what it is exactly, but it's not 50. It's not 50 handles.
Yeah, Amazon right now soaring to the north side as the market does manage to successfully bounce off the 100-period EMA. So Amazon now continuing to go up to the 100-period EMA on the 5-minute chart itself. We'll have to wait patiently to take more profit, and you know, I already took profits already in this range, so I'm not really looking to take more profit in the same range. But thankfully, all the other positions that we have, such as we reloaded SPY at the 100-period EMA, our average price 290. No, that's not. SPY is not at 200. Sorry, average price 400.02. Currently 20 cents in the money on that position over there. And then TSM looking to move back to the north side, barely out of the money on that position on TSM. Taiwan Semiconductors coming out with somewhat of a positive catalyst today. The positive catalyst being Berkshire Hathaway announcing their stake in TSM. I believe it was about $4 billion worth of stake in TSM. Let me quickly go verify if that number was correct. And you can catch this information using our watch list at Trader TV Live. Do ! Watch list in the chat. You'll get a link directly to the through the Trader TV website, where you could sign up for the watch list using your email every morning. Brendo and Brankles, another Brendan, help create these watch lists for you guys. So it's doing your homework basically for you, allowing you to sleep in a little bit. For me, 100% allow me to sleep in a little bit longer, and then come into work over here with all my notes ready for me. So as you guys can see, gapping up higher after Berkshire Hathaway said it disclosed it bought more than $4 billion worth in TSM stocks in the latest quarter, representing 1.2% ownership in the company. And this is because there was a deadline, kind of like the trade deadline that Sharif was talking about with soccer and January and everything. Yeah. So kind of like the trade deadline, but not the trade deadline. This is the SEC reporting deadline. So people, the hedge funds and the big companies reported that you know, what companies they were investing in and having a stake in, and Berkshire Hathaway coming out and reporting that. Yesterday, actually, Sharif, when you were talking about the transfer window, someone in the chat called Will G Designs sent me an article. I didn't read the article, but it says 2023 January transfer window business could start early because of the World Cup.
So they haven't even made up their mind yet? It's kind of still up in the air?
You're asking the wrong person. I just read the title. I didn't read the article at all.
Interesting, okay.
You want the article?
Yeah.
All right, I'll send you the article.
Okay, guys, I'm keeping an eye on two small cappers that just popped up on my scanner. The first is NRGV. It's up almost 28% on the day. The other is Meagle. Do you remember this one? 26, almost 27% on the day. Kind of retracing to some key levels here. Meagle is the one that I'm trying to keep more of an eye on, although they're both setting up quite nicely. The $3 here on Meagle looks like a nice potential bounce area with maybe another 5-cent risk or so, maybe 10 cents of risk to that 290 area. So here comes Meagle around to 3. We'll take half position long. We'll take it at 02s. Let's see if we get filled. We're seeing 02s on the bid. Looks like it's going to pop up at least momentarily for without us. So seeing 306 now print. We're trying to get that 3 off Meagle here. Yeah, geez, it's going to go without me. Boo.
I got to do this real quick. I got to spend the money for my boy, Sean. How am I forgetting your name? My boy Sean over here, because, you know, that gave me confidence listening to Sean saying he's going to punch long Amazon. And I was already long Amazon at 125, so he got in at 124. 1 cent better than me. Obviously, everything he does is always better than me. So 1 cent better than me getting in there over there and now taking profits as we're both 60 cents in the money. So let's go, Amazon. Keep climbing up there. No market. Don't pull back. He said he's almost out of most of his size, though. So be careful for those of you who are following his trade. I also took some profits over here, as you guys can see. As Amazon slowly starts, piercing through the 100-period EMA on the 5-minute chart to the north side. But glancing over at the markets, I'm looking at the UVXY, which is at the high of day. UVXY trying to break out 9, which it already did break 9, but trying to keep going above 9. And the NASDAQ market on the futures side, below VWAP still, not able to get back above 12K. And S&P 500 ES/Z22CM still under VWAP and not able, it did get above 4.20, but it did not get all the way up to 40.25. So we're still seeing some weakness over here on the overall market. Got to be careful. If you have longs and you have profits, think about taking some profits, ladies and gentlemen.
We're long Meagle here, guys, at 305. I got my stop set on this one for the break of 295. So 294 and lower, I'm Gonzino on that one. It's a 2-cent spread, sometimes tightening up to 1 and is going as wide as 3. So, careful. Right now it's 4. There you go. So you could get cut up a little bit on this one, trying to get in and out. So make sure to be patient by sitting on the bid unless, we're getting an explosive situation. The other one is NRGV. I put a resting order here above 420. So it's sitting at 421 for a possible breakout. I want to kind of front run that 428 high and see if I can scalp a couple of pennies before the break of high of day. So that's my thinking on that one. Looks like we're 4 pennies or so in the money on Meagle. This one's kind of slowing down. I'm using the whole dollar level here as my key area of support. I tried to get filled at 302. It didn't end up making its way down. So I just, I punched in at 305. That was the mid print between the bid and the ask at that point. But I'm looking for a possible test of high of day around that 325, maybe taking profits along the way through 315 and 320, definitely to get a little bit lighter. By the way, this is a half position size, so not in a full position size. But let me also pause for a moment and shout out Marcus for sending a $9.99 super chat. He says, just started trading, swinging for the day traders. Swinging for the day trader fences. Thank y'all for the knowledge shared, stressful days, sleepless nights, and hard work everyone puts in. No question about that. I mean, trading, I don't have to tell anybody on this floor or anybody of our more experienced viewers that trading is a tough endeavor. So, be patient and, there's going to come a lot of frustration. I know these are all like very cliche adages, but it's very accurate, Bradley.
I don't know what Sharif's talking about. Trading's easy, guys. We can all make it. We all go make it. It's all about your mental, right? Just got to protect your mental at all times. We have a saying on the board, protect your confidence, not your capital, because your confidence will, in return, protect your capital in the long run over there. So don't get hurt in that saying, because if your confidence gets hurt because you're blowing out your capital, then you're just going to keep on spiraling down that down part. But dark path. But when Sharif's saying, no denial about that, trading is not an easy path. There's a saying, 90% of people lose 90% of the capital in 90 days or something like that. I think it's called the 90-90-90 rule. Was that it? The 90-90-90 rule? The 90% of people lose 90% of the capital in 90 days? Yeah, that's the 90-90-90 rule. I think that's how it works. So Sharif's not wrong. It is for sure a very difficult business. You gotta protect your capital, protect your confidence at the same time too. And I wish the best for every single person, even all the new traders. So welcome to the party. This is the #1 trading show on YouTube in the world. I don't know any other platform that's as big as YouTube. And clearly we're the #1 trading show on YouTube. So we're the #1 globally, baby. And you are hanging out with the best of the best at the moment. Look at the market trying to go back towards VWAP. We're back above 40.20, but clearly we have struggled around VWAP a little bit. Waiting to see if we can get back above VWAP over here. Our longs are once again in the money. We don't have much size left on Amazon, but AMD giving us 25 cents at the moment. Let's see if AMD can give us a little bit of a bigger trade. That way we can really ride that position to the north side. TSM absolutely flat for me right now as NASDAQ manages to push back to 12K. But can we break 12K and really start pushing above 12K? That would be amazing. There we go. Sorry. My French vanilla, you know, I'm not a coffee guy, but I do like French vanillas. And today my hands were getting cold. These guys were saying it was hot in here, but my hands are actually getting cold.
A lot of people were complaining about that. Even Brendo was complaining about the heat, and these guys didn't like the way it was earlier.
Yeah, but my hands were...
Well, no, it was hot.
Yeah, it's hot here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Guys, I got stopped at Amigo. This was a kind of a dangerous one. I saw it flirting with 3 and like kind of looked suspicious, like it was about to break down. I said, you know what? No, stick to your rules. You have your stop out in place, even though my instinct was telling me punch out. So I was looking at it visually. It was in my sights. And thankfully that I had it up because it blew right through that stop. I only gave that stop about 5 pennies between the trigger and the limit. And look where it made its way down to, all the way to 282. So that one takes me out for a ride, and I will get rinsed on that. Do we have a fail thing? Yeah, there we go. So fail on Meagle. Sucks to be me, but still waiting for that possible 420 breakout and on NRGV. This one's, you know, the volume's completely dropped off on this one. What is it right now? Yeah, in the last 5 minutes, it's only done 12,000 shares. It hasn't even done a million on the day, so I may have to cancel that resting order because the liquidity on this one is a little suspect. So let's look for some other stuff. Let's see, BABA, geez, up 10 and 3/4% of the day, kind of retracing back now, not doing much. So BABA, we'll leave that one to be. Let's stick to our small cappers here. Let's see what we got. Proudly, MNSO, this one's showing up. Okay, let's pull this one up here. MNSO. I hope that's a New York stock. There we go. This one making a bit of a move here off that 910 base. Yeah, there we go. So a bit of a double bottom and a continuation up, breaking through high of day. Looks like we're moving in on that 11. So not really exactly sure how to enter it at this particular moment. Perhaps I'd wait for a pullback into that $10.60 area. That would be my ideal place for this level to hold, but this one may go without me and test 11. 3-cent spread at the moment on MNSO, up almost 20%.
Market still debating what it wants to do. So, you know, we got good profits over here pulling up on the SPY ETF. So might as well take some profits on that one as we're about $1 in the money. Take some profits over there and waiting for TSM to really start climbing up. TSM, obviously positive catalyst on that stock. So lots of buying coming in on TSM today. Part of me expects TSM to start popping off like Oxy did when Oxy announced its, Berkshire announced its stake in Occidental, but that was a lot more than just 1.2%. So maybe not as big of a pump that on TSM as I'm expecting, but still expecting a lot of buying to show up. And thankfully today they did show up. We got buyers on TSM showing up around this 80-60 area, which happens to be the 50-period EMA. Pre-market lows also around those 80-60s, 80-40s area, or even flat $80. A lot of buyers showing up, and now we're at 81.30, 81.40 coming into play. That gives our position about 40 cents or so in the money. So let's see if we can keep getting an extension on that move as the S&P 500 wants to decide what it wants to do near VWAP. And NASDAQ did manage to, I typed in BQ, NASDAQ did manage to get back above 12K, and now patiently seeing if that one also keeps on pulling up north. We're going to quickly glance over the scanners and a stock that stands up on the mega cap race winner scanners. This was the same scanner that Sean was talking about not too long ago. A stock that stands out over here. Oh my goodness, why does this always happen? This mouse is so broken. Thank God I don't game with this mouse anymore. This is why I brought this mouse into work, so I don't have to deal with this mouse when I'm gaming. The mouse double clicks sometimes, and it kind of screws everything up for me. But when I'm trading, it's not that big of a deal, though, but sometimes it is. Anyways.
Getting out of Amazon?
Sorry?
Remember we said about getting out?
Yeah. Oh, Amazon's coming all the way back to 100. Market's pulling right back to the south side. I was going to talk about SE, guys. SE, the gaming company, popping up on the scanners multiple times over here on the day. Today already won 3 races since 9:30. Come on, stop messing with me. Already won 3 races since 9:30, and here we go. We're at a new high day, breaking 62. You know what's weird? I actually wanted to take the breakout long of the 8:30 high or the 9:30 high, and I figured, you know, I told myself this stock is already up 20% on the day. How much more can I really expect from this position today? And boy, was I wrong, because now we're at 36% up on the day. I could have easily had another $2 per share. We're actually holding 60 on the downside on SE. So if we do get a pullback to 60, maybe I'm going to try getting that 60 long that I was planning to get earlier. We're going to send it to social sentiment at the big desk.
And for the 3rd day in a row, an improving board to show you guys. It was about 50-50 as far as negative and positive in the pre-market if you joined us. Here's how things look right now. Much more green coming in right across the entire board here. There's AMC popping off the page. Very large today, in fact. SPY as well has gone green on the sentiment side of things. There's Tesla, BABA, SYTA. A few little ones up here making moves today. This C Limited we talked about, not necessarily a little one, but making move anyways. SYTA, INM. OTC name back on here once again after a few days off. MMTLP on the pink sheets. MMAT, the Qs here. Walmart off earnings. Amazon, to name a few. Nicely positive, guys, for social sentiment.
Yes, sir. Just take a little long on Meta there, taking out some scalping, just playing the range here on the ES because it's tight below VWAP at the moment. It's kind of bouncing to VWAP from the high side. There we go. We'll take some more out. Nice profitable trade here on Meta.
Oh, market bounced again.
The day. Yeah, exactly. I'm playing the range on the market. I mean, if you can just catch these tops and bottoms here, it looked like it was playing in between the 200 period and VWAP period. Had done that previously. You know, it punctured it a little bit here, but it didn't close below it. So that level looked good to me. I'm just playing off that level. That one profitable as well. MNSO also profitable. We took that 1080 long. Now we're up to 1090, so we're 10 pennies in the money. We're going to scalp a little piece off there. So that one, we're actually MNSO, we're only half position on that one. I didn't want to fully size up through the high of daybreak, but that one printing for us. So both those guys, back-to-back winners. We'll drop some cash for that one. We won't spend the money. They weren't that good. There we go. Another piece out here on MNSO. There we go. Up into the high 90s now we're printing. So that's a nice 20 penny winner on MNSO, up almost 20.5% on the day. So nice back-to-back jacks there, proudly.
Still moving up on our positions over here, such as Amazon, AMD, TSM, QQQ, and SPY. So profits are rolling into the bank account over here once again as the market manages to not really break the bottoms. But keep in mind, we're not breaking the tops either. So I don't want to hold positions over here for too long. Trying to work with them, trying to add the magic spice, the magic masala. That was the spices of the Lays that I brought in, the magic masala Lays. Yeah.
The ones that tasted like all dressed.
Anyways.
I only say that because I know it gets under your skin now that I actually think.
No, you don't have taste buds. If you think that tastes like all dressed.
I'll give you credit. My taste buds are not that good.
Yeah, if that tastes like all dressed to you, and that applies to that man over there in the right side corner too, who said it does taste like all dressed.
Oh, so he agreed
you said
with me.
that.
I forgot about that.
But you said it has an all dressed. Oh, was it Sean who said it tastes like all dressed? Was it you? Okay. Whoever said that, you guys need to go to.
I thought it was good.
You guys need to go to a doctor. Whoever said that was all dressed. Okay, that's it.
So mad.
Maybe that was Brendo. Brendo said it, I think. But I don't want to fight with Brendo. Brendo's gonna kill me one day. I think you said it was all dressed, right? The magic masala chips, the Indian chips that I brought. You're like, it does have a little bit of an all dressed flavor. Yeah, see, it was Brendo. It was Brendo. Is it?
Snowing? Guys, it's snowing.
Good thing I bought my
mid-November.
my
Typically,
winter
we
jacket.
don't get snow this early. Not lately anyway, but now we are, so sucks to be us. I don't want snow this early, but you know what, Bradley? I was in my gym yesterday, and the entire building was decorated with Christmas decorations, so 'tis the season, so to speak. Yeah, but they always jump on it because it's money. It's cash, right? It's money in their pocket.
Too early. That's where my Grinch comes out and I start wrecking all the Christmas celebrations at a place. Like, this is too early. It's not even December yet.
Do you guys do Christmas celebration?
I've never celebrated Christmas, but I told my mom, like, now we have a niece. We can't have her alienated in her schools or wherever she goes to.
Yeah.
Because, like, imagine a kid comes up and asks the kid,
What'd you
get for Christmas?
Yeah,
and she's like, oh, Santa never came to my house. I don't want that kid to go through that.
Yeah.
So I was like, now we got to celebrate Christmas.
Nice.
Thankfully, though, this year Christmas will be in India, so we're going to be able to get some cheap gifts.
Ooh, okay. Just don't forget to bring back your wife.
Yeah, I'm leaving my wife there, man, okay?
MNSO still making high of day, guys. I think we're up at 1098 now. We're about to push through that 11. Nice little small capper. In case anybody's wondering, this company is a China-based holding company mainly engaged in the retail and wholesale business of lifestyle and pop toy products. The company's brands include Miniso and Top Toy. Miniso products include home decor, small electronics, blah, blah, blah. You get the gist of that. Anyway, breaking through 11 there. This one has done 2.5 million shares on the day. Decent 5-minute volume, about 105,000 shares in the last 5 minutes. So, decent amount of liquidity on this one. The float on this company profile, let's move down to float. I'm not seeing, I'm seeing an 852 million share float. So that's a big boy float. That won't have usually the kind of drop off, top exploding movements with associated with low float stocks. I'm seeing the chat here telling me SNES is up 120%. Let's flip to SNES quickly before we send it back to Bradley, see what that one's about. Yeah, it's up great. It's up 120% right now. Thing is, it's like a 15 penny stock, and now it looks like it's made its move up to 38 pennies. It's not the type of thing I usually engage with, so I usually have a minimum price of $100. So I will not be able to offer any specifics on that, Bradley. What's Amazon doing?
Just hanging out by the 100 area still, just patiently waiting for the market to decide what it wants to do, I guess, because if the market pulls back to 4K, maybe Amazon actually breaks that 100 and then pulls down to 99 or something. Let me pull up Amazon on the longer time scale here. The reason why I'm going to do Trade Ideas chart is gives me two reasons. One, our charts over here show dark pulls candles, so sometimes it gets messed up. For example, look how weird this chart looks, and I don't want to spend the time to fix that. What the heck? Even this candle is showing. Is this because of a split adjusted or something? So it looks like 15, 5-minute, and the 30-minute are all kind of messed up on the Amazon over here.
Here's your 15.
Yeah, but I want to draw like a little bit of levels or something that I could draw. Okay. I wonder why all these charts are showing that on Trade Ideas and on thing. But anyways, looking for some levels over here that we could maybe play off of. Obviously, that 100 level is going to be significant. After the split, we never really broke 100 to the downside. Eventually, off the earnings report, we broke that 100, got as low as $85, $86, got back above 100. I mean, it's Amazon. Who's not buying these companies such as Amazon and Google at these prices? I recently bought Intel shares for myself, and look at that. Intel now at $30. Apple doing amazing things once again at $152, and just now breaking 152 to the downside a little bit goes Apple. Still above the 50-period EMA, though. The whole day we've been trading above the 50-period EMA and above 151.50. So if we do pull back a little bit more towards 151.50 and actually break that bottom, then maybe this market actually has a move to 4K and well further than 4K. What's with AMD? Says the tradesmith. AMD is just a leech trade from TSM. AMD positive earnings report, I believe, not too long ago, or do they have earnings coming up? Let me quickly check that. Let's go here. Negative earnings report recently. Never mind. So they kind of actually missed on earnings, but maybe they guided future, but they didn't really miss too much according to. They did it?
He's on the phone.
Oh, he's on the phone. Yeah, they could not too much of a miss, even if they did miss. So eventually, AMD did manage to go all the way back up. I wish I bought some AMD in these prices to average down on my shares. Sadly, did not do that. AMD now climbing back to the upside. trying to go back to break even for me, which is good. No problems for me on that one for AMD. I see Neil saying something in the chat. Covered 101 short in front of 100. Now wait for break. Yeah, leave my Amazon alone, man. I want the longs to work out. Stop bullying my trade into the downside.
Hey, man, the more crowded the short is at 100, probably the better for
Fair enough. Fair enough.
You know what I actually read yesterday was a really interesting article. It was about how the big six, like if you want to call them that, the big six tech names, the majority of them, and yesterday this was accurate, all of them yesterday actually were below the 200 period moving average. Except now Apple on the daily is at the 200 period moving average, albeit quite slightly below it. But that 50% of the other stocks in the index were all above their 200 period moving average. So it was the laggards now. The big six were the laggards, and the general market was actually above. What's up? Why are you smiling? What? You good?
I'll be honest. I just completely zoned out, and I didn't hear a thing you said that you started off with.
It's all good.
I apologize. That's why I was laughing. I was like, how do I say this without sounding rude on the show?
The idea is basically the big six are lagging the general market. The general market, the majority of stocks, more than 50% of them are above the 200 period. And everyone except Apple of the big six.
On what time scale? Like on the daily? Okay,
yeah.
okay.
Right. So really interesting to see how that's the case. And I was just looking at all their daily values here on the big six, and Amazon and Tesla are by far the biggest laggards of the six, followed by Meta and maybe Google and Microsoft. But Apple, the strongest of the bunch, to be honest with you. Yeah, I see this move here happening on the general market. We just popping up from that 417, a nice little 10-point move, topping up at 40.27. So yeah. And
I'm $1.50 in the money on the SPYs now.
You can see that reflected in the majority of the big six here. Only really Amazon now is below the VWAP. They've all reclaimed VWAP, with Google looking very strong. So does Apple. Yeah, but Amazon continues to be like the weakest of the bunch, but proudly printing on that, so I don't think he cares.
QQQ going up, SPY going up, taking more profits on both of these. SPY now $1.20 in the money. Sorry, SPY $1.50 in the money. QQQ $1.20 in the money. TSM 60 cents in the money. So we are getting these moves that we're looking for to the north side. Amazon sadly only 40 cents in the money, right back into that same range, at least giving us profits right under the 100 period EMA as the market decides that we want to go higher. The volume is coming in, says the chat. Here comes the volume, says Chris W. Let's go, baby. Someone else in the chat saying, are the shorts losing? Let's not think about it like that, my friend. Obviously, someone's got to lose for us to win, but hopefully everybody can win eventually, and the only people losing are those scummy JP Morgan algorithms and Goldman Sachs algorithms. I hope those are the only ones. Yeah, who's laughing like that? Hope those are the only ones losing. What'd you say, my friend?
No, I got it. Yeah, with chat.
So we're waiting to see if how big of a move can we get on this market over here. Sadly, though, if you look at the S&P 500 futures, you'll see the trend line kind of. I mean, I don't know if I would be able to draw this trend line properly. But let me just do this real quick over here. We kind of broke that trend line already. So maybe repaint that trend line, something to like that. And now we're just now coming back to that line over there. We could even drop this one right here, something like that. So what kind of pizza slice is this, bro?
That's funny. That possibly looks like a descending wedge, right?
So it's a breakout to the north side?
Yes, because it's holding the bottoms.
Yeah.
And so... Yeah.
And we're kind of getting that breakout to the upside. Well, surprisingly enough, I actually was looking this up earlier, so it's kind of like this pattern right here. Wow, what the heck? Open image in a new tab, and kind of like this one right here, right, where it goes sideways and then a triangle to the downside. It goes up, settle, and then break out. So it kind of looks like that, go up, settle, and then break out to the north side over here. If that manages to break out, then we're looking. Why did I close that? I'm an idiot. We're looking for that possible move for the market to pay us on the longs right now. Once again, AMD, let's go, baby. AMD 50 cents in the money. Let's get that profits going. I should have taken some more size out earlier. I wasn't really focused on that. That's my mistake. Whatever. Those still profits rolling into our pockets, so no complaints on that one.
Yes, sir. Just keeping my eye on SE. Like basically, we got out of the short at exactly the right time here, because look what happened after we covered our shorts here in the mid 60s. It skyrocketed right back up off that, where was it, 60.20 bottom, and it made a 63.40 top there. That was one big move to the high side. So good on us, I guess, but that was a bit of a double bottom. I was initially seeing this pattern as a possible head and shoulders here. So there's clearly the left, and there's the head, and here's the right shoulder. And then, but the thing is, it didn't break below the left neckline. So that probably was the confirmation you should be looking for. I kind of preempted it. I jumped it, trying to get the top of the right shoulder, and it made its way back down to the right neckline, but it didn't break the left one and ended up making a huge ascent, a $3 move there on SE, now up almost 40% on the day. So keeping my eye on that. Meta still playing within that range here. I'll talk a little bit about that and Meagle when we get back from Brendo at the big desk with the Euro close.
Hey guys, yeah, just watching some final prints coming through here for European markets on a Tuesday. Positive for the most part, not huge moves, but you can see all of these nicely into positive territory to wrap up the day. A few, though. Spain, Sweden end up in the red. Turkey, nice gain, 2% once again. 0.6 for France there leading the way. But a bit of a choppy start to the day, ends up in positive territory for the most part over in Europe, guys.
Just taking profits over here as the market looks like it pulled right into the previous range highs. Look at the S&P 500. Sorry, this is the QQQ. Pulled up to 293, and then now we're seeing a little bit of a rejection again. So that range that Sharif was talking about earlier that the market's presenting is looking like to be continued for a little bit longer. So between 291 and 293 for the QQQs. For the S&P 500, we got the 400 on the downside and the 402 to the upside. Look at the market hitting 402 and then pulling right back down a little bit. We do have some size left on board, but taking some profits at these range tops, making sure that we are getting paid for our pain a little bit. Well, not pain's not the right word. Getting paid for our risk on the markets a little bit, and then if we do get a bigger move for the dream move, then obviously we'll have fun with that. And Amazon, I got rid of most of my size because even though the market pumped up the way it did, Amazon didn't really manage to get above 101. We're still having problems with the 100-period EMA. So taking profits in that range, I think I'm just gonna close my trade completely and then get back in if I want to somewhere different, like closer to 99. I try to pull up the Amazon long-term chart here for you guys, or a 30-minute, 15-minute chart. Could not do so because of that stupid dark pool candle that says $3,000. That's sometimes so annoying, right? But if you look at yesterday's chart, yesterday's candle, yesterday's high was 100.12, the low was 97.29, the close was 98.49. So anywhere from 99 to 98.49 on Amazon, if the 100 level does manage to give out at some point, will be my entry for a long.
Be honest with you, I kind of don't really understand why Amazon's the laggard today. I thought with Walmart coming out with positive retail,
10,000 people being fired. A news was announced yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to say it like this, but that's typically because it looks looked at as a cost-cutting measure. But what I was trying to associate was Walmart's. I think Walmart, people were questioning whether or not they would get squeezed with all the inflationary pressures, whether their margins would get squeezed, and it looked like as if they were able to handle that quite well. So I thought that maybe investors would also see Amazon as being able to handle that well, unless maybe there's some sort of fundamental difference between their models that maybe doesn't allow that. But anyway, so I'm a little surprised Amazon's been kind of the weakest of the bunch, clearly much below VWAP, especially in comparison to the rest here. So have a look. These are the 1-minute charts of the big six, and look at this, Amazon clearly the laggard of the bunch there. So I just want to point that out. Back to small cap world, MNSO kind of consolidating sideways at that 11 top. I'm seeing 11s print right now on the ask, but I'm not seeing the corresponding size here, so it gives me an idea that there might be a bit of an iceberg somewhere in and around 11 there. Looking to see for more size. Nothing really comes up until maybe the 11.20. So if we can get a break through that 11, maybe we can get like a nice little jump to the upside there, maybe 10 or 15 pennies or so. But I like this one. I like it through 11 if you can get it. I've given kind of, yeah, there we go. Now we're getting the break of 11. Am I seeing? Yeah, 11.03 here coming in on the tape. So 11's broken there. This will be a nice ride. Let's see where the daily chart takes us on this one. We'll pull it up on a different chart here and bring it in. Okay, so this is the 1 minute candle on MSO. Let's flip to the daily, see if we can get any levels. Look at this. MNSO has been a big boy these last 2 days. Yesterday really kind of opened up at 750. Now we're at 1106. So these have been a couple of good days for MNSO. Let's try to glean any levels here that may be of importance. I see this day here that looks like back a year ago. December 10th, it looks like we had a high of 1231. So that should be a level to keep in mind there. 1231. We're gonna mark that off on our charts here. But if you're looking long on this one, keep that level in mind, Bradley.
Yeah, currently looking at what's going on with our favorite cryptocurrencies around the world. So today looks like we are in the positive for BTC, which is getting back to 17K. Let's go BTC. Keep climbing, baby. I need you to 100K for me to not financially be broke. I'm never going to financially recover if you keep going to the south side. So let's go up there, baby. Keep climbing. Today up 2% on that side. Ethereum 1.8%. We also got, where's Doji? Doji boy. All right, I'm just gonna have to do this. Doge. There you go, Dogecoin. How did I just go through that and did not even see it? Up 2.6%. We got Cardano at 2.9.
It's quite related to what you're on. So is the FTX coin worth nothing now? Like how? Yes. It's worth $1.20 coming off. What was the 25? Okay. FTT. And what's the justification for it having any value at this point? In case something happens? Right, okay. When companies declare bankruptcy, they get protected. Yeah, okay, I see. Wow. Interesting. FTT is the coin, the chat lighting up. Yeah, I need to look a little bit more into that, Bradley. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, you're good. Yeah, why does Revlon have any buyers?
Because they have a retail product, like people buy their products. I guess kind of maybe that's the difference for me anyway. Whereas this is a coin that's just based on, I hate to say this way, greater fool's theory, right? Where it's like it's only worth it because you think it's worth more.
Exists on the blockchain and can be traded forever. So I mean, yeah, the coin could be traded forever, but even if it has no value, I guess I could send you an FTT coin for fun, and that could end up being an NFT in the future.
Who knows?
That would be an NFT on its own, 100%. But man, yeah, today Bitcoin on the green side, looking at the Bitcoin aggregated heat map to see if we can find any levels to the north side or to the south side. That's not an aggregated heat map. Where's my heat map? Where's my heat map? Hello? They're not showing me the heat map, so not sure where the levels are right now on BTC. Is this even Bitcoin? What are we looking at right now? This is not the Bitcoin, is it? BTC USD.
Bitcoin. What are you, Borat? The Bitcoin?
The Bitcoin, yeah. No, this is not. I'm not sure what I'm looking. No, this is Bitcoin. Okay, we are at 17K. I'm just not seeing the heat map for it, so not the right info that we're looking for on this one at least. Let's get away from that one and quickly go take a look at the like count. Already at 2.5K likes today. We got 6,000 of you almost here. So perfect time to talk about the like button before more of you head out to lunch. You know, it's about to be 12 o'clock soon. A lot of you who have made money today are most likely going out to go spend some of that beautiful earned money on some amazing omakase grills or anything that you're fancy into, right? Or even super chicken, whatever you fancy. Go get yourself some food and enjoy your lunch breaks over there. But before you head out, make sure you hit that like button. We're at 2.6K. We usually like to get to 3K. And with your help over here, I think we could get to that. 361,000 subscribers on the channel now. So every single day we keep getting up there. Looks like we're getting about 50 to 100 every 2 days coming in, or sometimes even 3 days. But the fact that we're even climbing up at that fast rate to the north side is just amazing. So hit that subscribe button. And if you don't hit that subscribe button in the next 3 seconds, for that 32% of you are not subscribed, you're gonna have I'm just joking. You know those YouTubers who do that? It's like, if you don't hit the like button in the next 3 seconds, you're gonna have bad luck for the rest of your life.
Oh no,
those people who kind of peer pressure you into doing those.
Holy, talk about predatory practices.
Predatory practices.
I'm kidding, of course.
No, we don't do any of those ones. But yeah, guys, hit the subscribe. The 32% of you who are not subscribed. Everyone in the chat who has a green name, you either became that with the help of True Trading Group. Thank you to True Trading Group, who has donated multiple memberships before and continues to do so. So if you got it through that, awesome. But if you don't have the membership and want to, predatory practices, says chat. Wow. Predatory practices.
That is great.
Wow. But if you don't have the green name in the chat and want to have the green name, maybe in the future, more perks for being a member, as Sean was talking about it, and we're going to discuss some of that maybe later on today. If you want to join early to the member side and be able to capitalize on those extra perks coming in the future, click on that join button. You get a pop-up box with Brendo explaining to you exactly what that entails. Go to the YouTube homepage also, directly at our homepage on YouTube. We have a merch store, or do ! merch in the chat. You'll be able to purchase some awesome designs that people on the show already wear, like this beach towel. I want to buy that beach towel that says "Bang." So make sure you go check out the merch store, rock some of the merchandise if you do buy any. Yeah, we have a beach towel over here that says "Bang," bro. That's pretty amazing. Yeah, I. No, wow, okay. Anyway, move on.
All right, guys. All right. MNSO was just continuing to make high of days there. 1117 is the high of day. We retraced back into that at 11. That's a good little buying area here, I think. It's a 4-cent spread at the moment, so you may not be able to get filled right at your exact level. Let's see how this one acts at 11. Does it blow through it and kind of show that it means nothing, or are we going to get a bit of a fight between buyers and sellers here at that $11 level? Looks like we're tracing now back down into the low 90s. I'm seeing 93 prints, 90 prints now coming in on the bid. So this one not holding 11 to a T, not respecting that level. I was thinking maybe this was a nice little bounce area, then continue to make new highs. What's the volume on this one? Yeah, 2.2 million shares now. So it's getting up there in terms of shares. So I'll see how this one sets up, possibly for another long, but we can't discount the short. And this is what I was telling you yesterday. Oftentimes I'm so fixated one way on a stock that I forget to look for setups the other way. And that's something that I need to work on. So MNSO, definitely on my sights for that. But at the same time, Meta just made a nice little bounce off VWAP there. I kind of like how it's reclaimed it to the high side, and it's kind of counter market at the moment. Like, have a look at the market. We're seeing red candles on the 1-minute chart on the ES, but yet we're seeing green candles on the Meta chart. So it's moving counter market at the moment. That's always something to keep an eye on. It's relatively strong. Good longs here, but I wonder what would happen if the market started printing green. Do we get double the strength? So anyway, Meta making a move above VWAP there, looking relatively strong. I'm looking at these two, MNSO and Mego. And let's flip to SE. SE was retracing, and I saw people in the chat lighting that up, saying, oh, SE's pulling back. Sure, we made a high of around 643 here.
What is Google doing
but
right
we just
now?
broke that high, Bradley. We're printing in the 6350s now, off a nice little 6235 bounce. What's Google up to?
Google breaking 100 right now to the north side. If you look at the daily chart, it is at the 50-period EMA. Obviously, 100, a very psychological key level, a level that Google has never broken below since the split, and then eventually managed to break that level to the downside. So Google now getting above 100 when the market looks like it wants to struggle to the north side. I don't know if this wants to continue above 100. So I'm going to actually filter the tape over here. Any indication to the fact that Google wants to pull back below 100, I'm going to be ready to punch my short. So let's get ready over here. Just watching the tape, watching the market, watching UVXY. UVXY sadly is below VWAP. And look at this buying coming in below, slightly above 100. So we do have people coming in on liquid gateways, punching in 100 shares, 100 shares. No real selling coming in yet. A little bit of selling over there, and there we go. We're now breaking 100. Do we have a selling follow-through coming in on Google? A little bit of buying coming back in. Are they going to hold 100 on the bids? Now 100 is back on the bid. Looking back at the market to see what the market's doing. NASDAQ is above 12K. Showing us a green candle on the 5-minute chart. S&P 500 back above VWAP. Showing us green candle also on the 5-minute chart. And UVXY below VWAP and trying to go down below VWAP. So all of these factors are keeping me away from getting into a short trade on Google around 100. Maybe Google actually manages to get above 100. I'm pretty sure I bought some Google shares on my long-term account. I got to check if I did or not. I also bought some Microsoft. So let's go check that one real quick. Yeah, buddy. Let's go, Microsoft. Up 1.14% today. Sadly, not as strong as Google because Google breaking the high a day. Microsoft over here stuck between VWAP and the 100-period EMA, just bouncing like ping pong.
I'm talking to Playmaker in the chat here. He's saying good morning, Playmaker. Shouting out to you. Big L yesterday by Philly. Obviously, you know, not like we're really trying to catch them. They'd have to slip up way too many times, I think, for that. But just as a fellow NFC East team, it's nice to see that L come up on the standings. So shout out to Playmaker. SE, guys, this one's got ample amounts of legs. Look at this. We're testing 64s now. I saw like 90 prints coming in on the tape just a moment ago. So this one's up almost 40%. This is an earnings winner, guys. I've had this on my watch list under FinTech for a while, and it's, you know, it used to be priced way up there. I have it above PayPal in the order, meaning that it was probably way above PayPal. Let's actually, why are we guessing? Let's have a look at SE's daily chart, since we haven't actually done that today because we didn't get to trade early in the morning. Okay, here's the daily chart. Yeah, it's an ugly chart. I mean, like, have a look at this. We topped out here at that 375 area back in October 2021. So about a year ago now, a little bit more than a year. So this one's just been, it's just been one big move down. Let's see if we can get any levels off this one to the high side, since we are already up over 40%. Nothing to speak of recently except back here, September 13th, I think we had 66.88 high. Okay, so that's an interesting one. We can mark that off on the chart. 66.88 high on that, and then the one after that would have to go back to August, and then we have a 69.50 for all intents and purposes high. So we'll go ahead and mark that one off, 69.50 or so. So those are the levels if you're looking to the north side, perhaps, where if you've been holding this all day, good on you, and you're wondering where to take profits, perhaps those two levels may interest you. So we want to put that out there. Looks like we got a couple of super chat. Well, while I was talking, what's SEK?
Swedish Corona, I think.
Swedish Corona. Mohammed Al-Barash sending 20 Swedish Coronas, says, I'm long LIDR at 77 since 2 days ago. Any thoughts? So it looks like he's swinging that one. Bradley, let's have a look at LIDR.
LIDAR.
Yeah, so that one, he said he got in at 77 pennies. I see today at high of day, it's 9999. So about to break through that $1 level. You know, this is not something that I trade, but good on you. You know, swing trading has not been my forte. I'm more of an intraday trader. Obviously willing to learn. So if there's anything clear here that you were looking for, by all means, send that to me. Let's have a look at the daily chart on LIDR, Bradley. Yeah, a bit of an ugly daily chart coming all the way down from the $6 back in May. But, you know, recently trying to curl a little bit here off these bottoms. But I don't have much to say on that.
Yeah, I threw out a good morning tweet in the morning, and one of our viewers in Dutch says, "Go, Goeden morgen van Netherlands." Hopefully that was a good accent over there for you, Smokey. I tried it. Goeden morgen van Netherlands, and we do have another guy in here from
Anytime
Dutch.
I hear Smokey, it just reminds me of Friday.
What's that?
Have you watched the movie Friday?
I don't believe so.
Neil.
I don't think I have.
I don't even have to
sadly.
ask if Neil knows that. Obviously, Neil knows that. But you're pretty good with like some historical stuff. So I don't know what you know and what you don't know. Sometimes you know it, sometimes you don't.
Is Friday the one with Chris Tucker and Ice Cube?
Yes, man.
So I have seen that movie a lot of times, but then it's been like in parts. Like I've never fully seen that movie
You need to
because
watch it
every
3
time I've seen it,
times.
it's been on the TV with family. So like I'm filling in at the random times when I
Right.
see that movie, but I've never seen it from start to finish.
It's worth it.
Yeah.
It's worth it. It'll make you chuckle. Like it's like it's got a cult following. You know that, right?
I've heard enough times that you gotta get zooted and then watch that movie.
It's hilarious.
So since I don't do that, I've not been able to watch that movie. It's that simple.
Okay.
No anything else for me. Markets are the only drugs I need in my life, baby.
Okay.
These markets are beautiful. Look at the opportunities today, to the long side, to the short side, just showing up everywhere you go. And then we have this wonderful community over here that's super chatting us all day. So we got a couple super chats that I want to cover through. Tuesday super chats since the open. We got G Franco saying, or with the membership renewal, I would love to see Brendan's positions as well. Good job for the show. Been watching for a few years now. Yeah, I think I believe that there is a couple ideas / revamping plans on how the position board should be going. We'll see how that one ends up planning out. Thank you for the suggestion over there. True Trading Group gave in 20 more gifts in the morning for those of you claim. Shout out to True Trading Group over there. Raghu coming in with a membership renewal. Thank you, True Trading Group, for the Trader TV Live membership, and thanks to Sean, Neil, Brando for the rest of the Trader TV Live crew for all you do. Thank you, Raghu Gambino. I love that last name. If that's your real last name, then that's a sick last name. Clinton Siegel, $5 super chat. Thanks, guys, for all the profitable trade ideas and constant education. You know it, baby. Educate, inform, and entertain. And we do the best on all 3 of those aspects. So hopefully you guys enjoyed it. If you do, super chats are optional, but hitting that like is something that we would like all of you guys to do. So smash that like. We did get up to 2.8 from 2.5. So thank you for that one, ladies and gentlemen. Couple more super chats over here. We'll do this one, then send it to Sharif. So we got Joseph Morgan with the renewal of membership. 5 months. Feels like I started watching just yesterday. Any words of advice for those limited by PDT trying to reach that 25K mark? Couple word of what did you say? Work. Anyways, for a couple ways that people do work around the PDT rule. Obviously, in Canada, we don't have the PDT rule. We don't have to worry about that. But I know a couple of my friends in America who the way they work around it, and they have multiple brokerage accounts, so like an interactive broker and like a Robinhood and like a Webull. So they have multiple brokers and they work through that over there. Yep. And then eventually, once they do get up to 25K and all of the books combined, they just transfer it over to one book and then they work over there. But you could also, this is something I would never suggest. You could also go with offshore brokerage, but if that offshore brokerage just randomly decides to yoink your money and say deuces, you're done. You're done over there.
I like that, guys. We're in 2 very profitable trades at the moment. MNSO, we got long through this little pullback at the moment. I think my long on MSO is 1095. We're printing in the mid 1105s, 1106s. We're also long Meta. We're long Meta at 1164. We just got some out in the 80s, so nice 20 penny winner there. We go. We'll take a little bit more out on Meta here. What do we got left on Meta? We got 17% of the position left on Meta, so nice little scalp up. It's obviously relatively strong, as is Google, but Meta with more of an upsided curve or inclination than Google at the moment. So this one is that's why I chose Meta as opposed to the other 6. There we go. We're getting some more movement now. We're seeing some 11-11 prints coming in on MNSO. So we're dealing with both these. They're both profitable for us at the same time. MNSO, I've got 43% of the position left. So looking to scalp some more here in maybe the low teens or so if we can get some of those prints. The only thing on MNSO, Bradley, is that the spread is like 10 pennies, 5 pennies at times. So it's been tricky. It's been tricky trying to get some out, and getting the fills. But there we go. We're getting, you guys can see these. Look at this inclination. Love that, looking good. We're gonna have to spend the money for that, man. We gotta spend the money for that. Those are two very positive trades there. Let's flip back to Meta to see what this one's doing. It's coming closer to our entry point. Our entry point's at 64. So we've scalped out enough of this. We'll get it out, break even at the rest. I got out the remaining there at 64. So Meta ended up being profitable. Now we just got MNSO, Bradley.
Blind Jedi also mentioned in a private message on Discord, he says micro futures, no PDT on that one. Looks like a couple people in the chat are saying cash accounts. So guys, obviously, if you are in America, you're going to have to do your own due diligence. You're going to have to do your own research as to what accounts you can open, what accounts you don't want to open.
I want to let the viewers know that if you have a cash account, you're not going to have the ability to trade using the same money until it clears 2 days later. So, for example, if you make a trade today on MNSO, you'll have to wait 2 days later to have access to the money that you used on MSO. Whereas if you have a margin account, that automatically comes back and you can use that money.
Right on. That's a very good point. Yeah, so obviously you're going to have to do your own due diligence on the brokerages in your own country that will help you with making the best right decisions in the future in regards to trading. I want to quickly gloat about GitLab because look at GitLab. Every time it goes to $35, the stock has been such an easy buy for the long-term account. Sadly, I do keep missing out that $35 buy, but here we are as moving back to 50 on GTLB. I'm expecting a little bit of selling coming in if we do push into 52 or so. This stock as a day trade is kind of not the best stock because, it opens up on the spread and the volume is dead too at times. Not the best stock. But as we are day traders over here, we got day trading positions to talk about. We got QQQ still in the money at $1.20 in the money, and SPY still $1.30 in the money, and TSM about 50 cents in the money or so. It says 80 cents in the money on TSM. So this is what's happening right now for my blotter. But more importantly, we're going to go to Brenda for what's happening now around the world.
Hey guys, yeah, into lunch hour we go. Here's a look at nice green board, nice green market right across the entire spectrum here. 1.45 for the S&P. Dow lagging ever so slightly, 0.65. It did lead yesterday, so a little bit of rotation once again coming into play today. Look at the Russell 2000 having a big day, 2.2 to the upside. I mean, they're all 1+ right now, so nothing to complain about. 2.38, 2.37 there. NASDAQ Composite and the NASDAQ 100. You joined us pre-market this morning. We were talking about a number of interesting things. TSM getting a Berkshire bump, 4.1 billion worth of a Berkshire bump. Walmart on watch this morning as well, off of earnings, and Getty Images as well, missing with their earnings report back to the downside. Here's TSM still 12% on the day. It's been kind of sideways. Did gap to the upside, kind of sideways otherwise, but nice day for Taiwan Semi, guys. Back to you.
Yeah. So 50s and then like 40s or something. So there's like size up, not too much, guys. Like 250, 300 lots at best. About every 10 cents. There was some at $80.60 that got taken. There's some at $80.50. There's some at $80.40. So waiting to see. Clearly, there's like you guys heard it. The BB, the big BB, the Berkshire bump coming in on TSM and slapping the market, slapping the stock with some good buy orders. $4 billion worth. That's not a joke. At least maybe $1 billion might be a joke these days for these companies, but $4 billion worth of investment. There we go. They wiped out that level so easily. Let's see if that 8140 level, they came back with more size. That 8150 came back with more size, and they gave that size, that level more fills, 5,300 worth fills onto that level over there. And looks like now we might have a little bit of an iceberg coming in at 8150. Thankfully, we are long at 8074. So come on, TSM, get up there, keep climbing. Let's see if that Berkshire bump can really help you. Look at that size now. They just, they spoofed it. No, that's real. 300 lots at 8147. So either this is like an algo just constantly putting in orders, or an actual person. Might be Cathie Wood for all we know, man.
I don't see it on this one,
Anytime I see a big bid coming in, I just think it's a Cathie Wood bid, honestly. But the market right now pulling back down, sadly. NASDAQ pulling back to 12K, just slightly above VWAP for the NASDAQ. S&P 500 did break VWAP. We're slightly below VWAP, and around the 50-period EMA on the S&P 500 futures.
My goodness, Meta is insanely strong.
Whoa.
Look at that move. It's completely counter market. 118.40, I believe we came up to there. That's at the exact same time that we made a recent low on the MES. So Meta completely moving in a different way. Let's see if any of the other big six are doing the same thing. No, Meta is completely secular at this point. There is a whole lot of buying coming in on Meta at the moment, guys. So this one's been strong all day. 3.5% up on the date right now. Too bad we got out of these longs. Say that again, Sean? FBI is extremely concerned about the TikTok deal. What's
deal?
FBI? Facebook and Fed? Oh, FBI.
FBI,
oh,
bro.
like the FBI. Yeah. I thought it was something. Full-blooded Italians. No, I thought the FBI was something like Facebook something.
Facebook Bureau of Investigation. That's basically
No,
what it is.
come on. I just didn't put two and two together.
It
at
is
the moment.
basically Facebook Bureau of Investigations, because Facebook is a backdoor for the feds anyway. So you could basically call it Facebook Bureau of Investigation.
So this is obviously good for Meta because they're in direct competition with TikTok through Reels on Instagram. I mean, anybody who knows anything about pumping your content online
Facebook
knows
Intelligence
that
Agency.
it knows that you basically, if you post something as a Reel, they'll pump that to the viewers a lot more than if you post something as a story or as a regular post. So they've been really trying to get Reels out there, and that's obviously to compete with TikTok, Bradley.
So I have a 10-pick parlay for the first round of Soccer World Cup. It's Ecuador, England, Netherlands, Argentina, France, Croatia, Germany, Spain, Portugal, Brazil. So if that wins, I'm going to cash out on this. I'll never see you guys again. I'll probably be in a private jet to go party with Sam Bankman-Fried in Argentina or Brazil, wherever he is.
Don't forget your friends, man.
Yeah, I'm going by myself, baby. We're flying out. We're going to party with Sam Bankman. You know that man knows how to party, if you catch my drift. I think NVIDIA is going to crush earnings. That's prediction. You know, you can't really predict what's going to happen in the market. But I do like your idea. The tech stocks have been coming out slightly better on the earnings report. I mean, look at NVIDIA getting all the way back up to the north side over here, the way it is currently. So if earnings report does come out, we will. I mean, not does. We know it is coming out. Let me quickly pull out the earnings calendar from Earnings Whisper. No affiliation with these guys, just I get an email from them, so I have a nice little picture that we use.
Wednesday.
Tomorrow after hours, we got NVIDIA, Cisco, Sonos. That's a little bit of a stock that we have not really watched too much. Target, Lowe's, TJX, Grab. I think that's like the food company, right?
Sense Food. What do we got today, Bradley?
Nothing useful.
Nothing, eh?
Nothing useful today, honestly. So, and then obviously we got Baba. I want to go take a look at where is this, pop. Where is Earnings Whispers right there? Right beside that should be the AI one. So over here, if we go click on this, type in NVDA, we can get the expected move. So people are expecting about a 6.9. This is based off of options. So 6.9 move off the earnings, which means a low of 156. Obviously, tomorrow we'll get a different number based on where NVIDIA is trading at that moment. But currently, off of the current stock price, the expected move is supposed to be 156 low or a 179 high.
I gotcha. Watching Meta gave back a little bit of the move there. Like you could call the breakout point that 117.80-ish area, 85-ish, and then it made its way up to about $1, almost $1. I think we got top wick there at 118.67, kind of retracing back into the 118.30s now after moving back, breaking a 118 to the south side. We'll see what this one does. I think that's a good piece of news. That may be absorbed, slowly by the market over the next few days, but this was obviously the immediate reaction. I don't know. Let's find out a little bit more about that news. Let's go up here and go to Meta.
I have something right here.
Yeah,
Meta
go for it.
Snap. Bray says the FBI has national security concerns about potential Chinese exploitation of the app's access to user devices. But he says questions about actual Chinese abuse of the app are best kept to a classified setting.
Very interesting. Okay. So yeah, it's kind of the same concerns at the moment. Joe Biden and President Xi yesterday meeting, obviously, and then both coming out and posturing, and Biden saying, they're clearly going to be in competition with China, but it's just about how you manage it responsibly. But they're going to continue to champion their, core values, and China will continue to champion its. So clearly a clash of ideologies. You're going to see more stuff like this where the U.S. government, I believe, intervenes in certain businesses. You're seeing it in chips. You're going to see it in other things. So that's going to be super interesting to watch. I'm sure it'll have effects on markets. Some way, somehow, companies' profits are going to be influenced by this. Some will win, some will lose. It's going to be, this is, I think, going forward, God, I don't know, maybe 20 years or however long this sort of economic war lasts. Anyway, Meta making a move now back towards the higher side here. We said that 118, mid-60s print was the high on that peak. Now it's approaching that now, printing 118.80s. We've had an order on a profit taker on MNSO sitting at 111 for like the better part of, I don't want to say, like the last 10 minutes, and we've been getting 11 prints, but not getting filled at 11 because the spread is 4 or 5 pennies at times. Right now, it's 3. So we'll continue to wait on that. I've got my stop at break even on MNSO, so this one's profitable, up almost 22%, Bradley.
Right on, taking more profits currently on TSM while I'm watching Meta to see if we can get some sort of a trade setup going on. But here's TSM, so let's take some profits on that bad boy. More money rolling in on most of our trades too. So QQQ and SPY still $1 in the money. TSM 90 cents in the money. AMD 30 cents in the money. Looks like AMD pulled back a little bit and keeps for the better part, at least for our favor, keeps trading. Bouncing off the 50-period EMA and currently holding 77 as the bottom as the market tries to get back. And when I'm saying the market, the S&P 500 tries to get back above VWAP, and the NASDAQ has stayed above VWAP, managed to successfully bounce off the 12K area. Let's see if we can now break out of 12.50. 12.050 on the NASDAQ market. If that break can happen, then maybe we can get a break of the 830 number at some point later on by holding that 12.050 on the NASDAQ market as the new support. So here's the chart. I'm looking for this breakout right here. If we can get that range breakout, then a test of the 830 number high, then maybe a breakout of the 830 number high for a new level test. And if that 830 number high doesn't break out and we pull back and support itself around these ranges, then I'm going to continue to expect that breakout to happen. But if that breakout doesn't happen, we pull back to these range highs and that support fails and we pull back to VWAP and keep just bouncing off of VWAP, then not sure if that break really has any chance today. So lots of theories over here being formed in my head as to what to look out for. At the same time as I have these theories, it's actually going to help me create a setup around my trade. So kind of like a if this, then that processing for your mind, right? You always want to come to a programming algo type of way. How are algos created? How are these programs created? The programs are basically told, if this happens, do that. If that happens, do this. And if you can form your mentality, your playbook, your setups in that same way, then you kind of take out the whole emotion and the thinking process out of the game, out of the trade. And at that point, it's just how good is your setup. If your setup's good and the trade's good, then within your rule set, within your plan, it should play out. And either a win or a loss, you still come out as how algos should, which is without any emotion. It's all about the process, all about the process. So I would urge you guys to kind of think of it in the same way when it comes to your trading.
Yeah, very wise words there. I completely agree with that. Got to be able to take the emotions out of it. No better way to do that than just by having strict rules and conditions, as he's saying, if this, then that, right? So those are basically conditions that we're looking. Someone in the chat by the name of Abdi BK alerting me to Billy, B-I-L-I, says, at Sharif, I believe Billy will close at 19 today. Well, I had a look to see why you felt 19 was a good level. So here's a daily chart on Billy. Looks like the next level of resistance we have coming up is back on October 4th, and that was 1714. Then above that, I don't really see 19 as a really interesting level anywhere. What I do see is the whole dollar level, which is 20, and you have some decent consolidation 3-day period here where it consolidated around 20, but I don't really see the 19. Maybe you're seeing something that I don't, so tag me in the chat for that. But I see 17, 14, and then a possible move up to 20 for Billy. It's already up 30% on the day today. It's done a decent amount of volume, 11.8 million. Is that accurate? Yeah. I've got one says 15.4, one says 11.8. So split the difference, I guess, on that one. Either way, it looks great. Now let's figure out how we're going to get into Billy, right? Because we don't really just want to punch in at high of day. So where are these resistance levels, or sorry, support levels that we can get in on? First and foremost, I see some here at that 16.25 area, but that may be a little bit too far for some viewers. So 16.25 is an area that I'll mark off for myself. Let's go ahead and put that. The other area that I like is that 50-period moving average. I always like to scalp off that. 1643 is the current level, but that will change as we continue to move sideways on this chart. The other interesting level here is that 60. You have to obviously assume that 1650, the half-dollar level. So a couple areas there. Let's go ahead and mark off the half-dollar level there so we know exactly where it is. There we go. So we got the half-dollar level marked off, and then a little bit below that. So let's see what this one does. I don't want to just punch in high, but Billy looking good, up almost 30% on the day.
Just uploading a picture here so I can show you guys. Let's see if that picture uploads. 65%. Come on, get up there quicker. Come on, Freedom Mobile. You know you're quicker than that. 97%, and it's almost loaded up. And then I could pull up that picture for you guys. Basically, just a picture of our first snowstorm in Toronto, baby. Here you go. Bang. So look at that beautiful picture. We got nice snow coming in. It's right all over the place. The reason why this is not covered with snow because that's a heated driveway. So
I didn't know that.
I know that.
I didn't know that.
All this and all of that part over there, all of that heated driveway. So beautiful snowstorm coming in Ontario today, in Toronto, where this office is located. So for anyone who is in that part of the town, that part of the city, enjoy your first snowstorm. I know a lot of people would be rather complaining about the weather, the snow, the snow this, the snow that. Just enjoy it, guys. Just enjoy, love it, and go open some hot cocoa. And sit by a nice fireplace and snuggle with your loved ones and just have fun, right? Just have fun. How does Prad know How does Prad know and not drive? Not sure what the question is before that. A little confusing. Did you understand that?
No.
Yeah, I did not understand that at all. But truck plus rope plus snow equals fun. That does sound like fun, but also sounds ridiculously dangerous. So be careful. Don't do anything stupid. Don't get hurt. We would love to see you back in on the chat every single day. So don't do anything that would get you hurt. Million Tab Prad. Yeah, you're getting a 300-second ban for saying that. No, I'm joking.
Don't. That's funny. MNSO, we got a piece out there at the 11s that we had. Our next profit taker on this one is 11.19. Apparently, I hear TSM being yelled out from the back.
What, it had like a 20-cent pop?
Anyway, Proudly will look at that for you. But MNSO printing 17s and 18s now here on the book, on the ask. So maybe we'll get in our teens quite soon. But that's been a very profitable trade for us today on MNSO. We got long 10.95. So we're almost, we're about 20 pennies in the money on this one. Nice for a small capper, Proudly. What's TSM up to?
Absolutely nothing. Nothing's going on. Not sure why Wayne the Brain over there is getting excited for, but hey, shout out to you. If you're in a nice little long and you're winning, shout out to you. He said volume's coming in. It's not the right time of the day for volume to come in, and I'm not seeing any volume come in either. And then now it's getting ready to retrace that little pump that it had. But it could be a winning trade. Who knows? I still have size left. I still have 50% of my size left on that position. It is my #1 trade of the day. AMD also 40 cents in the money, but look at AMD pull back over here. Part of me believes that TSM, even though it has its own catalyst, should be following the ringleaders such as AMD, NVIDIA, and so on. So if AMD pulls back, TSM slightly should pull back too. We can also go take a look at the overall sector ETF, which is SOXX. If you're not watching SOXX and you're trading AMD and TSM and NVIDIA and the semiconductors, you're making a pretty damn bad mistake on that side. So SOXX over here pulling back to VWAP slightly. We're waiting to see if all these markets can actually break out to the upside and keep staying to the north side. All of these markets are just hanging out by VWAP. It's not really doing a whole lot of anything. Apparently AMC broke out of $8. So here's AMC right now, breaking out of 8 to the north side. Did not break 8 for the whole day, so managing to break above 8 at this time of the day where the market's actually pulling south side slightly. Very surprising to see that happen out of AMD. I got to do something for Playmaker real quick, so let's go see what it is that Playmaker wants. Hey, Heck, check my last tweet, please. Post it. The handcuffs. Check my last tweet. So let's go check out Playmaker's last tweet over here real quick. What is this? Days are coming to the end of. Days are coming to an end of these bracelets, which many have worn.
Yeah.
Basically saying.
It. Wow. Okay. What are they going to use instead of it? Huh?
That's because he's retiring. They're still going to use handcuffs.
Oh, I thought they were going to use something different.
No. I was like, what? I was like, where'd you get that from? No. So days are coming to an end, meaning basically, I'm guessing it's because of his retirement. The homie's retiring soon, obviously. Shout out to Playmaker. Go check him out on Twitter. Posting even sunset pictures of 305, baby, 305. That's a beautiful picture, man. Nice camera over there. So yeah, shout out to your boy. Thank you for your service, obviously, Playmaker. We appreciate that.
Yes, long Baba. I just got notifications in the chat that it was going long 80.28, already scalped out over 50%. High into the 840s. They're pulling back a little bit here. I'll give this to the break of 820, and then I'll be out of that one for a nice little winner. There we go. It's holding. Let's see, 27's coming back in now. I'm also looking to get long Billy, but we'll get to that one in a moment. This one continues to hover in and around that area. Not really sure what the news on Baba is for this big spike up. We knew that Chinese ADRs had a pop early this morning on the news about China possibly adding more liquidity back into the market. There we go. So I'll get out of that one. The rest being a little bit of a loser, but taking out more than half for a profit there to the high side. But I'm not really sure what the news item is. Let's have a look. Why shares of Alibaba are moving? That's 11:20, so that's that's an hour ago. That's not going to be the one. Maybe Brendo will let us know what that spike was all about. But it jumped up from like $7.94. It jumped up $1. Not anything too crazy, but in any event, profitable for us on Bubba. Are we profitable on it? Yeah, we're actually flat on it. So sucks to be us. Now, Billy is the one we're looking at getting into. 1650 was the level that I was looking at, possibly as taking a bounce up. There was a nice period of consolidation in and around here to act as a possible level of support. We're not that far away from it, 5 pennies or so. I want to see how it acts around that level. There we go. MNSO continuing to print for us, baby. We're going to spin that money. That's the one that's keeping us afloat today. We are well in the money on this. I have 13% left. I'll take out a little bit more here at this level. Let's go ahead and take out some at 26. Why isn't it printing 26 when the bid is 26? Come on, print it. I never get this, Bradley. There we go. Now it's higher. There we go. We got out the higher. Okay, so it ended up being better for us. We ended up getting out at the higher area. Anyway, huge move for us on MNSO, getting in initially 10.95, taking it all the way up to the 11.30s. So
because you're sending it on ARCA, and there is no size on ARCA.
Okay.
You got to send it on the New York book if there's size on the New York book. So as you see, on the 1132, there is no ARCA. Now you see bats. So now if you punch bats, you'll get that fill. But without that book there, you're not gonna get that fill.
Yeah,
so
this one is not as you don't have as many options on the gateways as this one. Yeah, I can tell. Yeah. Good call on that.
It took me a long time. It took me like deep into my trading career to actually start looking at like where the size is on what gateways and so on. You know, you'll get there too. Just gotta get those reps in the market. We're so used to trading the so liquid stocks that when you go into the market environment such as this, where the market's illiquid as hell, it is what, like 12.30 coming in, and we only have 1 to 3 times leverage ETF trading above 100 million shares.
Jeez.
Only one.
That's it?
Yeah. The second one is at 92 million shares. That's your semiconductor ETF 3 times leverage long. Okay. So SOXL. And then after that, you have your third one at 77 million, which is SQQQ. So not a lot of liquidity in this market still. We're struggling with the volume. So you gotta watch your gateways. For example, guys, this is what I'm saying. So if I want to punch, if I was short, and if I want to take profits, or if I was long, let's say 760, I want to take profits on AMC, there's 2 ways to take profit. Either I throw an order on 804, let the stock tick 804, and then give me that out, or I can punch out the 803 level and take profit. We have multiple gateways that we can have on our keyboard, like ARCA, BATS, EdgeX, NASDAQ, New York, almost every single exchange out there that we can use. But notice how those exchanges are not all available for you to trade at that moment at that price. So over here, BAT is showing up. So if I want size on the stock right now, I can punch BAT on AMC, instantly get that fill. But if I throw an ARCA order, the chances of me getting that fill are very less. So this is for those of you who have direct market access in the market over there, and you'll be able to use direct market access to really pinpoint and hunt where that liquidity is coming from. Another way to hunt where liquidity is going in the market is by looking at this gateway right here. Notice how we got letters showing up on the time of sales. All of this that I'm talking about right now is about reading time of sales, reading level 2, something that a lot of traders say, I don't look at it. I don't look at time of sales. I don't look at level 2. I only trade off the charts, which I think is absolutely ridiculous. It is ridiculous. Yeah, you can make money off of trading off of a chart. Awesome for you guys. But if you can just take that level, that skills that you're applying just off of the chart reading and incorporate a little bit of a level 2 and time of sales in there, you're going to be absolutely killing it on the market. So for example, P is the NASDAQ gateway. P is the ARCA gateway. And then which one is the BATS gateway? BATS is BATS. I'm not really seeing that. I think BATS should be just B, right? I'm not sure, but I can't really see where it is right now on this little cheat sheet that I have in front of me. We got Lizzie up here in front of us taking a picture. Let's post for it. We got post for it. What's up, Lizzie? How you doing? How you doing? But yeah, guys, you know what it is. We are back in this market every day from 11 o'clock till 2 o'clock for the midday show. I'm your host, Trader Prad, if this is your first time here.
Yes, sir. MNSO pulling back a little bit now off the highs. We almost got top wick there. It looks good. I like when I see that. Getting out at that 1131. It looks like top wick was 1137. Now retracing back into the 11 teens. This one might be a good pickup if you are long-minded still at that $11 area. This one is one we've been into twice today. Initially, we got in here at 1080, scalped some out in the high 80s, and then again in the high 90s, and got back in for that 11 break. We front ran it, right? And then we scalped a lot of the position out through that 11-10 area. We held for the most part here. This is the most we held it, to be honest. But this one definitely still in play, up 22%. But a bit of a slow mover, guys. But the liquidity is there. It's done 2.4 million shares. Is that accurate? Hold on. MNSO, what am I getting on? Yeah, I've got 3 million shares now at the moment. Maybe this one just hasn't updated at the moment. So I got 3.05 million shares. So it's done its fair share of volume. So you should be able to get in and out without a problem. Having a look here at the market looks like it's trending down a little bit. I wonder if that 4,009 level will come into play. It definitely was in play this morning at what time is that? 8:30. Yeah, at that 9 o'clock time slot, it looks like we touched it around there, then retracing through VWAP. So that 4,009 is going to be an interesting level should we make it back down there, Bradley. MNSO, back to that, is retracing back now into that 50-period moving average and that $11 area. I'm looking out for both of those. You know, I like to play my bounces off the 50-period moving average, especially on these small caps. Baba retracing most of the gains here that it made off that completely surprising bounce. A lot of volume coming in to support that move as well. It looks like it retraced about 2/3 of the way down now, kind of back. And there's going to be a bit of a fight here between buyers and sellers at 80, Bradley.
Amazon did manage to now break 100, so we're waiting to see if you know, we can hold this trade a little bit longer than I want to, but it's not looking good as Amazon did manage to get below 100. We took a tiny long over here, currently 30 cents out of the money, watching the tape, watching the market, watching all the variables to see if I need to hold or just exit stage left right away on this position. Looking at the chat here real quick, if NQ can manage to get below and hold above the regular trading hour 30-second or highs, a run from 12.060 to 12.11.5, retest is possible. Lean on the shorts, Trader Prad, says Dan Emons. Thank you, Dan, for those look out on those levels over there. We also got Will G saying, just learned the level 2 info today. Left side is buyers, right side is sellers, right? And the first number on the left under the size is a number in thousands and zeros below. No, these are all by 100. So if it's 4, it's 400. If it's 5, it's 500. Different people have it set up different way on their screen. For example, Sharif has it set up just.
I took it off.
You have it lot size?
Yeah.
Okay, so Sharif has a lot size. So you know, different people have different setups over there. But as long as you know what the idea is, 3 equals 300, 15 equals 1500, and you get the overall idea. That's how much size of buyers there are. Yeah, so level 2, you know, there's probably a lot of traders in there who probably don't know this. So let's quickly recap this. These are where all the buyers are. These are where all the sellers are. This is the best buyer. This is the best seller currently being offered. Every single gateway on where they're sitting is being shown. I have it filtered to not show one lot, which means I don't really care about the people who are showing you that they want to buy 100 shares. That means useless to me. I want to see people who want to buy 200 shares or more on the level 2, because then I really see the buyers and the sellers who are willing to you know, take some real size on the stock over here. In regards to the time of sales, if you see blue means below the bid. How does below the bid happen? When people are punching, I gotta jump out. Look at the amount of blue that just came in, and there's still a lot of selling coming in on Amazon right now. Lots of selling.
Yeah,
so,
it's moving back down.
Blue is basically below the bid. How does below the bid happen? It's when the bid is only showing like 100 shares, but someone wants to dump 1,000 shares, right? So they're wiping out 90. They're wiping out the best offer, sorry, the best bid, and they're also wiping out multiple levels below the bid. So that shows up as an aggressive punch. So that aggressive punch shows up as below the bid punches. Vice versa, if they're aggressive to the north side, they're taking the longs and they're punching above the ask. So that shows up as yellow punches over here. And either they're being aggressive to get out of the stock because it's dumping down, or they're being aggressive because they want the fill as they think this will be the bottom of the day for Amazon. So lots of question marks coming in. You're going to have to figure out where the battle is taking place, how much velocity the tape is moving with going into these levels. If the velocity is big time to the downside and then slowly slows down, and then the velocity kind of changes to the other side, clearly the characteristics are changing in that position where now you'll be able to catch a bottom. You can even time that with the rest of the market. For example, the S&P 500 right now bouncing off the 100-period EMA on the 5-minute chart. The characteristics for Amazon, are they changing? It was heavy selling. There was heavy selling, and now we're kind of going more into the middle prints, and now we're seeing a little bit of a possible buying action come in. Look at that, 1,000 shares buying action coming in above the ask. So clearly, buyers are trying to step in a little bit, or short sellers are just trying to get scared and run away from the trade.
What an excellent explanation that was. Probably in the chat lighting up. You're getting already super chats for that. Really well done. Honestly, I haven't heard a really good explanation like that. And he has his color coded in a way where he can just look at it and know immediately what's going on. So that's a shout out to you, probably, for that. Billy, it gave us an opportunity to get in, but we were so fixated on MNSO. I missed. I should have had a resting order there. I didn't, but this one kind of gave you an opportunity a little bit above the 50-period moving average. Didn't make it quite all the way down there, but now look, it's printing as high as in the 70s. But yeah, it's consolidating a bit now. We're getting into the 50s and 60s, but we'll see what this one does. I still like it. Long at the moment, just really depends on where to get in. Billy continuing to give us opportunities. Baba as well, now retracing to the high side, moving back to the upside, I should say, off that 2/3 retracements off the highs. That's 79.70, looks like it was the low there, and now breaking through that 80 top. So this one, showed initial strength off that move. I still don't even know what that move was for. Did I get anything yet? Is Brendo there?
No, they're on the meeting right now.
At the meeting, okay. Yeah, because this one's not showing up for me. If anybody knows in the chat.
What are you looking for?
Baba. Do you have anything on Baba?
I can try to look for it.
Yeah, okay, because I'm not getting anything on my news feed, so.
Let me see if I can see anything on BAMSEC. I don't really pay for it, but BAMSEC is a pretty good website over here to see if any important news comes out right on time. Nothing on here that I see. Yeah. Let's go over to the Trade Ideas one. Trade Ideas going Baba at the 3 a.m. That was a long time ago. This is that's not accurate for me. And the last thing I can check over here is go to Baba. Maybe I could just go jump on Brando's desk and start clicking keys on his computer.
He showed me how to use it this morning. So
I saw you were. I don't want to mention anything to the chat because maybe it's a little surprise over there. But I saw you working over there. This was 2 hours ago. Alibaba focused on logistics growth beyond China to beat slowdown. But obviously that spike that you were talking about on Baba was not 2 hours ago. That was pretty recently. So maybe the catalyst I'm looking at, what spike right here?
Yeah.
I mean, it just looks like a normal breakout to me to the north side on the $80 breakout.
Aggressive dollar move. I thought maybe there was something there for it because I had been consolidating all morning. But yeah, if it's just the regular news item that we have, it's already up 12.25%, almost 12.25% on the day. So it's obviously a strong stock. The idea was that China would be loosening some of the monetary. I don't know if they were doing this from a monetary perspective or a fiscal perspective, but either way, there's going to be some more liquidity pumped into the Chinese market to help with the economic slowdown, and that is obviously music to investors' ears who basically want their stock price to go up. They want money to be readily available so that consumers can use it, et cetera, et cetera. You guys know the economic picture. So that's the move Baba is doing. I'm seeing from Mark Knight that Baba is reporting in 3 days, so this could be a possible lead up into that. Abdi telling me there's a head and shoulders bottom on Baba at the moment. I'm not sure which time frame he's looking at. Chinese government recently rolled out large-scale rescue plan for the country's struggling real estate industry. Yes, That's what I'm saying. Basically, the idea is that there's going to be some economic support offered up by the Chinese Communist Party for some of these Chinese names that have been beleaguered in the last little while, since there's been lockdowns going on. I don't know how long now. Anyway, so people were also saying that, you know, these economic supports could be, you know, too little, too late, especially now that I think the country is dealing with its biggest spike in a while, in 6 months or so. So those lockdowns may be coming in. Anyway, Billy retracing back into a level that I like here, that 655, 650 level. Let's see if this one can hold that 16.5. If it can, I'll definitely take this one long. I just want to see how it acts when it comes to these interesting levels of supports, Bradley.
I'm loving the kind words coming in from the chat, guys. The super chats, the love for my explanation process over there for the level 2 and everything. I appreciate that. You know, people saying appreciate the explanation. Sky Fairy coming in with the $2 super chat. Mark in the chat saying that level 2 reading the tape part should be cut into its own YouTube video, man. That was amazing. Thanks for that.
I agree with that.
I appreciate that, guys. So yeah, you know what? I'll actually write down the timestamp. Hopefully I got the timestamp right. I'll look at it. Maybe I can cut it up and maybe put it up on my own Instagram account over there. Cause I need to work on my Instagram, man. I want to get to that level where Sean is. This guy's killing his Instagram account. Mine is so useless. Whoa, look at Dwayne Rock Johnson over there. Holy. My Instagram kind of sucks over here. So, oh snap. Did you tell him yet? Did you message him? You're coming? Yo, hold up. Let me message him. I'm gonna text him real quick. Tell him to show up in the chat and then show up over here. Yo, are you in chat? Take over, Sharif. Mike, they're saying.
Sorry, guys. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, I had muted my mic there for a second. So basically, I'm long Billy at 1665. I'm looking to take some profits through the break of 1670. 1671 is where I have my resting profit taker. I like Billy to the high side here. I'll give it to the break of 50. That'll be my risk. So anything below 1650, I'll be out of this one. But I'm looking more to the high side. I'm more long inclined at the moment on Billy than I am short inclined, despite the fact that it has started pulling back a bit. We're seeing 1970s coming now on the ask, and we see 71s. That size getting eaten up. There we go. So now we're seeing 71s. I get printed there. This is a big boy trade. We're going to spin the money again on Billy, baby. That's a big boy trade. We're going to take another. We're going to de-risk a little bit more on that one. There, I've got 75% left. That's still a little bit too much for my blood. There we go. We get another print to the high side, get filled at the 75s. So that's a 10-penny winner on Billy there. Nice call on Billy. I still have too much size. I got to take a little bit more out. There we go. Now I've got less than 50% of the trade. Long at 1665, so 10 pennies in the money, Bradley. Oh, you're still working over there?
I'm good. I'm just trying to finish up my messages over here, trying to message Playmaker, to get on the chat. Currently might be at work though. As you guys saw, he was sitting in the cop car and he was at work, so it might be a little busy for that. So we just want to make sure that he is in the chat before we show what Neil just got from Playmaker. Playmaker continuing to show love and support to the show over here every single day. We love that, man. Mark Knight, love the live tape reading on Google, $100 break. I think, did I do that? Not sure if I did that. I think I did do that, so appreciate it. Whoever did that, who cares? At the end of the day, just showing you how things work around here, so thank you for the $2 super chat. Lots of love for all of you guys. Thanks for everything. Any advice for complete beginners who want to start day trading besides a regular job? I'm going to be honest with you, Rohit. This is going to be not the answer you want to be looking for, not the answer any of these traders want to hear. But as a day trader, and if you're a beginner day trader who just now started day trading, you might need a second job. You might need a second job. A lot of people on the floor over here who have succeeded as a day trader have actually day traded and then worked a nighttime job elsewhere to pay for their bills while they're learning, and then the stress of not having to worry about making money because they go work a second job after hours, right? The stress of not having to make that money to pay bills actually makes them a better trader.
Absolutely.
Actually makes them a better trader. So a lot of people on the floor over here, have gone into getting a second job and they've started trading better. You will notice that trend on yourself. So when it comes to this mentality, I don't want to work a regular job, it might not be the best way to go about it, because then that stress of not making money, the stress of losing money will just keep spiraling downside. So eventually, keep day trading. Keep day trading. Also have a second job to just pay your bills on the side. Eventually, when you're 2 years, 3 years down the road and you really know how to day trade, then you can slowly stop working your second job and then just start using your day trading income to funnel you. You will see that growing. You'll see your day trading net grow to the north side, and you will eventually get to that point where your second job is not worth it because you're making that much money off your day trading, and then eventually you can cut that job out and then just start day trading overall. That's my opinion. I hope that answer helps you out. Obviously, not a lot of people want to hear that answer. Good luck to you in your career over here. Hopefully, you have a lot of success. My prayers to every single beginner trader. I would start off with also saying read a lot of books. Read tons of books out there to help you trading. A book that Sharif just put us all on the floor over here is Trading in the Zone by Mark Douglas. So go read that book out there. And also, last but not least, don't discount paper trading. Don't discount paper trading. Paper trading is a tool to learn for free. Why would you go to university and pay tens of thousands of dollars to learn from the university when the university can teach you for free? So keep that in mind. Treat your paper trading account like a real account. Get hurt a little bit when you're losing that fake money, and enjoy it when you're making that fake money, and then eventually move that into a real trading account and start killing it, baby. Much success to you in the long run.
Bradley dropping dimes today in terms of wisdom. We should twist his name into something to do with wisdom, or so we'll figure something out. But yeah, a lot of really good advice coming from the guy to my left today. I want to mention Abdi BK did not want me to get into Billy, but I got in anyway, and it ended up being very profitable. This is basically 83% of the position are these ones. And this here, which is exactly break even, actually 1 penny winner, got out at 66, and my long was at 65. So this ended up being a winner. The reason I got out there is it came too close to my break even. I didn't want to get back any profits. I didn't want to go into the negative at all. So this one ended up being a very good trade for me. We'll say awesome on that Billy printing that money, baby. MNSO and Billy, the only really two small cap stocks that I've traded today, both positive. Actually, no, I had a loser on Peggy, if I'm telling the truth. The other ones have been SE, Baba, and Meta. So those are the ones that I have been dancing with today. But what a great day it's been. It's been me learning new stuff, and kind of like laying hands off earlier in the morning, then coming in fresh into the midday show. So it's been a different layout for me today, to tell you the truth. Let's see what's moving now. I'm seeing new things starting to show up on my scanner. I see this one called SATX. Yeah, it's not enough volume on that one. Only 56,000 shares. What else we got? Let me bring this one down so you guys can follow along. There we go. We got QTRB. That's done nothing. How about ZH? ZH. How about that? Yeah, it's a dollar stock and it's not done enough volume. HUYA. How about this one? This one's moving. Yeah, it's okay. It's moving. It's not great. What is this? HUYA. China-based holding company principally engaged in the operation of game live streaming platforms. The company operates with esports events. So it looks like a lot of these Chinese names are running today, and that probably has a lot to do with the Chinese government bailout of the economy, Bradley.
People in the chat, looks like they came up with a new name as you asked for them to do so, and it's going to be Pradfucius.
Pradfucius? No. Yeah, okay. That's not bad at all.
And someone
Not bad
says
at all.
Pradfucius says, man who run behind car, exhausted. So, okay. Yeah.
I like that Pradfucius. Look at this guy. He's
Pradfucius.
adding another name to his arsenal of names. There you go.
Like,
Don't make me start
Bradley
talking about
Cooper.
Arsenal, bro.
Go
Why
for
would
it.
you? Why would you?
Go for
Why
it.
would you give me a trigger?
Bradley
word with that?
Beal.
Oh my God.
Bradley Beal, Bradley Cooper, Bradley Pitt, Prastadamus, Parlay
There's a
Prad,
whole bunch.
Platinum Pradfucius. We just out here, baby. We just out here.
Bradley, you know where we are on the ES right now?
Yeah, we're dumping.
Yeah, we're at that day's low, guys. I
Yeah.
think that after the market open, we're at day's lows at the moment. I think that if we were to look at day's low from like yesterday at 5 p.m., it is 39.71, but I doubt we'll get there, or at least anytime soon. Looks like we've been holding
Pradlai
that
Lama.
4,009. What?
Pradlai Lama.
Like Dalai Lama, Bradley Lama. Bradley Lama is a pretty good one.
Yeah, I can't breathe right now.
The
This
chat
cat's
is so
killing me.
creative. If you guys were as creative with your names for him as for ideas, we would be killing it right now on the show. But I like this. Bradley Beckham.
You're calling them out right now.
No, but this is good. These are Pradtastic, Pradimus Prime.
Short sellers, roll out. We got to roll out, short sellers. Actually, no, we got to long out this right now because Amazon actually managed to hold up in front of $99. I'm going to try and get back into this trade over here as the market's trying to move up north a little bit. Let's see if Bradley Cooper can actually catch this move. If he's really on that limitless pill, or he's not on the limitless pill and is going to go straight to the downside. Looks like some good buying actually coming in on Amazon over here. I missed most of the move, the big chunk of the move in front of 99, missed it, but we are getting somewhat of a move over here. 11 cents in the money on Amazon right now. Let's see if that one can get back above 100. AMD pushing back to VWAP currently and giving us 50 cents per share profit on that one. SPY did go all the way to flat, and I should have added, but I did not add. So, wah. But at least we're in the money on SPYs at the moment, going up to the north side. Something to keep in mind is Taiwan Semiconductors did not really move down when the market was moving down. It was just slowly inching to the upside, meaning buyers are still here holding up the stock. And we called it out earlier when the stock had size on 81.50, 81.40, 81.30. That size actually held it up and did not manage to go to the downside too far. And now we're inching towards $82. Let's see if this market move up north can help TSM go to the high day of $83. Currently $1 per share in the money on this bad boy. So let's take some more size out as the money is being offered to us. And Amazon right back to being flat on the position. You know, we kind of chased the entry over here. We chased the long after the size started coming or the volume started coming into the long side over here for Amazon. So we kind of chased it a little bit. Gonna have to give it till the low a day, and don't really like how far I have to give it till the low a day, to be honest. So maybe just jump out and jump back in at a different price would be a better idea for Amazon, while I'm trying to study the tape here to see if there is any clear, obvious things that stand out to me. You know, maybe a big buyer comes in and they just wipe out some levels, or a big seller comes in and they just wipe out some levels, trying to see if there's any obvious indications for us to make a decision, or no decision to be made and just hold on to the trade, let the setup play out within itself. There's still a lot of people just making names over there. Yeah, guys, I appreciate that. That was fun. That was hilarious. But let's get back to the market over here, because it looks like some volume coming in. We're about to come to the end of the lunchtime. It's 12:51 Eastern Standard Time. Around 1 o'clock or so, the official lunchtime coming to an end. We're looking for volume to come back in and for traders to move some markets or move some positions around for us to take advantage of. Credit card debt up. Guessing retail sales will be good. Retail positions such as Walmart already announcing their earnings report today, and Walmart pretty close to $150. I mean, we did break 150 today at one point, but pulling back below 150 for Walmart. Sadly, we also had Home Depot coming out today, but Home Depot with a negative earnings report overall. Tomorrow, we got Target to take a look at. Target previously was saying that they were having too much inventory problems the same way Walmart was having, but Walmart on their earnings report today saying no more inventory problems. We're smart, we're genius, we know what we're doing, and hence Walmart up 7% to the north side. I'm expecting Target to come out with something similar around the board over there. I think we also have Lowe's tomorrow, right?
Getting a lot of retail earnings. No, did you see Lowe's tomorrow
I'm pretty sure we have Lowe's
Click it real
tomorrow.
quick.
Yeah.
Is it? Yeah, so we got Lowe's.
And Macy's this week.
A lot of retail stuff coming out this week, yeah, which is really good. And we get the retail numbers tomorrow, I believe. What time is it, guys? Is it 8:30 retail numbers? Yeah, 8:30 tomorrow we get the retail numbers. I thought that, it was kind of front run a little bit by Walmart, because they're such a big buyer, biggest buyer, I would say. I think when they show up in the room, they're going to get the biggest discount. That's the way I see it. But we'll see what the retail numbers come out and what Target can do. Bit of a bounce down now on the market. Now, Meta was earlier more relatively strong. Now it's looking like it's more relatively weak here. The market bottomed out at that 4,009 level that we talked to you about, but Meta is still continuing to trend down to that VWAP. Looks like 117.30 or so is VWAP currently. So Meta giving back some of those profits. It looks like we topped out at that 118.76. Is that right? 118.74 it is. Okay.
John Van Dam or Chuck Norris?
It's Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Yeah, John Van Dam or Chuck Norris.
I go Van Damme.
Van Dam?
Yeah.
Sean, who do you got? Yeah, one-on-one.
No,
one-on-one.
It's
One-on-one, no rules.
Oh, I don't know. I think Chuck Norris would have
Jake
to
Paul.
be. I thought you were talking about like actors, like acting choices. I like Van Damme, Double Impact, Bloodsport, like all these movies.
Just
yeah.
fits hands-on. Like,
probably Chuck Norris.
Chuck Norris.
Chuck Norris, right?
No, John Van Dam is actually like a black belt, eh? Yeah.
I have no idea.
He does spinning back kicks and stuff.
I love how that's the decisive factor in whether he's a black belt or not, whether he does spinning back kicks. Well, let's find out. I mean, it can't be that hard. Let's go here. Jean-Claude, there we go. Van Damme, Belgian actor. Yeah, this guy was big in my childhood anyway. Let's see if they have anything
His record's 18-1, man.
So he's got
with 18 knockouts in kickboxing.
Yeah, you're right. He's a middleweight, karate, kickboxing, Muay Thai, Taekwondo. Okay, that's awesome. He only lost one fight. Look at this guy, man.
Yeah, John
amateur, and he
had
had 48 amateur fights. He won 44 of them. So he's obviously a really good fighter. What's his pedigree though, Bradley? Let's look here. Kickboxing record. Okay.
18 wins with 18 knockouts.
Wow. Well, he's obviously a good fighter. I don't know. What do you want to change your opinion, Neil? Yeah, I don't know what's Chuck Norris's pedigree. Let's go ahead here.
Chuck Norris ain't got no record.
Wait, man.
Maybe he does
Don't
with
jump
the
to
cops.
Conclusions. There we go. Calm down. He was like he was the good guy. Yeah, he doesn't have it doesn't look like he has a boxing record here. Personal life, martial arts, and knowledge. Okay, there we go. So this is it. Norris has founded two major martial arts systems, American Tang Soo Do and Chuck Norris Systems, formerly known as Chun Kuk Do. That's what it is. I hope I'm not butchering that for all my Asian friends. Yeah, back to trading, guys, anyway. So Chuck Norris, obviously a legend in my books. Let's see, what's Billy up to? MNSO, doing nothing. Neither is Billy. This is kind of the dead time of the day right now. Meta retracing below VWAP, guys. Likewise, Baba moving to the side here. Looks like it's setting up actually for a flat bottom breakdown. So I'll keep my eye on Baba for that, Bradley.
I want to watch the Wakanda Forever movie, man. AMC has been on radar ever since that movie has been on in the movie theaters, and I think it was one of the best record for November movies, the Wakanda Forever movie.
You watch it?
No, I want to watch it, but you know, I'm not going to theater to watch it. I'll just wait for it to come out on Disney Plus or something and watch it online. Didn't fail. Why'd you hit me with the fail there? Yeah, but I'm not going to. Just because I'm not going to theater doesn't mean a lot of people aren't. You know, a lot of people are going to theaters. They're loving the theater experience for the Wakanda Forever. So for those of you who did watch it already, let me know how the movie is. But the reason why I'm talking about the movie is because AMC has been on watch off of that catalyst over here. Look at AMC, man. Ever since the earnings report, I mean, the earnings report did send it towards $5, but now we're at $8 on AMC, heading close to that $10 maybe with the way the market's moving back to the north side. So gotta be watching that $10 area if it does manage to come into play. Maybe November, maybe December. If it does come in December, sadly, I won't be here to trade that position around those levels. But beautiful move on AMC today, 9% to the north side. Every time we take a look at AMC or AME, it's just natural that we go take a look at GME also. GME today, 7%, close to $28. Looks like we never really managed to break 28 today. The high of day looks like it's $27.98, $27.99, and now just holding in a nice 20-cent range below 28 for GME. I think if the market manages to hold at the 100-period EMA the way it is currently, and then manages to go up north, maybe GME and AMC have a chance to really go up north again off of that move over here. But you gotta watch Russell 2000. So IWM 2000 on the Amex is what AMC is under. You know, it's not. I'm not sure if it's in the SPYs or not, but it's for sure in the IWM Russell 2000. So currently IWM Russell 2000 above VWAP, trading at 188.75, up 2.14%. S&P 500 up 1.2% on the day at the 100-period EMA. NASDAQ up 2% on the day, slightly below 12K right now, and pushing towards the range lows.
Absolutely, Billy. Looks like it's creating a little bit of a flat top, possible flat top breakout here. It's just about which level we use. To me, it's that 1678, I believe. Let me just double check. Yeah, 1678 on Billy. It looks like that might be an interesting breakout area. Also, you have opportunities for retracement. It looks like it's been holding that 20 period quite well. If not the 20, then definitely the 50. Didn't make its way down, quite down to the 50 on the last occasion, but both those levels look like they may be good entries. Maybe take a quarter position in each and then average in. Look, did we break that? Yeah, we just broke that 78 top. We printed 79s there. Not the kind of the breakout that I was really expecting through that level. But this one, I guess, maybe we kind of know is a bit of a slow mover. I'm seeing 80s now print on the ask. So, yeah, definitely got legs to the high side. I just expected a bit more vigor there, to be honest with you. I'm also in a BABA short. I'm not really sure how I feel about this. I'm short 79s. The market kind of holding that 4,009 level for the moment. So I was kind of hoping the market would kind of give this one a kick to the downside a little bit. But currently we're retracing back off that 409. We're printing 40.15s now. So Baba going against me, but not no big deal here. I'll give this one to about $80 or so, and then we'll call it quits on that one. The chat letting me know SATX is becoming one of those crazy volatile stocks. Let me just double check if it's Amex. Okay, so it is Amex. Let's flip that. It's up now 96% on the day. This one already halted. Yeah, it had a 10-minute halt initially. Right, starting at that 12:50 time slot. Just reopened a few minutes ago. Topped up at 28.59, I believe, that high of day. Now it's currently trading in the 26s. So this one retracing a couple of bucks down. Looking at the spread on this one, it's already 20 pennies. So this one you can obviously get cut up very easily getting in and out of this. So careful with that. I'm not going to be participating in that. I just thought I'd mention it to our viewers since I do like mentioning the small caps. Yeah, looking at Baba here, it's about 10 pennies against me at the moment, but I'm going to see what this market does, Bradley.
A viewer is saying, how about this? We all just pull out of all positions and buy into one stock and see if we can make it go up even by 1%.
Team trading is illegal.
That's manipulation at its finest. You're basically talking about the the rules that we have to do tests over here on the floor every year. Everyone's gonna have to do these exams. And basically in that exam, there's a question worded like that. It's like, are you allowed to do something like that? And the answer is no, you're not allowed to do anything like that. That sounds like a Zach Morris methodology of trading. So stay away from us from doing, we are going to stay away from doing that. Never going to ever want to jeopardize my future of being in the stock market and the future of Trader TV Live. So never, that's a crime. Bad boy or girl or robot, whatever you are. Bad, bad, bad. Stay away from those manipulation processes. Currently, though, the market is holding above the 50-period EMA, the 100-period EMA on the S&P 500, and we are moving up north a little bit. So our positions are looking to pay us one more time. Amazon, which was out of the money, now in the money, only 8 cents. So we'll see if that one pays us off. TSM, which was our best stock on the day, continues to be the best stock over here as we're $1 in the money, but not managing to get above the $82 area. So just taking patience. It's taking patience out of me, but I'm going to have to put in more patience, replenish my patience bank account for TSM over here and hold this trade a little bit longer for the buying to come in just like that. Look at the buying. Yeah, TSM. Let me see you fly to the moon. Just don't go burning your wings off like Icarus.
I just looked outside when I was in the kitchen, and the snow was like twice what you had on that picture. So
yeah,
the snow is like accumulating. Sean tweeted it out. Let's add that if you can send it to
packing.
You. It's intense. So if you're in the Southern Ontario area, then you know exactly what we're talking about at the moment. And typically we don't really get big snowstorms in November anymore. I mean, I don't know how you guys feel, but I feel like they're getting later and later. Since I was a kid, when I was a kid, we would have like 2 storms by this time already. Sometimes it'd be snowing by Halloween. At least that's what I remember. Let's see here. What's the chat up to? Saying check SE. Yeah, I've been on SE the entire day. Had several trades on SE. Let's flip to SE. Is a New York stock, I believe. Yes, it is. Yeah, continuing to make high days. 65.32 is now the high of day on SE. We're trading at 65.30, so we're at high of day. It's up almost 43% today, and it's just been one steady inclination up. This was an earnings winner. It made its move early in the pre-market and then continued north side after the bell. Look at that. We just moved like 30 pennies in like a few seconds. I was talking about 60.35 being the new high. Guess what? 65.35 is now 65.65 is now the new high. So lots of movement on SE. I had a couple of good shorts on it earlier. We can show those. This is the battle that I was fighting here. Averaged in several times and then got profit out. But this one would have just been, my initial inclination on this one is just punch and hold all day. But I rarely have the kind of conviction to be able to hold all day like that, Bradley.
Let it snow, baby, says Sean, Trader TV Live with the tag over there. Walking out of the front door, looking really excited to go be drenched in the snow for a second. Yeah, there we go. You guys see the snow, the Trader TV Live logo coming in. Oh, not even on there. Okay, so we'll rewatch it. There we go. He's about to walk out of the door right now, and you'll see the snow all over the place. Our first snow of the year, yay! And the Trader TV Live logo, nice and big, Trader TV Live logo. So anyone who's trying to barge into our doors can see exactly where we are. What's that? Big security system now, watch out. We got pit bulls in the front door, so if you are trying to enter, anything that happens to you is your own liability on that side. So be careful if that pit bull gets you. That pit bull name may or might not be Brankles, just letting you know. We got like button over here, 2.9K likes now. We're so close to 3K, ladies and gentlemen. Let's smash that like button. We are now officially at 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, which means end of lunchtime, obviously. So getting ready for the market to show us some volume around here. But currently, I would like some volume pump on the like button. So smash that like, send us to 3K, and bang, baby. daily 3K likes for the day. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We have hit the goal, but keep hitting the like. Don't stop. Just keep hitting the like, okay? Also, keep hitting the subscribe button. For all the members who want to join, you can hit that join button. You get a nice little pop-up window explaining exactly what that entails. And in the near future, there might be more things in store for being members. You know, a nice little gifts coming in over there for you guys. We're trying to plan all that for you. We also have a merchandise store. Do exclamation mark merch in the chat, or go directly to the YouTube Trader TV Live homepage, and you'll see a store button there. I know a lot of people in the chat are saying that when I was talking about the level 2 and tape reading stuff, you guys want to take that video and put it in a separate video. But we actually have a lot of videos like that already ready for you guys. So if you go to the homepage and you see there's a little search box right here, search button, and you type in level 2, you'll see Brendo and Neil and Sean coming in explaining exactly how they use level 2 for beginners, for a little bit more intermediate levels and so on, how to use stop orders. So tons of educational content already out there for you guys to take advantage of. Go check out the playlist. My favorite playlist of all time, the trade of the day, because it basically tells you how Sean and Neil and everybody structured their trade, and then how sometimes that trade didn't work out in their structure, and how they had to flip their thesis or their trade idea, and then, you know, flip back sometimes, and then how they take profits and the whole trade setups. This is basically 356 different videos on how to trade better.
Absolutely, yeah. That's a big library that we have amassed there on the YouTube homepage. We always mention that to you guys. Use that search feature, use the keyword that you're looking for, and chances are there's probably a video there ready to be watched and ready to teach you a whole bunch of stuff. Looking at BABA here, I want to see if this one wants to break through this $80.10 level, especially if the market can start heading back to the hell side, the north side. That 40.22 level is where VWAP is currently sitting at. We're trading at 40.17, so a nice little bump up in the market could give BABA that push through that 810 level. But it's been hovering, you know, it held the 50 period for quite a bit of time, and then it kind of just hovered near around that 80 level. We'll see what this one does. I feel like it's more inclined to go up. Let's punch long there. Do we get the fill? Yeah, we get the fill. We don't get the fill at the area that we want. We get 80.13s, kind of high, to be honest with you. We're going to have to see that jump in the market. But TME also moving in addition to BABA. TME is 10-cent music. A lot of these Chinese names are moving together. Here is the 5-minute of TME versus the 5-minute BABA. Definitely TME looks stronger, but it's the cheaper of the stock. So probably more participants looking at this one than maybe BABA. Let's see how many shares it's done. 20.5. Actually, no. BABA's done almost double the amount of shares that TME has. BABA's done 38.8, while TME's done 20.7. So BABA definitely the one standing out there, but definitely not having as much upside movement, pulling back a little bit now with the market. We're going to give this one room. I'm going to try to be patient with this one. I feel like BABA may have more upside potential here going into the afternoon, Pratt.
We got Amazon just now breaking 100 slightly, not really going too much far above 100. I mean, look at it below 100 now, but it got above 100 slightly, so we took some profits on there on a 40-cent move to the north side. Now we're only 20 cents in the money. Ooh, some buying coming in. Let's see if we can get back above 100 over here on AMZN and the S&P. Ooh, NASDAQ futures are actually dipping back below 12K and now under VWAP again. Same with the S&P 500 futures also. So that Amazon long once again scaring the crap out of me. So I love it. I love to see that. Spies are actually, I don't have any size left on spies. I'm just going to punch out on these ones. QQQ, you know, we're going to punch out of these ones over here too. Don't want to hold too many longs, especially the overall market longs, and get destroyed on those ones. So I'm just going to hold the trades that are working for me, such as AMD and TSM. We're going to try to work with Amazon a little bit longer, even though that's not really doing too much good things for us. You know, poor English over there. It's not really doing good things for us overall. But we're just going to have to wait and see patiently if this market can continue bouncing off of those same bottoms we've been bouncing all day off of and creating that what's that veg called again? This one, this bullish pennant pattern over here. If it can break out of the bullish pennant pattern and actually start going north on the market, these longs that are already in the money, such as TSM and AMD. Speaking of which, I'm going to take more profits on TSM here because TSM wants to curl in front of 82. Look at some size coming in on the upside of TSM at 81.79. That person's either trying to get out of their longs or they're trying to go short. And you will see that person most likely chasing the stock down now. If that order starts pulling, getting put down on 81.77, on 81.67, that means they're chasing it. If they're not chasing it, looks like they're going to stay there for a second. They're still taking the fills, though, so they are a real order. 94 lots is not much size for a stock that's been doing a lot of size, though. So TSM with 4 relative volume today, 34 million shares traded. That size is not really anything, but it shows you that there is some sort of a sophisticated trader, or at least a trader with real size, trying to make a decision over here.
Yeah, SE pulling back aggressively, probably one of its most aggressive pullbacks of the day. Looks like we topped out here at 65, 66. Now we're at 64.30, so it gave back up quite a bit of the move here in just a very short while. So I want to see if this is the end of the day for SE. Are we topped out? Have we seen the high of day? On my chart here, on my side chart, I had 66.82 as a Sorry, what is that? Yeah, 66.82 as a possible resistance level, and that was off the daily chart. We didn't make it quite that high so far. We're at 65.65 at high of day. But, I'm starting to think that this may be a really interesting opportunity to get in to SE since it's been so relatively strong. But my concern is that it may be a little overextended and then maybe start giving back some of the profits here. So let's see how this one acts. What I'm going to be looking for here is a new 5-minute candle to make a new low. Currently, the previous 5-minute candle low is 64.25. This one is 64.29. So if we can maybe break through, let's see if we can find any interesting support levels here on the 1 minute. I don't see anything that's really standing out to me. Maybe that 64.20 break. There's a period of consolidation in and around that area. I want to see how SE does. It looks like it's moving a bit with the market here. I'm noticing when we see some green on the ES, the SE is starting to pull back a little bit as well. So wonder if there's any correspondence between them on that anyway. Our BABA, we're still a few pennies out of the money on BABA as the market trends up again. I averaged down into this one, so my average price on BABA is 80.05. So we're like only a couple of pennies out of the money. But SE really giving me like the most to think about at the moment as I deliberate whether or not to get long this name, Bradley.
I think this 81.79 might be a little bit of an iceberg action coming in on TSM, so watching it very carefully because it did get diminished and then it came back. By that I mean, you guys might be wondering now, what is an iceberg, Brad? So for those of you who are new in the market, iceberg orders basically they show a certain amount of size, but there's a deeper amount of size at that level. So we keep seeing 95 come in, it diminishes and it comes back. At one point, it even got as big as 101 size, 101 lots. Lots means times 100. So lots of size coming in around these level, and we're not able to break above 81.79. If you're watching the tape, it's not really able to trade above 81.79. So that's going to give me a reason to take some size out, which I did already. But if 81.79 breaks, that's going to make me happy because the market's coming down. 81.79 breaking, that means there's a big buyer getting ready to just wipe out that level over there on 81.79 and take it much higher. So just watching patiently. There we go. They took it out. 81.79 gone. Now we're getting ready to maybe go a little bit to the north side over here on this position with this market at 40.
Oh, I knew that was going to happen. I'm going to get out of my BABA there. We did that right in conjunction with that. Big move down, breaking the low of day. That's why you heard us oohing and eyeing here. 40.09 getting broken on the ES. So that level had been in play for the majority of the morning. Not so much anymore. It looks like it might be Red City from here on out. Let's get in some shorts on SE. There we go. We get in some shorts. We'll see what this one does. This one, It's just super extended, 40% to the high side. I think we might get some downward action. I won't give it that much room, though. It'll be the break of 64.70. That'll be my out on this one, guys.
Yeah, this is where I get out of all my longs because the market's clearly pushing to the downside. We're looking for that 4 area to hold. And yeah, that ooh was perfect. So let me just write down ooh. What? Like that was like 115-ish or so. We got some good clips coming in today to put it up on our social media over there. So like I was saying earlier on, I want to get to the point where I'm able to handle my social media the way Sean is, because my social media compared to Sean's social media, Instagram, is an absolute joke.
No good?
It's no good. I need to do so much better on that one. Sean absolutely killing it, but you know what's getting killed right now is this market. NASDAQ now at the 100 period EMA to the downside on the 5-minute chart. S&P 500 below the 100 period EMA and almost close to back to 4K. So let's see if 4K actually ends up holding on the S&P 500, or does 4K break, and then we see a lot more downside coming in on the market off of that. If the market goes to 4K, I'm expecting Amazon to go a little bit lower, so I'll jump in on the long when the market's around that 4K area.
Yeah, just currently waiting on our SE position, not doing a whole lot at the moment. Baba flushing, thankfully we got out here. Look at that flush down. So just a bit of a loser on Baba, nothing really to write home about. Oh, actually it's a bigger loser than I thought, but hey, whatever. Looks like we're holding that 409 to the downside here, guys. So we're straddling it from the bottom side. That's what you want to see if you're in any shorts at the moment. SE really not paying at the moment, but we have to exercise patience on that. It's coming closer to my entry on that. Let's see what else is moving at the moment. Let's go to our chart for the Big Six, which is the most relatively strong. Here we go. This is what we're looking for here. So Apple looks like it is the most relatively weak in addition to Amazon. Those two look like to be really, really weak here. Microsoft giving it up as well. Google a bit stronger than the bunch, just marginally below VWAP. Tesla also giving up some profits here, breaking below that 197. So lots of stuff going on here. Oh boy, how did I end up messing that up? Oh, okay, so I got two different stock here. Sorry, Pradley, can you take over for a second?
Yeah, no problem at all, my friend. What the heck is this? Are we here? Yeah, I think we're here. It says live, so I think we're on this one. Yeah, we are. Okay, awesome. Now we're at 3.1K likes, ladies and gentlemen. I love it. Let's go. Look at Amazon pull back. Look at the market pull back. Oh my Lord. S&P 500 going straight to 4K right now.
Printing on these shorts. Printing on these shorts.
Lord have mercy. Yeah, exactly. 4K break in the market might be going to the downside a little bit. Let's be careful. Thank goodness we jumped out of our longs and made those profits where we needed to. Amazon now at $99 on the day, only up 0.62%. Google also well below 100. That 100 short on Google would have been monster. Oh my God. Google at 2.75% on the day though. A nice pullback coming in for all positions. Let's go check what Apple is doing. Apple 150.50 coming into play, but Apple 150 is the area that I would love to be long at. I could take so much size at 150 and then not give it too much size for the stop, because obviously 150 is a good even dollar significant number, or I could even go short off that 150, have it write it down to maybe 148, 149, and love the profits coming over there. Absolutely a monster move on the market over here. Let's go take a look at the SPY ETF. SPY ETF in the pre-market lows right now, and the market's really trying to get back above 4K. The second the market goes back above 4K, I'm going to try a punch. Actually, I'll take the small long. Very, very small long. I'm not taking real size, not taking the real size at all. Just taking the small long as the market slightly under 4K might bring in some buyers. And if it does, then I can add to my winner to the north side and take real size at that point. That way, I'm not missing out on the trade if it does work out for me. But if it doesn't work out for me, I'm not giving back my whole day either. So taking a very, very tiny long over here as the market is now at 39.96, 4 points below 4K.
Yes, sir. Got into a meta short, printing on that meta short, baby. We're going to spend the money on that one. There we go. Now printing into the 40s. We got another piece out. Meta continuing to print for us here as the market continues to make newer daily lows. Let's take another piece out here on Meta. Very positive so far. Where are we? We're 43% of the position. Where are we short? So, yeah, we're still in the money on this one. We're looking to take profits now into the 30s. Can we make another leg down on that one? There we go. SE continuing to print. We get some more out. We're going to spend the money again. It's been a hell of a morning. Oh, my goodness. Okay. Oh, what happened to my level 2 on this one? Okay, so I got to bring that one up quickly. There we go. We wanted in the 30s. We got in the 30s. Meta continuing to print. We're 22% for both Meta and SE. That's what we got left on that. Let's see if we can get some more in the 30s here. Yes,
Yo,
we
get
get another
out of
print
this
in the
trade.
30s.
What?
Give me some 30 prints, baby. There we go. So we're down to 11% on Meta. Meta, a huge winner for us. SE, a huge winner for us. Sean hitting that emoticon, letting you know where the money is, baby.
Guys, there's some real crazy news coming out. None of that is confirmed, so if it is real, just be careful for your longs. None of this is confirmed. I see you guys in the chat posting that, so just be careful. We don't know what the real story is, but the market clearly very scared right now. There's fear in the market, and if you are going longs, what's that? No. Just check, yeah. Well, no, it's not confirmed. We don't know if it's real or not. Okay. Well, Sean gave me the permission, so basically it's saying the people are in the chat are saying, you know, Poland missiles or something. So a fear of warmongering coming back in the market over here, and 4K breaking. Now we're well below 4K, 10 points, 12 points below 4K.
What this war missiles thing is?
Just chat saying Poland hit with missiles. Possible Russian missiles hitting Poland.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. I see. Okay.
So we are getting an extension of fear in this market, guys. If you have longs, be very careful right now. Obviously, use your stops, and if you are short, you're caking it. This market completely crashing.
Absolutely. There we go. Getting out of SE. We're done on that one. So that was a monster short for us on SE. We got in 64.25, and our last out here was 63.82. So not a bad short on SE, but look at the short on Meta. This is huge. There was this lady that I met on the trip, and she had a bit of an accent. She would say, "This is a huge." So that reminded me of her right there. We get short 116.60. Our final out on Meta is 115.88. That's almost $1. I don't typically get $1. My name is not Sean. My name is not Neil. My name is not Arun. I scalp. And so when I almost get $1, that makes me very pleased. So I'm going to hit the awesome. Very nice trade there, Bradley. I'm seeing we're coming up to another interesting level I've got marked on my ES chart, 39.80, my friend. We're closing in on that level. What do your trend lines have to say?
I don't really use trend lines, mate. So, you know,
Come on, man, you've been going off about this trend line.
People in the chat have been trolling me too. They're like, so all of a sudden Prad cares about trend lines? Guys, no, I don't. I really don't.
You've been talking about them
The
lately.
reason why I have this up is for the chat. It's for the chat. If I cared about it enough, I would have actually known the names for these things. I call them with stupid names and whatnot because I don't really know the names for them. And if I you know, it's for the chat. I'm just trying to give the viewers what they want. That's all it is. Doesn't mean that I'm using it. It's for the culture.
There you go.
Culture with the K, baby. Rest in peace, Takeoff, my guy. But yeah, this market, Apple did break 150, and now we're above 150. Look at the buying coming in on Apple. Holy schmoly, 3,800 stocks coming in on a liquid gateway to the north side. So clearly some buying action coming in on the overall markets over here. Let's see if the market's still going to be scared of those catalysts that are coming out from around the world, or is it going to now actually get ready to move up north a little bit?
We get bottom wick here on SE. Bottom wick always feels the best. There we go. We take the flat bottom breakdown on SE at 64.25, and there we go. 63.82 is our out, and it just pumped right back up through 64.20, moving 40 cents in like seconds. So happy we got that out at the bottom there. But the market bouncing off that 69.80 that I was mentioning, the exact level that I said 69.80. I meant 39.80 on the ES. So that's ended up being an important level. I had that marked off. Again, I'm going to complain about this. I really want the ability to be able to know what these levels mean. So you have to be able to attach a note to the trend line or a note to the level, and that will like help you remember, okay, this is from such and such a day, and it was the open or the close of that day or whatever. I think that would be such a helpful tool on any of these trading platforms. Meta also looks like we got bottom wick on Meta for the time being, unless this market continues to come down and break that 39.80 level. That would be an interesting little development, to be honest with you, because I did not see this coming, especially off that big spike that we got at PPI. Off PPI this morning, people are saying Elon is selling. I don't know about that. I'm not sure about who's selling or why they're selling, but yeah, Tesla's down with the rest of them. It's not Tesla. It's Microsoft, it's Google, it's Apple, it's all of them, Bradley.
Yeah, I'm going long Lockheed Martin right now because that's the only logical thing to do. If the market's coming off the way it is, Lockheed Martin, RTX with this Raytheon Technologies, these are no-brainer longs for me.
Yeah.
Just right up no-brainer longs and punch into the positions. Wait for the market to keep moving down off the fear and have the defense positions pay us for that fear overall. So Prad got to be long UVIXI. Oh my goodness, I forgot about UVIXI. Yeah, UVIXI is ripping right now. UVIXI actually turning positive on the day. It was red, and market obviously still positive, but market looking to also maybe turn red eventually. NASDAQ still up 1%. S&P 500 only up 0.3% now instead of multiple percentiles to the upside. So here we go, looking for a way to capitalize on that fear. I know it's a little bit of a scummy way to think about it, but you know, that's my job. It's my job to look for factors such as these in the market to make profits for myself. Another defense stock, I can't really think of it right now. RTX, LMT, any other defense stocks that you guys know over there? LMT, RTX, and Raytheon is RTX.
Boeing also.
Oh, Boeing's a good one. Yeah, Boeing's a good one.
I just want to update our viewers. I'm seeing here this news article coming in on the very trustworthy CNN. It says Moldova suffers power cuts following Russian missile strikes across Ukraine. Not sure why Moldova would, maybe because they're connected to the Ukrainian power grid. It says Moldova has suffered massive power cuts following a series of Russian missile strikes across Ukraine that targeted energy facilities, Moldovan deputy minister said, and infrastructure minister, blah, blah, blah. There's also another article here that says the Dutch foreign minister is sheltering in a Kyiv bomb shelter. So it looks like there were some foreign dignitaries that had to take cover once the bomb started landing there. So that's never a good look. Yeah, the market really reflecting that sentiment now. It is really going to town. Guys, we had a high of day at 40.51. We've now come down to a low of day 39.71. It's almost a 100-point range on a day that was not really scheduled for any major news items, especially off the surprise PPI move, I would say, this morning. So lots of volatility, Bradley, in this market. And like you said, you know, it's not really about being a scummy way to trade. It's just, you know, the way that intraday traders make money is volatility. And however the volatility comes, it comes.
Now, I'm just saying that because, like, you know, I had to kind of battle that in my own thought processes back in COVID when jobs were kind of, you know, people were not allowed to work because of social distancing and everything. And we were allowed to trade for a little while that was happening, and then eventually the floor got shut down too, so we weren't trading. But while that was happening and you know, we were having some banger trading opportunities. The market was opening into halts, and you could just short any stock and make tons of percent. I was having a little bit of a guilty dilemma. You know, I was thinking, how am I allowed to do this? But then, you know, people who actually got to pay bills, got things to do, they have to sit at home and collect that $2,000 check or whatever.
People have to sit at home from work while Hollywood was still allowed to shoot movies. So I mean, there's
true,
like a whole bunch of exceptions. You know,
it's just like I had to, like, you know, kind of process that information. And one thing that Greg told me is the best answer probably ever, which is Brad, I'd rather have you take that money instead of JP Morgan algorithms take it.
That's so true.
Let's go, baby.
That's
We're
so
here.
true.
I'd rather be me. I'd rather it be the chat. I'd rather it be Sharif, Sean, Neil, Brendo, everybody than those scummy algorithms who are out there to get all of us.
Yes, it is. I wonder if that, yeah, I think that's the future. Do you think that there's a chance that they ban these algos sometime down the line?
No.
Not a question,
No.
eh? Yeah, they're going to be like, no, this is the future. Yeah, that makes sense to me too. Okay, I'm not really looking at anything here, guys. I'm kind of trying to wind down a little bit. It's 1:30. We've got half an hour left on the show. I'm up on Meta. I'm up on SE. I'm up on MNSO. What else? We're up on Billy. So it's been a good little trade. Sadly, negative on Baba, negative on Peggy. But hey, those are the breaks. So can't have it all. I am 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4. No, 5, 4. What is that? 3 and then 4, 5 for 7. So that's not too bad of a day there. Meta continuing to look to the downside. Same thing with SE. Looks like I covered those shorts too early. I should have left a piece for the dream on both of them. We're already breaking that 39.80 proudly. Now we're 39.75. I think we're 39.71 now is the low of day. We're 39.71 is the overnight low of day. So that's going to be an interesting level off which to play. I'm going to have to put a little trend line there to remind myself for that. But what are you looking at? So you are up on those defensive stocks.
Yeah, I
eh?
mean, I'm out of the money on Lockheed Martin because I punched the top. Thankfully, small size, so it doesn't really mean too much. But I would have already punched out because it says I'm $4 out of the money, so that trade's not looking good. Obviously, I punched the high of the move over there, and now I'm basically giving it ridiculous. You know what? I'm just gonna punch out of this position. This is ridiculous. But Raytheon over here, not really doing what I wanted to do either. It does go up, but it's very slow in its ascent to the north side. So the volume, we did get a nice little volume spike earlier on, but not getting a big volume push to the north side past where we are already. The market might just turn red on the S&P 500, guys.
My
S&P
goodness.
500 only up 0.25% on the day, and NASDAQ now up 0.8% on the day. UVXY up 3% on the day and just keeps on ripping. UVXY with a monster move now. UVXY on Amex just keeps on moving to the north side. So monster move coming in over here for the volatility ETF. Let's actually go check what the VIX is at. With that catalyst, the VIX should have spiked. And yeah, look at that spike on the 5-minute chart over here for the VIX. We were hanging out at 23.85. So we were right here, 23.85, kind of hanging in yesterday's range. And with that fear coming in onto the market, a big move. Whoa, Raytheon Technologies just popped up for me. We're now 40 cents in the money on Raytheon. Time to take some profits on that bad boy before it goes right back to the south side and makes me stress out about that position. So let's go Raytheon. And guess who moved up too? Lockheed Martin moved up right after I punched out. So obviously, Lockheed Martin taking my money, but at least Raytheon paying me some of it.
Yeah, nice trades there, Bradley. It didn't even occur to me to go long these defensive stocks, but you were obviously alive to that issue. Good on you. I should play that next time. Anytime there's like a war thing, I'm definitely going to be on these defensive stocks. Sadly, I don't actually have a defensive stock watch list. I got to get on top of that. That's two things that I want to do lately. I want to create an ETF watch list so that I can monitor like the different ETFs in each sector. And have a defensive stocks watch list. I've been meaning to do that, and I haven't got around to it. Let's see what is going on. Yay, more printing for Raytheon.
Go. Look at the buyers coming in. Yo, I was the move on Raytheon. Let's go, baby. I was the move on Raytheon. We're now almost $1 in the money on this bad boy. Raytheon taking out 95 to the north side. We still got buyers punching to the north side over here. Come on, Raytheon. Don't go back under 95. I want to see you keep showing me some nice moves over here. Volume, I love it. I'm losing my words, obviously. Lockheed Martin, though, I'm just going to have to eat my words over here before I say something really bad. So Lockheed Martin making a new high a day without me. I just got to stop looking at it. You know, that trade never existed to me. I just got to stop looking at it. I made a bad trade on it, but we got RTX moving to the north side. Round 3. Let's go, Raytheon. Keep flying.
I can't find anything about Poland, by the way. It seems like it's that power
I took
outage.
the
power outage in Ukraine and Moldova. I think that's moving the markets, to be honest with you. But unless I'm wrong, maybe the chat can post that in there because I wasn't able to find it. If you were able to find that Poland news, let me know. But you know what is making news at the moment is Meta just breaking through that 115. This one is on a steady descent down. This one might turn negative soon. I mean, we're only up 0.5% now. We were up like 3 or 4% on this, I think, at the highs. I'm not sure where exactly we were, but it was definitely green and it was trending up. It was stronger than, thanks for Bears versus Bulls posting that in the chat. Here we go. Thank you for that, Bears versus Bulls. That's it's a Reuters article, so very trustworthy in my book. It says Polish Premier calls urgent meeting of National Security Committee. Polish Premier has called an urgent meeting of a Committee for National Security and Defense Affairs. The government spokesman said the committee, which consists of the head of defense, interior, is a body, okay. Cabinet spokesperson, let's see here. Russia pounded cities and energy facilities across Ukraine on Tuesday, killing at least one person and causing widespread power outages in what Kyiv said was the heaviest wave of missile strikes in nearly 9 months of war. Okay.
Kiev?
Yeah, you can say Kiev or Kyiv.
No, it's Kiev.
No, you can say both
We're
ways.
not doing this. It's Kiev.
Oh, did this happen before?
No, but like we
Okay.
get into like those words, pronunciation things all the time.
Oh, I've heard it so many different ways. You
It's
have no
Kiev.
idea. Yeah. From Kiev, Ukraine.
Yeah, it's Kiev. That's all I heard. I've never heard Kiev
so this
before.
one is basically the Polish minister worried about what's happening in Ukraine. I don't think there are any direct strikes on Poland because Poland, recall, is a NATO country that would cause all sorts of repercussions there. Of Canada, America would all have to come militarily to the defense of Poland. Proudly, I don't want to see. I don't know how you feel, but I don't want to be in a war.
I mean, neither do I. I love my life too much. You think I want to go to a war? Hell no. So obviously, let's keep it tamed over there. You crazy, leaders of the world. Keep it easy. Let's not press any big red buttons or anything. Let's just try to calm down a little bit. Let's go see what the chat's looking at. My bad, not Zila. Blah, 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 blah. It's all skeptical. I can't even say that word right now. FTX. Yeah, now let's go take a look at FTX. Wait, I can't, sadly. Market's still going south, man. S&P 500 about to really turn red on the day. I did not believe that at all. If this is a real scare coming into the market off this catalyst.
We're about to turn red, man.
It is red.
It is now?
And the S&P 500 just flicked red
flat,
for a second.
Now we're red. It keeps flipping back between each. Wow. There we go. I'm going to have to flip that. There we go. That's the level I'm looking at. 39.66. I did not think that we would be back in the 39s today. In fact, I dismissed that outright. But you just never say never. Look at the headline that came out. I mean, it had nothing to do with the market. Completely irrelevant to the market. But it is a world issue. And, everything is interconnected. So even when things are going right inflation-wise and they're going right with retail and everything seems to pointing in the right direction, boom, you get a wild card, something completely unmarket related, and this is what happens. So this is kind of why I love coming to work every day, because there is no day like the others. You have slow days, you have fast days, but these fast days definitely make up for the slow days, probably.
Yeah, I see some people in the chat sadly saying I was up so much, now I'm down a lot. This sucks. Yeah, I exactly what Sharif said. I'm sorry, man, or man or woman, whatever. But the point is, hopefully this is a reason to use stops the next time if you didn't use any stops. And if you just kept buying dips over here because it was going down, then that's not the right idea. Notice how a lot of us actually jumped out of our longs over here. I'm not trying to school you, obviously, your trade, your setup, your playbook, but I'm just trying to maybe give you a couple tidbits here or there that could possibly help you in the near future. So when the market's coming off the way it is, and with the fear that's in the market, off of the catalyst that just came out, catching a falling knife is not the best thing to do at that point. We could always come back at a different price point at a different time and then catch our longs at that point, right? And if you were long earlier on in the day and you were up big, taking some profits along the way would help these type of events from stopping. Obviously, this is a random event. Nobody could have seen this coming. So I am sorry for what happened to you on that side. But next time, always make sure you're using stops. Always use stops. These catalysts can come out at any time in the world. And if it's not this, it could be a flood tomorrow. It could be an earthquake tomorrow. So just be very careful, please. Use stops. Use appropriate risk management methodologies, because a random news catalyst like this could completely liquidate your account to the point where you can't even trade tomorrow, and tomorrow could be the day where you find a trade that makes you $1 million. So you want to make sure you're always being able to show up tomorrow and take that trade. Don't be too greedy. I don't want to use the word greedy, but don't be too greedy about taking profits. If the profits are showing up, take some of the profits and then leave some when this trade becomes a free trade for yourself. And when there is events like this, make sure you're using stop to help you get out of the trade. Hopefully that helped you out, my friend. All love to anyone who was in that same boat.
Yeah, I've not got much to report on at the moment, except that all these stocks are starting to retrace back and give back some of their gains, SE being the most notable for me. That was almost up 50%. Now we're back down into that 37.5%. Looks like we made top wick here at 65, and now we're printing below 63. So this one giving up some of the goods. Meta is the same way, but the market finding a little bit of at least a momentary bounce. Now, is it going to be one of those events where you short most bounces and it's headed in the right direction, or are we going to retrace back to the median here off this breakdown? The breakdown for me would be the break of that 4,009 level. That's where we really started plummeting to the south side. So if you're doing any calculations, that's the level that I would earmark for that assessment. And then you also have the current low of day, which is 39.60. So I'm not really sure how to play this, Bradley. Are you still holding some of your longs on Raytheon there?
Oh, yeah, bud.
Oh, yeah. Are you looking going short at all, any of these big cap names? Or
I think I already missed the move.
Yeah.
I think I already missed the move. I was too late on flipping short on any of the stocks. You know, surprisingly enough, the guy you were praising yesterday to be able to flip on a trade was not able to flip on the trades today, so missed out on the short side. I think if the market could easily come back to 4K, at which point then I'll think about getting my short fills on the market after it creates a nice range. Let the dust settle, and then you know, you'll see me standing in the middle of the sand, in the middle of this dust storm or so on. So just waiting for it. I'm enjoying our Raytheon technology long. That was a nice long coming in. You saw it instantly give us $1 per share profit, and now we're getting ready to see if Raytheon can move back up north with the market going up north. So let's see if some profits can roll in from there. SEMA looks amazing today. Keep my wife's name out your mouth. Keep my wife's name out your mouth. But no, she looks amazing always. Let's be real. I emptied the entire portfolio on puts and UVXY calls today. Today, by far, my best day. Let's go, baby. That's what we're talking about. The market is moving up north right now, though, so please take profits if you are in the money deep. Don't let it turn around on you. I don't want to see that happen to any one of you in the chat. Y'all think Buffett panic sold? I mean, we could come up with theories all we want, but you know, we don't really know until those papers come out. I don't think Buffett panic sells anything. Buffett just waits for people to panic sell and then buys the dip. That's my opinion. I could be wrong. I don't know Buffett on a personal level to know if that's true or not, but that's my idea of what Buffett does. Look at Raytheon Technologies now. Beautiful move right back to the ranges where we took profit on Raytheon. Still under $95 though. Waiting for it to get back above 95 and see if we have a move towards $98, which was around, that's Friday's high, I believe. Yeah, Friday's high to $98, $99 on RTX. Watch the bounce in QQQ. Yeah, the market is bouncing. QQQ, S&P 500, both are moving to the north side right now. It's just a question of how big of a move can the market have to the north side. I'm waiting for the S&P 500 futures to maybe go test the 4K level again. But if the 4K level never really comes into testing area, then I might not really have an opportunity to build into the short side for the market at the moment. Absolutely agree. Buffett does not panic sell. Yeah, I mean, I I just don't think he does. When you're that rich and you have such great pricing on all your positions, I don't think you're really panic selling at that point. One thing that I've heard in the past though is he offsets his positions using hedge or he hedges his positions using options. So that's something that he could be doing. You know, when the markets are coming down the way they are, use options to just collect premium and make money on the premium on the way down. And then if you do get exercised, I think you get averaged into a better price at or you average down or some sorts. I'm not really sure how that whole thing works. I've never done it myself, but I'm pretty sure Buffett uses options to hedge his positions. But I don't think he will ever panic sell. Like, Buffett is not a newbie. Yeah, not a newbie. He's been here for years and years and years, right? He can't panic because he would be... anyways, this looks like a good SPY set for tomorrow. Retail numbers, if it's good news. Yeah, guys, thank you for bringing that up. Let's go take a look quickly at the economic calendar. Economic calendar to see what numbers are on store for tomorrow. So tomorrow is Wednesday. We got the retail numbers at 8:30. We got the import price index also at 8:30. Industrial production number, not sure how important that one is. Maybe Brendo can explain that one to you guys going into the closing show. We're only 15 minutes away from that. So I think Brendo will cover the important numbers coming out tomorrow. So keep a ear open for that 2 o'clock show as they run through all of these ones. Looks like the Fed chair is also talking regulations at the House and blah 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 blah. Atlanta Fed chair. Ooh, last time the Atlanta Fed chair spoke, the market really moved. So I can't wait to see it tomorrow or Thursday.
Yeah, there have been a lot of Fed speakers. I think even the dovish Lael Brainerd came on. I don't know where she was making a statement, but she basically said that the Fed was not going to basically taper its interest rates yet. They said that they would consider 50 basis points. They would be data driven, but that they would not be stopping the rate hikes for the moment. They weren't even considering that. So that, to me, from a dovish, she's not exactly the most dovish, but from a dovish-er Fed Bank governor. Are they presidents or governors? I think they're presidents, Fed Bank presidents. We have governors in Canada. Anyway, so now looking at let's look at the general market for the last 10 minutes that we have here. I'm not going to put on any trades, but looks like the ES may have reached that 39.87 or maybe 39.88 or so, and maybe this is a micro retracement now. Not really exactly sure what to make of this. But we have some levels to the high side and the low side to play off. Look, that 39.60 to the downside. On Meta, it's 114.40. I'm looking going short here using Meta as a proxy for the market. That's basically what I would try to do. I'm not going to put on a trade in the last 10 minutes. There's no point in that. Let's see what SE is doing. SE bouncing as well with the market, not giving up as much as the market on this little micro pullback, but that's basically it. What's the chat up to? Lots of conversations here. I see a lot of text coming in the chat. Trader Gorno, as usual, lighting it up. Diamond Realty of Miami, he's been active in the chat a lot lately. AbDBK, shout out to that person as well. Who else we got in the chat a lot lately? Let's see here. I just want to shout out some people. Nobody that I see, to be honest. That's basically it, Bradley. You look like you're gassed and ready to relax, but this market's pulling back a little bit now.
I am gassed out. I put 100% into the show today. A part of me is energy depleted, but that's also because I sleep so damn late. I need to sleep early and fix my sleep schedule. I don't know how to fix that. Maybe I just need someone to put me in a chokehold at 9:30. Put me in a sleeper hold.
You don't need that.
And just tap. I won't tap out. Just put me in a nice Khabib Nurmagomedov hold, and then just put me in a sleeper hold, knock me out, and that's the only way I could probably sleep. Insomnia sucks, man. Insomnia sucks. But, you know, we got the market over here who's not insomniac at all, at least not going to be until 4 o'clock. We got the market moving around quite a bit and having some fun, giving us opportunities. And we're looking to see if any longs that we have on board at these bottoms will come out to be profitable for us. Raytheon Technologies already has been a little profitable for me. We're looking to see if we can catch the dip on any positions. Something that stands out is going to be TSM. TSM dropped down quite a bit, but exactly right back to that $80 area, which has been support for all day. Still up 10% on the day for TSM. I'm going to try a long again over here. In case the market does bounce, I think TSM is going to be the one that bounces the most. It's been the strongest of almost every other stock that I've traded. And it's the stock that I've made the most money on the day off the same level. The constant repetition of this level long has paid me. So let's see if it pays me one more time. But keep in mind, this market has negative catalyst bearing on it on it right now. So you want to be careful with the longs, obviously. RTX is now only 50 cents in the money compared to 80 cents, almost $1 in the money that we were at earlier on. So maybe this one's getting ready to cool his jets off a little bit, pun intended, because they make jets.
I'm looking for any updates here on the market situation. Not much coming in. Market making a bit of a bounce now. It looks like the buying is starting to come in off that really aggressive short. Maybe we'll see a 400 bounce, a 4,000 bounce here on the ES. I can't put it past the market, but maybe that'll be a nice little area from which to set some new shorts if we should make it back up there. We'll see how the market reacts at that time. I won't be participating. That's it for me on the day today. I think that I am donezo. So let's see what's going on. Any new pieces of information to pass to you guys. Let me look at my watch list here to see if there's any standouts. SE definitely is the main standout. I'm looking for things that are green after the open specifically. Nothing really coming to mind at the moment. Oh, Falsely. How do you say this one? Fastly. Yeah, Fastly is up nice on the day, almost 11%, 6.5% since the open. It's done 2.75 million shares. Not that great. I was told by the chat to look at oil, that oil was moving. Let's have a look at what Oxy's doing. Let's see here. Do we have it? Yeah, we got a bit of a move down, then a bit of a move up. Not that much of a move on Oxy's. Any other standouts here? Let's see what Devon Energy is doing, 2.8%. Let me bring this down so you can follow along. Devon Energy, yes, Devon looks a lot better than Oxy, to tell you the truth. Here's the chart for Devon. This is the chart for Oxy. Bit of a zigzag here on Oxy, whereas Devon there is a discernible uptrend. You could have you have better levels off which to work. That 73 level is definitely an interesting level to the south side. That's only 50 pennies away. What else do we got here, Pradley? We got BTU up 3.4% on the day. So some good, strong energy names today in the nat gas as well. Then you have Walmart, obviously, which is the leader of the bunch, coming in with a solid earnings win today. Mining and energy ETFs, not much going on there. Cruise lines, okay, CCL is up it's up almost 5% on the day today. And that's basically everything else is red, so not much to report here in terms of new news on the market, but we have a big boy move that we're dealing with now, Bradley.
Right on. Yeah, waiting for, what's it called? TSM already moving up for us, so we love watching that one. Market is still in the green today after turning red for a split second. The S&P 500 did turn red and got back to being green, so waiting to see if that green move can help us out on the longs that we have on board. Only 2 longs left on board over here, but got to be very careful. Guys, I want to take this quick second to thank every single one of you who came in with the super chats, who hit that like, who hit the subscribe button. You guys are awesome for coming in every single day and watching the morning show, hanging out for the evening show or the midday show, and then going on to the closing show. You guys are the best. But would love for you guys to, help the community help the community overall, and there's only one spot that I believe that we can do that after 4 o'clock, which is Discord. So do ! Discord in the chat. You'll be able to sign up to our free Discord group or free Discord room, where a lot of people are always sharing their trade ideas, their completed trades with the synopsis as to exactly how they plan their trade over there, and also other fun stuff such as sports betting for UFC, for NFL, for NBA. We got pet pictures going on in there, so be sure to share your pet picture if you do have a pet. Let me actually show you one of my favorite pictures that recently got posted in that pet picture group right here. It's going to be, oh, we got more pictures. We got a cute little doggo over there, another doggo. We got cows. Okay, we got a naked cat completely. A bunch of new pictures. Ooh, we got Ripley. Ripley's back in the house, baby. Ooh, more Ripleys. A lot of other pictures over there. Those are actually old pictures. Wait a minute. What am I doing? These are the new ones. Yeah, there you go. That's what I was talking about. I was looking for this Ripley picture with the little glasses and so on. We got a nice Doberman. I'm pretty sure that's a Doberman. And a turtle. I like turtles.
I forgot about that.
I like turtles.
That is hilarious. Oh my goodness. What's a random YouTube viral video that I should watch?
What? That was random?
I know. Well, that's why I called it random.
A random YouTube viral video?
Because I like turtles brought
Oh,
it to mind.
I like turtles. You like zombies? I like turtles. You know what I like right now? I like Raytheon Technologies, baby.
So
Let's
printing,
go, Raytheon. You give me $1.20 per share right now. Someone in the chat did say, Brad, why are you long Raytheon all of a sudden? Looks like you actually got it before anybody else. Well, it was pretty simple, right? The Poland catalyst that came out in the chat, that people were talking about in the chat, which is going to be war fear, and Raytheon and Lockheed Martin, which are going to be your defense stocks. Lockheed Martin, ridiculously expensive, $400 stock, but Raytheon, a $95 stock with not that much of a spread. It's about a 15-cent spread on Raytheon, and it was in a beautiful range too. So all I had to do was punch into that range, give it a little bit of a wiggle room, which never mattered. We took that range out, and now we're at a new high a day at $95.20. Let's take some more size out over here on this RTX stock. Let's go, baby. The long on Raytheon was monstrous.
Absolutely. What else we got over here? Not much going on. I saw this one come up in the scanner, HUYA. It's kind of near highs, $3.20 high. It's trading at $3.19. It's done, let's see, 7 million shares, up almost 40%, 38%. This one's a mover since the open. It did the majority of its move subsequent to the open, up almost 24% after the open there, but a bit of a slow mover, and the range is kind of tight. 253 low, 320 high. So don't expect too much in terms of price movement, but I think it can be profitable if you play the right levels. What else do we have? NRGV. We looked at this one earlier. This one's really dropping off in terms of volume and looks like it's not tradable at the moment. What else we got? ZH. Yeah, I saw that one early this morning. Yeah, this is a dollar stock, and that's why it's done almost 10 million shares. But in terms of price action, we're getting very little of that. MNSO, we had a couple of bangers on that. This is all small cap stuff before we let you go. GOTU, almost done 5 million shares on the day, but looks like it's made its move, $1.19 to the top there. That's a bit of an aggressive move, and then retracing back down into 110. That looks like it's done for the day, and it's also $1. Jeez, come on. Give me something better than this. Come on, Market SE. We've been talking about this one all day. 33 million shares done, pulling back now, though. I think it's close to that 20-period moving average retracement, but that was based on the Ukraine, Poland, Moldova news here, and since it's been retracing, the ES also bouncing off that 39.60 now 39.80 proudly, but I think we got what do we got, Pratt? We got 1 minute left, man.
Yeah, not much time left over here. Time to wrap it up. I'm going to quickly remind you guys to hit that like button on the closing show. It's going to be a brand new show. They're going to be way too busy to sometimes remind you to hit that like button. So let me take a second over here to remind you. All the YouTube algorithm is going to recount the like button on that show, this show, and basically all the shows, all the videos we post. So sometimes you might miss out on all the educational content we post over the weekend. And if you don't want to miss out on that, hit that little notification bell right here on my screen. Maybe you can't see my screen right now, but it doesn't matter. You don't have to show my screen. Right here, notification bell. Ring that notification bell so you don't miss out on the weekend videos that Brendo and Sean and Neil record for you guys. Go have fun on the close. Me and Sharif and I will be back tomorrow, 11 o'clock. Have fun, guys.
Peace. Peace. Take care.
All right, welcome in, guys. It's 2 o'clock here. Eastern time as we make our way into the latter part of the day. Obviously, a lot of headlines still coming across as far as the overall market is concerned. We'll keep an eye on that. The Associated Press, if you're just joining, the Associated Press has confirmed that Russian missiles did land in Poland, right on the border of Ukraine and Poland. They also said that those Russian missiles were intended for Ukraine. Not that that matters, but we will continue to monitor this as it comes in. I'm just keeping my eye on a few things right now that are coming across. Hope your afternoon is going well. We have given back, obviously, most of the